Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
2 million for a song. What kind of concept was that? Harrison Clark was simply dumbfounded. A stable music creator would usually produce 1 to 2 songs per month, unless they faced a bottleneck period of inspiration drought. To earn 4 million in a month and 48 million in a year, rounded up to 100 million? By now, Harrison had deeply understood the good intentions Avril Green had when introducing him to Ward Owen. This guy was ridiculously rich and foolish with his money. The way Harrison looked at Ward had changed. If he were to let go of this easy money, he would be even more foolish than Ward. Anyway, Ward didn't lack money. To him, 2 million and 1 million were like $200 and $100 to ordinary people, neither painful nor itchy. As long as he sold the song to Ward, he would have saved face, and Ward could pursue his dreams. It would be worth the favor. A solid deal. Just then, Harrison's phone rang. It was Leah Clark calling to discuss purchasing his songs. After hanging up, Harrison told Ward they would discuss their deal later, and he needed to go upstairs to talk with Leah first. Ward immediately refused to let Harrison go without him and insisted on going upstairs together. As they walked, Ward wrapped Harrison's arm. "Mr. Clark, please, I came here first. Can you write one for me first?" Harrison was merciless. "I'm sorry, but Leah is definitely first. We agreed last month." "Is that so? What a pity." Ward scratched his head. "Can I pay more to cut in line?" Harrison almost slipped. "No." "All right then." Ward sighed in disappointment, thinking what a man of principle Harrison was. This must be the vibe of a true master composer. Upon reaching the second floor, Leah and her agent had already prepared a contract. Everyone else was there too. However, the room didn't have a strong business atmosphere. It was relaxed, as everyone present were friends. "Mr. Clark, you're here." Leah's agent greeted him enthusiastically. "Please, have a seat." Harrison sat next to Leah. "Thank you, Mr. Clark, you really aren't considerate." Leah pinched her smile and gently poked Harrison's shoulder. This was the closest form of affection she could express. She couldn't be as bold as those younger girls. Harrison actually found her behavior more suitable. "Leah, I don't understand what you meant. Can you please tell me how I'm being inconsiderate?" Leah hummed softly through her nose. "I was the first to buy your songs, but you gave others 3 already, and I have none. Even if my initial bid was low, you could have at least given me a chance to increase my offer." Harrison felt a little embarrassed by her words, and he apologized repeatedly. "Actually, I didn't think too much about the price at the time. It wasn't the main factor in my decision. My main criterion for selling songs is whether or not they fit the singer. The previous 3 songs weren't tailored for you, so they didn't suit you. But now I'm here to talk with you, right?" Leah finally let it go. "All right, since you apologized sincerely, I'll let go of the past. This time you better not stand me up. The contract is right here. Sign it. Your next song must be for me. I won't take advantage of you on the price, 1 million. How about it?" Leah showed her sincerity immediately. Despite her casual tone, she carefully observed Harrison's attitude since this price was the highest the company would allow her to bid. Anything higher would be beyond her control. Little did she know, Harrison was actually paying attention to Ward's reaction on the side. This guy just offered double the price for a song, so when he heard Leah offering a whopping 1 million, he would have to pay 2 million. Harrison wondered how Ward would react. Ward appeared calm and collected. Harrison was secretly delighted. As expected from Mr. Owen, he really couldn't feel the difference between 1 million and 2 million. "Mr. Clark, give me your thoughts now." Leah pressed him nervously as he stayed silent. "Oh, I was just recalling Leah's iconic works and analyzing her style." Harrison lied with his eyes wide open. "Really? Did you get some ideas?" Not only Leah, but everyone else also got a bit excited. Harrison thought, since he was going to sell 3 songs in a row, he might as well be more bold. He had already become quite arrogant today, so there was no need to be deliberately low-key. "Yes, I have a feeling." "That's great." Leah clapped her hands in amazement. Harrison took a deep breath, and pretentiously showed an inspired look. "Could someone pass me a pen and paper, please? I'll write the first song for you." "First song?" "Yes, I'm feeling quite inspired right now. I could probably write 3 songs in a row. That way, I could also make up for not selling you my previous songs. You can choose the ones you like. If you like all of them, I'll sell them all to you. If not, I can try to sell them to others later." Everyone was astonished in unison. 3 songs. Harrison looked dead serious. Yes, 3 songs. Even Carrie Thomas, who had extensive knowledge of Harrison's talent, couldn't be sure if he was joking or not at this moment. Writing a song isn't like writing an essay, as inspiration often comes in the form of just a melody. A complete song requires rhythmic and lyrical coherence, and almost no one can pull it off in one go. Even if someone could barely manage by a burst of inspiration, meticulous adjustments would still be needed afterward. Only when there is nothing left to adjust does a song become complete. Throughout history, only the true grand masters of their craft have been able to visualize a complete piece in their mind before putting pen to paper. This skill may seem simple, but countless hours of cumulative experience and meticulous practice lie beneath it, the depth of which is difficult to fathom. Though Harrison Clark is undoubtedly talented, effortlessly composing 3 songs was simply too shocking for the others to believe, let alone accept. Harrison didn't bother explaining, and started writing as soon as he had paper and pen in hand. Lines of text poured onto the plain notebook like a waterfall. His writing had almost no pauses, making it seem like he didn't need to think at all. Several heads huddled behind him, their faces and eyelids pressed against each other. No one dared to make a sound but silently read his lyrics in their hearts. After 6 lines of lyrics were written, the onlookers were left in awe. Smooth, exquisite rhythm, perfect melody and emotion, each word carrying weight. This was indeed a perfect pop song that suited Leah Clark's style. Not only did Leah feel this way, but Carrie Thomas and Avril Green also fell in love with the lyrics at first glance. As they discreetly watched the expressionless Harrison Clark, completely engrossed in his writing, they didn't know how to describe their feelings. 10 minutes later, Harrison's hand came to a halt. Finished, he declared. Leah's mouth was just inches away from Harrison's ear as she asked, "What about the composition?" Harrison casually replied, "I've thought about the complete score as well. Since we don't have much time, I'll sing you a simple version for now. You can decide whether you like it or not, and we'll discuss the score later. I'd better hurry and write the other 2 before my inspiration fades." The others were rendered speechless. He was really doing it? Since he was already going for it, there was no turning back. Despite his mediocre singing voice, Harrison began performing in front of the music industry giants. Admittedly, he sang quite ordinarily, barely hitting the right notes. However, those present could easily imagine their own voices in the new song, feeling a powerful impact in their minds. As the only male in the room besides Harrison, Ward Owen stood on the opposite side, unable to crowd behind Harrison because of his size and gender. But the look in his eyes as he watched Harrison had gone beyond ordinary admiration. He was gazing upon a god? Unbelievable? 1 hour passed. During that time, Avril Green briefly stepped out. Though reluctant, as hostess, she had to see her guests off, in accordance with etiquette. However, once her guests left, she didn't dare linger outside, and quickly jogged back upstairs. She returned just in time to hear the last notes of Harrison's final song and Leah's exclamation. "I want these songs, Harrison? All 3 of them? I want them all." Avril hesitated, feeling a sense of loss. She begrudgingly admitted that, as someone who had always created her own work, at that moment, she was jealous of Leah's good fortune. Missing out was missing out. But to have a chance to sing Harrison's songs with her own voice, just imagining it made her heart race. Seeing everyone's awestruck faces, Harrison felt incredibly satisfied. With Leah demanding all 3 songs, the $3 million were as good as his. Next on his agenda was the $6 million Mr. Owen would potentially part with. He snuck a glance at Carrie Thomas. He wondered if she would suffer a mental breakdown after he snatched 3 songs away from her. Suddenly, Carrie let out a loud cry. Harrison's heart skipped a beat, thinking trouble was on its way. But then, Carrie paid him no mind and turned to face Avril at the doorway. She asked, "Avril, do you have a practice room here?" Avril nodded. "Yes, why do you ask?" Carrie rushed over. "Please, take me there. The impact of Harrison's songs is too strong. I need to write a song of my own right now. I've been too cautious before. I need to trust myself more. I should be like Harrison. If inspiration strikes, I should write immediately." Harrison's eyes widened. "You must be some kind of monster. What happened to breaking down? How did you get inspired to? My stealing your songs can't even subdue you." At this point, it seemed like nothing could stop Carrie Thomas. Avril Green called a servant to take Carrie to the practice room. Avril also deliberately instructed the servant to bring out her expensive top-notch guitar. As for the piano, there was no need to prepare one specifically, as there was already a top-level Steinway worth more than $1 million in the practice room. Usually, at this time, Avril would have gone for a simple workout and then washed up and went to bed. But today she couldn't bear to leave. She wanted to see just how many surprises Harrison Clark would bring. So far, Harrison had brought out 5 new songs at her birthday party. Each of them was of high quality, worthy of being called a classic, and able to withstand the test of time. If it were anyone else, just writing one of these songs would have been enough for a lifetime. But Harrison had brought them all out at once, like a head of cabbage. If it were a less discerning listener, they might become numb to the numerous classics encountered in a short period and think these songs were nothing special. To digest such a vast amount of information and classic charm, an ordinary person would have to savor it repeatedly, experience forgetting, recall it, and listen again to generate new feelings before understanding why classics are called classics. But today's attendees, even the seemingly unreliable Ward Owen, had actually put a lot of effort into music. It was precisely because they were knowledgeable that they were more shocked. Leah Clark's agent made a call to the company's big boss backstage, preparing to change the contract. Ward Owen next to her was so envious. "Bro, what about mine? I've called you bro already, help me out man. I really don't want to go back and manage the company. I'm not cut out for that. My dad is just messing around." Avril laughed. "Mr. Owen, if your father heard that, he'd probably spank you. You at least graduated from the Ivy League School of International Trade and Commerce, and even got an MBA, right? How could you not be cut out for that? Ward Owen responded irritably, let him spank me. What Ivy League, what MBA? All that was just to please the old man. I used some tricks to get those. People have their own ambitions. Can't I be myself in the second half of my life? Harrison was surprised. You can cheat your way through the Ivy League too. Ward Owen shrugged. Of course, it's just a matter of how much money you spend. Harrison admitted defeat, saying he couldn't understand the world of the rich. Okay, you win. Don't talk about me, let's talk about the songs. Bro, I'm begging you, write a song for me too. Ward Owen had none of the grandiosity a wealthy second generation should have, shaking Harrison's hand persistently. Harrison felt overwhelmed by Ward Owen's tongue twisters and pushy approach. He figured since it had come to this, he might as well make the most of it and make all the money he could. Fine, I'll write one for you. I'll write one for you right now. He slapped the table and said so. Huh? Really? Harrison, you haven't even heard my song yet. Can you tell what style I'm suitable for just by looking at me? Harrison thought to himself, what do I care about your style? I only have those 3 songs from Logan Lee in my head. He already had blurred his conscience to this extent, so he didn't care about integrity or not. He smiled kindly, saying that I can tell by looking at you is an exaggeration, but it's not that terrifying. However, after listening to you talk so much, the characteristics of your voice have formed a complete framework in my mind, and I can write a song for you. Ward Owen exclaimed, really? That's amazing, bro. Jenny Hart next to him couldn't help but interject, the difference between singing and speaking is huge. You wouldn't expect my specialty turns out to be rock. Harrison chuckled, I can only say it's a feeling. If you ask me what the basis is, I can't tell you. Alright, I'm going to start writing now. As usual, after I finish writing, Mr. Owen, you can listen first, and then decide if you want it or not. Harrison deliberately didn't mention the price, as Ward should understand on his own. I want it. Of course, I want it. Ward Owen said decisively. This time, Harrison's speed increased even more, taking less than an hour to produce the 3 songs, with only a simple sing-through. After finishing writing, Harrison's face was tired, taking deep breaths and wiping the fine beads of sweat on his forehead. It was quite exhausting, even copying answers in an open book exam required physical strength. Others thought he was overusing his brain and felt both amazed and relieved. Finally, they saw his limit. He still got tired, barely making him a regular person. Harrison secretly observed everyone's facial expressions and knew without asking that he had nailed it. Logan Lee was an artistic singer, and his core representative works were mainly folk songs. Logan's classic songs weren't as numerous as Carey's, but the 3 that Harrison carefully selected, in a sense, were not much worse in quality than Carey's representative works. After all, it was these few folk songs that established Logan's status in the music world 1,000 years ago. Folk song? Is this really the best fit for me? Ward Owen stared at the lyrics book in his hand, somewhat incredulous. Harrison nodded. The specific effect will likely be known only after you've made the complete song. You can now try humming a few lines. But I can be sure that if you want to make a breakthrough as a singer, folk songs are indeed the most suitable for you. Ward Owen tried humming a few lines. Despite his clumsy appearance, his singing was surprisingly good, with a magnetic voice that was perfect for this artistic style. His desire to be a singer was not just a fever dream, he had some talent, much better than Harrison. After singing, Ward Owen nervously asked Avril Green, Lucia, how did it sound? Avril, who had been staring at Harrison's face in a daze, suddenly came back to her senses. It's good. Very good. Really? Absolutely. Actually, Avril Green couldn't really tell if Ward Owen was truly suitable for folk songs. Maybe the main reason was that the songs themselves were of such high quality that even a mediocre singer could achieve surprisingly good results. But at this moment, Avril didn't want to dampen Ward's confidence. She wanted Harrison Clark to close this big deal. The songs are, of course, impeccable. I have a newfound respect for you, Mr. Clark, she said, unreservedly picking up the notebook and examining it. She had previously thought that Harrison could only write songs for women, but after the 3 songs, she felt her judgment was wrong. The 3 songs were titled Buds in the Heart, In Love with the Gallery Bridge, and Windblown Flowers. Just looking at the titles, one might think they were somewhat effeminate. But the lyrics within and the melody Harrison hummed didn't seem effeminate at all. Just by imagining the scene in her head, she could picture a man with deep emotions and a vicissitude background, waiting for his ideal woman. Everything seemed harmonious, further proving Harrison's talent. Avril couldn't help but think of Carey Thomas, who was currently working on her songwriter in her rehearsal room. After carefully analyzing the lyrics, her keen intuition told her that these 3 songs were Harrison's love letters to Carey. At this very moment, Avril felt lost. In her eyes, Harrison seemed to be gradually shrouded in a thick fog, making her unable to understand him. It's like fate playing a joke. Harrison knew that Logan Lee, the older competitor, had pursued Carey after gaining fame despite the 9-year age gap, but he hadn't realized that these 3 peak songs of Logan's life were inspired by his love for Carey and were love songs dedicated to her. But Avril, another highly accomplished person in the room, had discerned the details. It can only be said that low artistic taste can kill. Avril gave Ward confidence, and as a true spendthrift, Ward immediately declared that he would buy all 3 songs, $2 million for each song. Harrison hesitated, but Ward was firm, and they quickly reached an agreement. Ward's high price made Leah Clark a little embarrassed. But Ward was good at dealing with people and explained the reason for his doubled offer. He summed it up, "Leah, I'm not trying to compete with you. You don't know my current situation. I really need these 3 songs. Harrison is saving my life. Half of the price is my gratitude for him saving my life." And so, Harrison, Leah, and Ward signed contracts on the spot. 1 contract for each, fair price, and no deception. However, since the amount involved was too large, Leah had to wait until the next day for her agency to transfer the funds. Ward, on the other hand, was straightforward and immediately pulled out his phone and successfully transferred the money with a swipe. Harrison kept a calm expression, but his heart was racing at a rate of 206 million in hand. He truly had his eyes opened. If he hadn't joined this circle and met this miracle man, he really wouldn't have known that mobile transfers could handle such large amounts. Lesson learned. Harrison's account received the money within seconds, followed by a text message alert. Ward slapped his forehead. "Damn." Harrison was startled. "What's the matter?" "I forgot about taxes." Harrison, no problem. Tomorrow I'll have my finance department sign a tax contract with you. We'll withhold the tax. This is the net price." Harrison continued to be calm, but he only wanted to swallow his tongue. Oddly enough, the chubby man's pancake face seemed more and more pleasing as he looked at it. By the time everything was settled, it was already past 10 at night. Asking Carrie, she seemed not planning to sleep tonight, and stubbornly stayed at home. Rose. Avril didn't want to chase her away, just smiling and reassuring Harrison that she would take good care of her. Harrison was about to call a cab when Ward Owen popped up from behind him. "Master, I can't let you take a taxi. Ride in my car. Let's go." Just in one night, Ward's address for Harrison changed from teacher to brother and now to master. Harrison got goosebumps. "Stop playing tricks. I'm younger than you." Ward waved his hand generously. "Age doesn't matter. Whoever has ability comes first. Since you're so capable and saved half of my life, you're my master. I insist you ride in my car tonight." After saying that, he used his plump body to squeeze Harrison into the back seat of the Magotan parked nearby. Before Harrison could even ask, Ward turned around from the passenger seat and said pitifully, "Master, don't look down on my car. I have no choice. My old man doesn't like my singing and won't let me drive his luxury car. It's really heartbreaking." "No, I'm not. Who am I to judge? I don't even have a car." "Master, are you hinting that I should buy you a car?" "No, really not." The Magotan drove off into the night. At a street corner, a Toyota Land Cruiser started quietly and followed behind. Ward in the passenger seat turned his head, glanced at the rearview mirror, and noticed the Land Cruiser following them. An eerie cold smile spread across his plump face. Unfortunately, Harrison couldn't see his face right now, otherwise, he would think that this chubby man was not as naive and slow as he first seemed. He was quite cunning. The Magotan drove smoothly on the highway. Ward Owen, as the young master of the Whale Group, exuded the quality of a nouveau-riche in his every action, yet, curiously, his chauffeur drove very steadily. He neither ran red lights nor pressed on yellow lights, nor did he honk incessantly when being overtaken. This middle-aged driver appeared as calm and composed as his own shadow. Today, Harrison Clark had recited 6 songs in a row and played a round of drums, feeling somewhat fatigued. Combined with the fact that he couldn't think of any common topics between him and Ward Owen, he simply closed his eyes to rest in the car. Ward didn't find this rude in the slightest, and instead thought it was only natural. In Ward's understanding, creating was an extremely brain-draining task. How many brain cells would it burn to write 6 classics in a day? He simply couldn't imagine. "Mr. Louis, drive a bit faster while maintaining a smooth ride," Ward whispered. He thought that Harrison had fallen asleep. Mr. Louis, the driver, nodded. Gently pressing the accelerator, he fixed the speed firmly at the city main road speed limit of 80. "Young master, who are those people following us?" asked Mr. Louis in an even lower yet calm voice. "Some ruffians sent by Mr. Mitchell, I guess. It's fine. Once we arrive at our destination, they'll recognize me and should understand my attitude. They won't dare to make a move," he replied. Actually, that was precisely the reason why Ward insisted on driving Harrison home. Mr. Louis asked, "Mr. Mitchell is becoming increasingly unruly. Should I report this to the boss to avoid any complications?" Ward shook his head. "Absolutely not. My dad is annoyed by me right now. If he learns that I'm messing around with the likes of Eric Mitchell, he'll probably clean up my act first." At that moment, accompanied by a huge noise, the body of the Magotan suddenly jolted violently. Mr. Louis gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands and shouted, "Young master, hold on tight. This guy's gone crazy." Ward Owen held on to both sides of his seat tightly and reminded Harrison, "Master, stop sleeping. I don't know where the hell Eric found this madman, but he even dares to hit my car." Harrison, who had been pretending to sleep from the beginning, didn't need any reminders. He had already fastened his seat belt at lightning speed. As soon as he secured his seat belt, the Toyota Land Cruiser charged again with the desperation of a fugitive. This was definitely an old hand. The angle of the Land Cruiser's collision was ingenious, cutting in from a diagonally rear side and smashing into the left rear door of the Magotan. This proved that the Land Cruiser's driver was extremely experienced. When cars with high chassis collide with those with low chassis, the outcome is not simply determined by their weight. Off-road vehicles are prone to being flipped by ordinary 3-box cars. The ingenuity of this person's attack was that it effectively avoided rollovers. Of course, this move had its advantages and disadvantages. The Magotan did not completely lose its balance as a result. If the Magotan's driver had been an inexperienced novice, they might have panicked and slammed on the brakes in the face of this sudden crisis, causing the wheels to skid and losing control of the car's direction, before rolling over. However, it was obvious that Mr. Louis was highly skilled and remained fearless in the face of danger. After another violent shake, the Magotan wobbled but still stabilized. Ward Owen had just taken out his cell phone, preparing to call his father for help, when the sudden shake caused him to drop it. He cursed, "Damn it." Then he stretched his neck and looked anxiously in the direction of the back seat. He expected Harrison Clark, being an ordinary person, to be quite frightened. However, Harrison remained calm and sternly scolded Ward, "Don't move. Sit still." Ward sulked, sat down obediently, puzzled. He wondered why his master was so calm. It didn't seem right. Little did he know that Harrison had undergone rigorous military training in his past that was quite brutal, and had even performed well during the training. Such a minor commotion wouldn't scare him. Damn, luckily this guy doesn't know how to hit us well. If he had hit the rear of our car, we might not have been able to stay steady. After another impact, Ward Owen felt more at ease seeing Mr. Louis holding steady and said so. However, Mr. Louis shouted sharply, "Young master, don't lose focus. This person is not a pushover." As soon as the words fell, the land cruiser charged again. Turned out the Magotan had unknowingly been hit to the rightmost lane. Fuck. He's trying to hit us off the road. Even Mr. Louis, who had never cursed before, couldn't maintain his composure any longer. Seeing the land cruiser charge again, Mr. Louis stomped on the brakes. The car spun 180 degrees from where it was. However, the driver of the land cruiser was a real expert, stepping on the brakes after firing ahead. Both cars swerved at the same time. The land cruiser swung its rear from the inside like a dragon's tail. The land cruiser's rear hit the Magotan's rear and squeezed it off the highway. There was a steep slope about 2 meters high next to the road. Mr. Louis couldn't control the car even if he were possessed by a car god. The car completely lost its balance, flipped over, rolled down the slope, and landed headfirst on the ground. Fortunately, the car's structure was good enough that it did not deform completely, crushing the 3 passengers inside to death. Despite feeling banged up, Harrison Clark didn't think his injuries were serious. "Are you guys all right?" Harrison Clark supported himself with one hand on the roof of the car and slowly unbuckled his seatbelt with the other, speaking first. "Young master, are you okay?" Mr. Louis in the driver's seat moved his face away from the airbag and asked. Ward Owen's excess weight almost broke the seatbelt, and his face was buried in the airbag, making it difficult to breathe. He waved his hands wildly and said with a thick voice, "I'm fine, I won't die." "Damn it, Eric Mitchell, I'm gonna fucking kill you. Fuck your grandpa." At this moment, he was absolutely furious. "Let's get out of the car first, in case there's a fire or an explosion." Harrison Clark and Mr. Louis turned over almost at the same time. Since the left rear door had been completely deformed and couldn't be opened, Harrison Clark had to move to the right side to try and open that door. At that moment, the driver's door was actually opened from the outside. "Yo, you little ditty driver, not bad driving skills. How about it? Still got overturned by me, huh? Wanna fight with your grandpa? Get some more practice. Do you know what people on the streets used to call me? The second ring lord. Do you know?" The voice sounded slick and young. Harrison Clark turned his head and saw a sinister face grinning at the side of the door. Under the faint light of a distant street lamp, the man's laughter was wild and uninhibited. He didn't pay any attention to the expressionless Mr. Louis and instead leaned in and looked towards the back seat. Noticing that Harrison Clark had already escaped and turned around, he seemed slightly surprised. "Mr. Clark, you're quite capable, ain't ya? You didn't even get knocked out by this. Impressive, impressive. But, I thought it would be better if you had just passed out, considering I'll be cutting your tendons later, and that's going to hurt a lot." Harrison Clark hadn't had a chance to speak yet. Ward Owen, still hanging upside down in the passenger seat, became furious and started cursing. "Damn your grandpa, the second ring lord? You better open your fucking dog eyes and see who the fuck I am? How much did Eric Mitchell pay you that you dared to hit my car too?" Translator, 549690339. Ward Owen blew up in fury. He had been taught all his life to always stay humble, never showing off just because his family was well off. So, even though he was usually a troublemaker, he was well-mannered. But the fact that he was now spewing profanities showed that his anger had spiraled out of control. The man who opened the door was definitely not an ordinary person but a violent criminal with a record. Hearing Ward Owen's cursing, the man didn't care. Instead, he magically pulled out a shiny, cold dagger and aimed it at Ward Owen's face. "So, who are you? You see that Harrison Clark is going to have his hand broken, and you can't bear it? You want to play around too? I think you have so much flesh anyway, losing a bit won't matter, right?" Ward Owen immediately shut up. He could see it now. The guy had absolutely no idea who he was. He also had no idea whose Magotan this was. And because the man thought that Mr. Louis was an ordinary driver, he took the car for a taxi and didn't see him or Ward Owen as anything special. But a person who doesn't have a clue is actually the most terrifying. Ward Owen didn't want to reenact history by getting killed by one such person. Seeing his threats work, the man snarled and turned to his gang, ordering, "Take that fat guy down and beat him up until his face swells up even more." At the moment he turned, Harrison Clark planned to make a move. But Harrison stopped when he saw Mr. Louis do something. "Stay calm. Get ready, fat guy, we're coming." The man spoke with a hint of mockery before abruptly stopping, because there was a cold, metal gun barrel pressed against his forehead. Mr. Louis had drawn it. He could have just shot him directly, but Mr. Louis decided to keep him alive to prevent Eric Mitchell from making excuses later. The extreme danger that came upon him made the man make a decision on the spot. He desperately reminded himself to stay calm and not to gamble on whether the gun was real or not, because he only had one life and couldn't afford to lose. "So, you're the infamous bully? Let me introduce myself then. My name is Nathan Louis, the Deputy General Manager of Night Security Co., Limited under the Whale Group, and I also serve as the driver and bodyguard of Mr. Ward Owen." From your mouth, the dead fat guy. "My friend, do you know who you've colluded with and whose car you hit now?" Silence. Long silence. Other than the painful whining of the car engine, the side of Eastern Avenue at night was dead quiet. Not just the bully but also his two accomplices who were about to hold someone hostage were frozen in place. One of them was holding a flashlight, illuminating the car interior clearly. Being an observer, they got an even clearer view and a stronger shock feeling. That dark metal gleam couldn't be faked. It was a real gun? Seeing Mr. Louis had the situation under control, Harrison Clark gave a sigh of relief. Mr. Louis was in charge of the installation, while Harrison Clark was responsible for the rescue. He opened the door and drove out at an extremely fast speed, helping Ward Owen out of the car. Ward's pale face was a mix of blue and red bruises, and there was blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. But he seemed to be in good spirits. He sprang up and swooped on the other side to punch and kick the second-tier bully who had acted arrogantly. The man's screams were heart-wrenching, but it was unclear if Ward was being too heavy-handed or if the man was exaggerating his situation. The two accomplices beside him could not bear to watch, but Mr. Louis, who was holding a phone in one hand and a weapon in the other, constantly stared at them, preventing them from moving. In the end, it was Harrison Clark who stopped Ward Owen. "That's enough. Do you really want to kill him?" Ward, panting, leaned on his knees and said, "No problem, this guy obviously tried to take my life by crashing my car. Even if I really kill him, it's not a big deal. Just dig a hole and bury him here. My father will cover for me. Mr. Louis, give me the weapon, I'll put him out of his misery." The young bully, who had been pretending to be dead, suddenly jumped up and continuously begged for mercy. Nathan Louis didn't give the weapon to Ward Owen but just said, "Young master, it's not good for you to do it yourself. Let's wait for someone else. It's simpler for someone else to handle this matter." Only then did Ward become quiet, crossed his arms, and said indifferently, "All right then." Seeing that his own fate was being decided in just a few words, the guy on the ground couldn't keep calm. He hurriedly said, "No, brother, don't do this. Shouldn't you interrogate me first? Ask who sent me?" Ward Owen asked in surprise, "Aren't killers like you all bound by an oath of silence? You dare to crash my car and try to kill me, aren't you prepared for the consequences? Why would I waste my time?" "No, brother, trust me, it's not what you think. You saw that I was here for Harrison Clark, not you. Dang it, I'm not a killer. I can't even take on a job this big. It was just Eric Mitchell's bullshit. He gave me 500,000 to ambush Harrison Clark at the Homie Rose entrance. I only said I'd break his tendons to scare him. It's just a minor thing." Ward Owen leaned in closer with his chubby face and asked, 500,000? Just to scare him off? Are you kidding me? Do you know who Harrison Clark is? He's my master. Brother, I really didn't know that. If I had known about Mr. Clark's relationship with you, I wouldn't dare even if I had 10,000 times more courage. Ward Owen shook his head. "No, you would dare. What? If you want to live, just listen to my orders. The person you were supposed to deal with today is not Harrison Clark, it's me. Eric Mitchell asked you to do it. It has nothing to do with my master. Understand?" "What? What do you mean? If even a single detail of what you say later differs from what I've told you, you're dead. Mr. Louis, figure out a way to burn our car. Damn, if I had rode the Bentley today, none of this would have happened." Harrison Clark, standing nearby, heard everything clearly. He guessed Ward Owen's plan and was a little touched. The way it seemed was that the chubby guy was going to bear the whole thing to the end. By all rights, they had just met Ward Owen today, so he didn't have to do this, but he still did it anyway. It's said that chubby people have an honest appearance, and Ward Owen did look honest, but his actions perfectly revealed the fact that he was born into a wealthy family. He was not an easy opponent to deal with. Not much later, maybe less than 10 minutes, the car that Nathan Louis had just set on fire was still burning, and a long line of black cars arrived on the side of the road, stopping the curious passersby from getting closer. The Owen family had sent people. Harrison Clark didn't meet Ward Owen's father. The first batch of people to arrive were security personnel from nearby Whale Group companies. Ward Owen arranged a business vehicle to send Harrison Clark home and instructed the security personnel to stay in front of the Weston Community Building for the night. Before parting, Ward Owen laughed cheerfully and foolishly at Harrison Clark. "Master, go home and have a good night's sleep tonight. Tomorrow morning, your disciple will bring you a cloudless, sunny sky." Early the next morning, Harrison Clark received the outcome. Ward Owen called him, sounding a bit tired but having handled the matter cleanly. After hearing Ward Owen's results, Harrison Clark was secretly amazed that such a storm had been caused in Oxfordshire over a small fry like him. Eric Mitchell was completely done for. Facing the fury of the Owens, the Mitchell family did not put up any resistance at all. After all, Ward Owen had almost died. The car was even set on fire. When Owen's father saw the Magotan, which was burned to the point of only being a metal frame, he almost went mad with rage. His lips quivered, and a sense of horror gripped him. If Ward had been injured more severely and hadn't escaped the car in time, wouldn't his ashes be all that's left? His only son was the sole successor of the Owens, spanning 3 generations. Although Ward often made his father angry with his misdeeds, his father always said he loathed his son. But who would actually believe those harsh words, considering the stakes of offending Ward? It's well known that behind the stern father facade, he pampered his eldest son almost too much. Yet Eric Mitchell had the audacity to be so ruthless. Although Owen's father knew all along that his son didn't get along with Eric, he thought those conflicts were just childish disputes, not worth mentioning. Even as a giant in the business world, he believed his son was in the right and secretly rejoiced in the righteousness he inherited from him. Being scions of prominent families, one could see the difference between Eric and Ward. Although Ward was a bit chubby and lazy, and uncommitted to his duties, at least he didn't commit crimes and disgrace the family. Without comparison, one cannot truly appreciate what they have. The upper circles of Oxfordshire knew Eric's true nature, with many wanting to teach him a lesson. However, the Mitchell family fiercely protected their calf, and the real heavyweights who could stand against them weren't interested in dealing with it. Although Eric was reckless, he could still discern when he was stepping over the line. He knew who he should provoke, who he shouldn't, and to what extent he could push some people. Just like at Avril Green's banquet, even though Eric clenched his teeth in anger, he left without saying a harsh word. But this time, Eric crossed the Owen family's bottom line. Ward's father had the burnt-out Magotan towed to Mitchell's villa, blocking the entrance, sealing Eric's fate. Faced with the killer's bite, the damning video evidence from the car's surveillance system, and the charred wreckage, Eric could not defend himself. He desperately explained that he hadn't intended to harm Mr. Owen, that it was all just a coincidence. He admitted that he had found someone to get Harrison Clark in trouble, but he had never ordered the person to hit Ward's car. But it was all useless. In the end, Eric was punished with the Mitchell family's makeshift discipline, his back beaten until the flesh split. In addition, Eric's assets, totaling nearly 500 million yuan, were mostly given to Ward for a mere 1 yuan. But it wasn't enough. For the Owens, problems that could be solved with money were hardly problems at all. Making the Mitchell family bleed financially was just a means of punishment and satisfaction, nothing more. Later, the Mitchell family brought out an elder to plead on Eric's behalf, and said that they would send Eric abroad soon. He could only return when Mr. Owen's temper subsided, and he was willing to forgive and let go of the matter. Only then did the incident come to an end. Master, you can rest assured. As long as my father and I are still standing, you'll never see that man again in your lifetime. From now on, you don't have to worry about anything. Just focus on your creative work. This foul and ill-fated incident won't fall on you. Well, thank you very much. Hey, don't mention it. It's just my duty as an apprentice. Harrison thought to himself, I never actually agreed to accept you as an apprentice, so how did this come about? However, he now owed Ward a big favor. Although he hadn't accepted him as an apprentice, he didn't deny it either. All right, Mr. Owen, you're a busy man. Eric had so many businesses, and you'll have to slowly digest them all. I won't take up more of your time. No worries, it's not a bother. As for taking over Eric's businesses, I have plenty of people to deal with that. There's no need for me to get personally involved. Harrison Clark really wanted to hang up the phone right then and there. Having a conversation with this guy was truly tiring, as if constantly ridiculing him for being a poor pauper who didn't understand the world of the rich. All right, I have something to do right now, we'll talk later. If you're not busy, I should be allowed to be. Harrison heard the sound of the door opening outside. It must be Carrie Thomas coming back. He had to discuss this matter with her. He hung up the phone with a snap, got up, and as soon as he opened the door, he saw Carrie, sporting 2 huge dark circles under her eyes, rushing in. She really must have stayed up all night. Harrison raised his hand. Hi, there. Here's the song I wrote overnight. Take a look when you have time. I need to hurry and pack. Going to. All right. Harrison didn't even get to finish his sentence. Carrie was already rushing upstairs. He looked down, flipped open the notebook, and saw 2 beautiful and timeless characters for the song title. The Fire. Harrison's mouth twitched, feeling that there was something off about the pronunciation of these 2 characters, giving a quite unserious vibe. However, as he went through the lyrics line by line, he knew how powerful they were. He had to admit it in his heart. Carrie Thomas was truly unstoppable. No matter how much he plagiarized her, exploited her, or dug treasures out of her heart, she could always quickly regain her phoenix-like spirit and display her true talents anew. And each time was stronger than the last. As the name suggests, The Fire tells the story of a person's rebirth through fire. The lyrics of this song have a strong narrative, but the word choice and phrasing are even stronger. Just reading the lyrics, Harrison could sense a burning willpower rising up like flames. He had listened to countless songs and seen countless lyrics, but none of them could ignite a person's fighting spirit as much as the lyrics in his hands. Even he, a salted fish, had a feeling of spiritual trance, vaguely feeling like he was the phoenix in the lyrics about to be reborn through fire, wanting to break through the shackles of fate. As he was in a daze, Carrie had already rushed downstairs, snatching the lyrics from his hands. At the same time, she was changing her shoes and said, "I have no time to chat. I have to hurry to By Music Academy to get your adult life and my the fire done. I'm afraid if I delay too long, I'll lose the feeling." Harrison was about to say maybe we don't need to go to By Music Academy. After all, Eric Mitchell's businesses had all been transferred to Ward Owen, so there should be professional recording studios available here for free use. So he opened his mouth and said, "Eric Mitchell." Carrie waved her hand. "It's fine, I'll be careful. You should be more careful staying in Oxfordshire." "All right, I have to go now." Bang! Harrison chased after her, but she had already hurriedly entered the elevator. She thought Harrison had come to say goodbye, waving her hand, and the other hand pressed the close button at the same time. Harrison said in a defeated tone, "Wait a minute." Not waiting. The elevator door closed, and Carrie was gone. Harrison was speechless and took out his phone to send her a message on WeChat, clearly explaining the situation with voice messages. After waiting for about 7 or 8 minutes, Carrie replied, "Ah, is that so? Isn't that great? We won't have to worry in the future. But I still have to go to By Music Academy this time. The team there is very experienced. I promised to finish a dull life there. Can't break my promise." Harrison shrugged. "All right, I should have known not to waste my breath." Carrie's train of thought was really special, such a big good thing as Eric Mitchell being out of the picture, and she was so calm about it. Maybe in her heart, she didn't care about these so-called obstacles, she just always wanted to do her best. Returning to his room, Harrison looked up at the calendar. He suddenly realized, tonight was another night for having dreams. Harrison Clark was actually a bit confused about this upcoming dream. By his own intentions, of course, he would continue to shamelessly plagiarize songs, and this time, he even planned to copy at least 10 more. But what troubled him was, besides plagiarizing songs, what else could he do? In his mind, the instructor Daniel Thompson's square face would always appear over and over again. Of course, it wasn't because he was gay, but because the last time he left the military camp with cold blood in the face of Daniel Thompson's reluctance and eager expectation, he felt a little embarrassed. Last time, he forced himself to retire with an insignificant reason, which made many fellow soldiers worried about him and asked if something happened to his family. Harrison Clark wasn't the type of person who liked to owe others, whether it was in terms of money or emotions. He felt that he had let down Daniel Thompson and his comrades' expectations, and there was always a void in his heart. That's why he used to try so hard to keep his distance from others, simply because Harrison Clark knew his own shortcomings, and it was difficult for him to ignore other people's emotional investment in himself, regardless of what kind of feelings they were. Private Harrison Clark? Fall in. In a daze, Harrison Clark opened his eyes again. Without looking, he knew what the situation was. This time, Harrison Clark decided not to give Daniel Thompson a chance to order him to run laps, and quickly focused his gaze, looking intently while putting some pressure on his feet to move forward. His lips slowly opened, ready to respond loudly and confidently. But he didn't finish any of that because he was extremely surprised to find that the training base he saw in front of him didn't match the image in his memory. The first thing he saw on his previous 3 visits was the conical vehicles. That was the currently most widely equipped Type 3, an intermediate transport vehicle, which uses a small nuclear fusion power plant and still relies on traditional media for thrust, with a small head and a large tail. The upper half is the loading bay and the lower half is the power system. Because of the propulsion method, the Type 3 transport vehicle still needs acceleration during takeoff, and it's not too fast at first, but only after continuous thrust can it reach an astonishing top speed. Material science and heat insulation energy conversion levels limited the Type 3's maneuverability, with a top speed of only 8 Mach. But this time Harrison didn't see the familiar Type 3 transport vehicle. The spindle-shaped flying vehicle slowly floated in the air, then suddenly ejected blue light, and moved forward with an acceleration far beyond the Type 3 transport vehicle. A simple change in shape caused a tremendous shock to Harrison Clark. The development of Type 3, from design to the final production, seems to be a result of countless coincidences, but it is indeed an inevitable outcome of technological development. But what the hell was the spindle-shaped thing? Harrison Clark was completely dumbfounded. With a certain military training background, he didn't need to think about it and knew that the material science, dynamics, and control principles of the spindle-shaped aircraft must be vastly different from those of the conical Type 3. And what kind of ghost was that sideway movement? You didn't even emit blue light, you didn't even eject anything, how did you move sideways? Telekinesis. Daniel Thompson's deafening roar rang in Harrison Clark's ears again. Still daydreaming? Go run 10 laps around the playground. It was only then that Harrison Clark regained his senses, squeezing his face into a bitter melon shape and quickly lowering his head to run laps. This time, though prepared, he still couldn't escape the fate of running laps. But at the same time, he continued to look around the training base. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. The individual combat armor he once operated very proficiently had changed as well. Originally, the individual combat armor in his memory still had visible gear mechanical structures on the outside and was up to 7 or 8 meters tall. But now the armor worn by the veterans practicing on the other side had become smaller and more streamlined in appearance, much closer fitting, and the overall height was no longer uniform, but varied from 2 to over 3 meters. This should be the result of custom tailoring, or the production line has improved, and can produce individual soldier armors in different sizes to suit people of various body types. The smaller size gives these combat mechs even greater mobility, allowing them to move more swiftly. What this means is that, in terms of material science and power systems, this new generation of combat mechs is far more formidable than what he'd encountered last time. This proves that a more advanced mechanical structure has been developed, and there could only be one reason for this. At least in the basic field of material science, humankind has achieved a qualitative leap in progress. If the materials didn't become stronger, with significant improvements in the toughness, hardness, and ductility of the main structure materials, such small-sized individual mechs simply wouldn't be able to bear the robust mobility. The engine structure inside must have also become more microscopic and formidable, which is another significant challenge for the level of material science. Harrison Clark was genuinely baffled. It seemed that humanity had become slightly stronger than in his last dream. But why the hell was that? What on earth had he done? As a slacker, he was very self-aware. Harrison Clark knew clearly that he was the only variable in history. If he didn't do anything, just quietly kept himself locked in his room 1,000 years ago and didn't disturb anyone, and nobody disturbed him, nothing would change. If something came up in the future that was different from the past, then the source of this change must be on him, Harrison Clark. But he just couldn't figure it out. All he did was copy a few songs and help Carrie Thomas become famous a few years earlier. Being able to write 6 songs in one night yesterday might be enough to give him a fleeting reputation as a phenomenally talented poet in history. Apart from that, he did nothing. So why, as soon as he crossed over this time, did everything look different? What are you looking at? Don't envy others, these are the finest reserve soldiers in our base. Once they become regulars, they'll join a battleship directly and become shipborne soldiers. Do you know what kind of physical fitness standard is required to wear Azure Dragon single soldier armor? Do you know that the clotting serum they take before each training can cause an ordinary person's heart to stop and die? Daniel Thompson's voice rang in Harrison Clark's ear again. It turned out that Harrison Clark was so captivated by the armor that his pace slowed down, causing Daniel Thompson, who caught up with him, to curse him out. Harrison Clark was awakened by his scolding. Looking at this fierce fellow, he recalled the way Daniel Thompson gave him an energy drink last time. Oh, lion, stop pretending. You've always been a cold on the outside, warm on the inside character. A lot has changed in this era, but judging from your voice, your character definitely hasn't changed. Instructor, then tell me what kind of physical fitness is required to wear this armor. Last time, before leaving the camp, Harrison Clark had become one of the undisputed strongest fighters at the training base. At that time, he had defeated many veteran armored soldiers. Now, hearing Daniel Thompson belittling him, he felt a little unconvinced. Oh, you're ambitious. Then I'll use this running laps thing as an example. If you can complete 20 laps in 38 minutes, you'd barely meet the standard. Harrison Clark raised an eyebrow. That's interesting. Last time he left the military camp, he had just broken the base's record for the fastest 20 laps on the field to 37 minutes and 59 seconds. He didn't expect that now the baseline to become an armored soldier was 38 minutes. During the month he crossed back, he didn't slack off in his daily training, so his physical fitness shouldn't have decreased, but should have improved slightly. He raised his eyebrows. Can I give it a try? Humph, what can you do, rookie? Be careful not to run yourself to death. Daniel Thompson patted Harrison Clark's head and returned to the other reserve soldiers standing at attention. But seeing Harrison Clark speeding up, he sneered and called out a new recruit from the formation, get the first aid team ready. Every few minutes, Daniel Thompson couldn't help but throw a glance towards the new recruit who was huffing and puffing as he circled the training ground. Previously, Daniel held no particular impression of Harrison Clark, only remembering him as someone with a weak presence. If it weren't for Harrison zoning out today during Daniel's speech, he would have forever remained a faceless passerby in Daniel's world. But just like that, Harrison suddenly became deeply ingrained in his memory. Daniel had no idea where the seemingly mediocre new recruit found the courage to challenge the physical fitness standards of the armored soldiers upon arrival. He grinned, finding the situation somewhat absurd but commending the young man's spirit. To become a good soldier, one needs this kind of unyielding determination. Even if it seems utterly hopeless and only results in falling on the path ahead, it's better than kneeling and submitting at the starting point. Finding someone like Harrison was becoming increasingly difficult in this era, and they really needed people like him right now. There were things Daniel could not reveal to the trainees until they left for their battleships. He glanced back at the other trainee eggs, thinking, they must work harder, wishing that there would be more of them who would be allowed aboard battleships. Once that day comes, he will make sure they all get a taste of the real lion. He guarantees they each won't die before him. Underneath all the chaos, being a civilian or a soldier would be almost the same in terms of survival chances. Both were zero. A bitter expression crossed Daniel's face as he recalled the commander's core speech last year. Only 11 words were spoken. Humans have no choice but to fight with their backs to the wall. Daniel continued to smile bitterly. He has prepared for death but still doesn't know who the enemy is or what they look like or even what form their attack will take. If the enemy is like the Singer civilization described in the science fiction novel The Three-Body Problem from 1,000 years ago, sending a two-dimensional foil over, the entire galaxy will be wiped out in the blink of an eye. What's the use of fighting then? And what's the point of this kind of training? As this thought arose in his mind, he violently slapped himself. He scolded himself inwardly. Daniel Thompson, what are you thinking about? You are the instructor for these new recruits? You can't waver. Even if the enemy truly possesses weapons like the two-dimensional foil, even if we are all wiped out in an instant, even if our actions seem meaningless to the enemy, they still hold great significance for us. The universe has memory. It will remember that humans fought until the very end, never stopping their pursuit of progress even if that struggle is futile. Two new recruits who had been eavesdropping walked up curiously and asked, "Instructor, what are you doing?" The trainee eggs were startled by Daniel's sudden self-inflicted slap. Giving them a sharp look, Daniel snapped, "Stand in your military stance. Why are you asking so many questions? If I see even a slight shake in your footwork, I'll make you run laps with Harrison." Who knows what the 17th rule of the world's military is? Whoever answers correctly will receive an extra portion of the nutrition meal this week. Someone raised their hand. Speak. Never question the motives behind a superior's decisions. Very good, Daniel nodded. Now go run laps with Harrison. The person was dumbfounded. Why? Repeat your last sentence. Never question the motives behind a superior's decisions. Daniel shrugged. Understand now. The person cursed inwardly but didn't argue, instead dutifully following orders and joining Harrison, who happened to be at the starting point of the track. Watching the two of them run side by side, Daniel looked on with an expectant smile. The volunteer he'd just chosen was his favorite among his squad of fresh recruits, tough, determined, hardworking, and excellent at learning. About both physical gifts and intellect, he was truly among the best. The only drawback was his by-the-book personality. He followed every piece of Daniel's advice religiously, never adapting or flexing in his approach. Daniel intentionally pranked him, hoping he'd learn a lesson and become a little sawyer later on. In the midst of giving his all to break his record yet again, Harrison suddenly found someone running alongside him. He slightly turned his head and was surprised to see Marthas. Harrison remembered the man well, mostly for his name. It matched the famous Wei general of the Three Kingdoms era who died under the blade of the mighty Guan Yu. In Harrison's time, knowledge of the Three Kingdoms had faded, but he remembered it all quite well. About the same height as Harrison, Marthas was much sturdier in build. In Harrison's opinion, Marthas was a vastly uninteresting person, extremely rigid and taking every word Daniel said as an unbreakable rule. But he wasn't sucking up to Daniel. Whatever education he'd received had surely made him entirely devoted to becoming an excellent soldier and sacrificing for humanity. Last time Harrison had had a dream of leaving the military base. Of all the trainees besides himself, Marthas had shown the most promise in hand-to-hand combat and all aspects of military prowess. Harrison's own rise was only possible because he had a cheat. He'd done this 3 times before, allowing him to predict what was coming and receive more training than the truly new recruit, Marthas. But the gap between Marthas and Harrison wasn't huge and could easily be closed. A terrifying thought. Marthas was the genuine prodigy king of soldiers. Harrison couldn't compete in terms of talent. There were others with Marthas's aptitude across the global military's training bases. In the legendary monster training camp, any random tail-ender there would be a top performer if they were to join a regular training camp. Marthas, what did you do this time? Harrison couldn't help but ask. Marthas replied, shut up. Focus on running, don't lose your breath. Harrison secretly curled his lip. Fine, let me just stay focused then. He resumed concentrating on his run. 3 laps. 4 laps. 10 laps. As Harrison Clark completed his 10th lap, Marthas was just finishing his 7th. On the sidelines, Daniel Thompson, who had allowed the other rookies a brief rest, was astonished. How was it that half the distance had gone by and Harrison still hadn't slowed down? Marthas started after him, but why were they still running side by side? Had Marthas run too fast, lapping Harrison in the process? No, surely not. Daniel Thompson glanced at his watch. Unbelievable, only 16 minutes had passed? What was that cheeky little brat Harrison up to? Had he taken some kind of drug? There was no reason he would have known that he'd be required to run laps that day, nor did he have any reason to do so. Daniel became even more amazed to discover that Marthas' running form had already started to change slightly, showing signs of fatigue, while Harrison's steps remained steady, his breathing even. Harrison's running form was very standard, his movements hadn't changed at all, and he was still employing a professional gravity running technique, with a consistent stride and pace. Fast, steady, showcasing excellent endurance. Daniel was slightly dazed. How could he have previously overlooked Harrison's tremendous talent? Not just Daniel, even Harrison himself was quite bewildered at this point. He could tell something was off, feeling that his physical abilities were slightly better than when he was dreaming. Unable to make sense of it initially, he glanced at the spindle-shaped flying vehicle in the sky and the Azure Dragon single-soldier armor, which provided him with a small bit of understanding. Since there had been such significant advancements in material science, it was only natural that there would also be changes in biology and sports medicine. Perhaps his body had adapted to the progress of technology during this era, and he had already been given some gene-enhancing drugs to boost his physical abilities. But it might not be like that. Who knows, and who cares anyway? Gradually, Marthas' breathing became more desperate, his steps heavier. He could feel it clearly, he might not be able to keep up soon. He desperately wanted to slow down, but the steady breathing and footfall from Harrison at his side seemed like a sharp knife stabbing into his self-esteem. He knew he had run 3 laps less than Harrison, but why on earth was he the one getting tired first? This was utterly disgraceful for someone as unyielding and competitive as Marthas. He gritted his teeth fiercely. I cannot lose. No way. But shouting couldn't create miracles. If Marthas couldn't keep up, he just couldn't. Gradually, Harrison advanced past him. Marthas could only watch as Harrison's back disappeared into the distance. However, this did provide some relief for Marthas. Harrison became the pace-setter, breaking the wind for Marthas, who followed behind. The air resistance he faced became slightly less, allowing him to return to the limits of his endurance. He caught up again. A long time passed. Having halted his own training, Daniel waited for Harrison and Marthas at the finish line. The other rookie soldiers acted as the audience, secretly cheering the pair on in their hearts. As true rookies, Daniel's squad was rather humble within the base. There wasn't a single one of those half-distinguished armored soldiers that interacted with these rookies without looking down at them, their noses in the air. Whenever they had the chance, the armored soldiers always enjoyed flaunting and praised themselves to the high heavens. They'd heard from Daniel that Harrison was attempting to break through the minimum standards set for the armor soldiers, so their hopes were high. We're all rookies, and on our very first training session, our comrade could catch up with you arrogant armored soldiers. You guys have nothing to be proud of. And so, unconsciously, Harrison, who was dashing down the track, came to represent the will of this group of rookies in the base. If he could succeed, that would prove that the gap between everyone else and the armored soldiers was actually not that big. Harrison, still sprinting forward in a steady pace from 100 meters away, prompted Daniel to check his watch continuously. Click. As Harrison crossed the finish line, the artificial intelligence terminal on Daniel's watch displayed the time. 37 minutes, 8 seconds. A whole 52 seconds ahead of the minimum standard? Harrison stopped running, standing in place, asking, Coach, how did I do? Can I wear that Azure Dragon armor now? Splat. Before Daniel had a chance to answer, Marthas fell flat on his face right behind Harrison. Before passing out, the poor tough guy mumbled incoherently. 3 more laps, I still have 3 more laps. Daniel yelled, we'll talk about you later, Harrison. Medics, hurry up and save him. This is just your first official boot camp training session, for God's sake. Contrary to Daniel Thompson's expectations, Harrison didn't collapse on the way to the finish line. This left Daniel both astonished and relieved. Yes, his ignorance had led him to believe that Harrison's efforts were futile, but against all odds, the young man had effortlessly reached the finish line. In some sense, this was a miracle. So if the commander's speech could be completed, it would probably go like this. With no other choice, humanity must fight with its back to the river. Miracles will inevitably happen. As Marthas was quickly sent away, the other new recruits were not satisfied and rushed over to ask Daniel Thompson if Harrison Clark could really wear the armor. Daniel Thompson became flustered. He hadn't thought about this situation before, so he hadn't given a definite answer. To his surprise, this trick worked in Harrison's favor. And it didn't end there. A score of 20 laps in 37 minutes and 8 seconds, even among veterans who have been training in armor for a long time, is considered top-notch. Harrison took advantage of the situation, bringing it up in public and putting himself on the spot. Daniel Thompson was in a tough position. If he went back on his word, it would damage his credibility as a new recruit instructor. Even if he wanted to refuse, he needed a convincing reason to do so. But Harrison's performance was genuinely excellent, and even Daniel Thompson believed that he could wear the Azure Dragon armor right now. Unfortunately, Daniel Thompson was just an ordinary instructor at the base and didn't have the authority to let a newly enlisted recruit wear the most advanced individual soldier combat weaponry in the world today. Daniel Thompson was in a difficult position. Seeing Daniel's predicament, Harrison decided to withdraw his request gracefully. He admitted that he was very curious about the never-before-seen Azure Dragon armor and really wanted to operate it himself to see what it felt like. But he also knew that it was just a single piece of soldier armor and couldn't change humanity's fate. A year later, everyone would still die without dignity. But as a man, who wouldn't want to pilot battle armor, especially state-of-the-art battle armor that no one has seen yet? He knew that he would definitely get to pilot it within 4 months given his exceptional skill level, but by then it would hardly be new and exciting. Of course, the earlier, the better, but since that couldn't happen, he wouldn't push his luck. It's all right, instructor. If it's not possible, I was just joking. Never mind. Harrison's sincere concession, in Daniel's eyes, seemed to be a way of using a retreat to push forward. Daniel Thompson was truly uncomfortable at the situation. At that moment, his wristwatch-style personal terminal vibrated. Daniel Thompson's mind raced, connecting to the brainwave communication and hearing the voice of his immediate supervisor. Let this new recruit named Harrison Clark attend a political review. If there are no problems, let him start wearing Azure Dragon armor training. Daniel Thompson was stunned, his mind shouting, but Harrison is just a new recruit. That's why I just said he should attend the political review first. This is the general's order. What's the 17th military rule? Never question the motives behind a superior's decision. The brainwave communication automatically hung up, leaving Daniel Thompson's face a little red. He took a deep breath. Harrison, you should go to the political department for a political review now. If there are no problems, from today onwards, you will start Azure Dragon armor training ahead of schedule. However, you cannot skip the regular new recruit training. If everything goes smoothly, after you finish here every afternoon, you will go to the individual soldier armor training department for extra hours. Harrison's eyes widened. His attitude collapsed. He had played himself into trouble, losing his precious leisure time. There were no surprises in Harrison's political review. He thought he was suspicious, but the information looked up by the political department was flawless. Although he still couldn't find out where his parents were, at least a corresponding source was found in the gene bank. Only then did Harrison learn why 1,000 years later, Private Harrison Clark had no family in his hometown. It was rather sad. This body didn't have parents in the biological sense. Starting a millennium ago, there were problems with the human birth rate. This issue lasted for hundreds of years, not only remaining unsolved but becoming increasingly serious. For the first 200 years, it didn't matter what kind of policies were in place to encourage reproduction. People from the 90s, 00s, and 10s generations thought it was too tough to have their own children, so they shouldn't have kids to suffer with them. In the following 200 to 300 years, as technology gradually progressed and productivity increased, humans stepped into a highly welfare society. Since then, people's daily necessities were truly taken care of. But these pleasure-seeking people found new excuses not to have children. Raising a child is hard, but once they're born, humans' biological instincts won't let them neglect them. We shouldn't be slaves to our genetic instincts, we should liberate ourselves. That was the consensus of many people, so they still didn't have children. However, 500 years ago, the world government that had been established through unification made a decision to cut the Gordian knot. With the complete maturity of artificial embryo cultivation technology, the world government initiated a gene cultivation policy. You can choose not to reproduce, you can also choose not to raise children, but you have to donate your genes and put them in the gene bank. Every year, the government used a completely random combination, adjusted the male-to-female ratio, and turned the gene bank resources into embryos, then cultivated them into human beings. When this policy was first introduced, it was met with numerous criticisms, and various ethicists vehemently opposed it. But the world government silenced others with just one sentence. If we continue with this aging trend, humans will go extinct. You have a big issue with that? You object to artificially cultivated embryos, but you don't want to give birth to me yourself? The most vocal critics were immediately silenced. In the blink of an eye, another 500 years passed, and now the population had indeed rebounded. Both the shift in beliefs and the effective implementation of artificial embryo policies played a role. Harrison Clark himself was one of these new superhumans cultivated through such methods. So, while he had a hometown, native soil, and genetically related parents, neither party cared about each other and had never contacted one another. Harrison, like many others in his generation, had no roots to speak of a common condition in this age. Everyone's roots shifted from a narrow sense of hometown to the entire blue planet. That night, in the biological training room, Harrison was immersed in a large, transparent liquid tank with even his head buried in the liquid. Amazingly, he could open his eyes, breathe and remained conscious. Outside the tank were Daniel Thompson and 4 busy white-coated researchers. Daniel nodded at Harrison through the glass, and his telepathic communication reached Harrison's ears. The maximum mobility pressure of the Azure Dragon armor exceeds 20 G, which will put tremendous stress on the human body. An ordinary person exposed to this level of acceleration would undoubtedly have their blood vessels burst and die instantly. Therefore, before each real machine training or live combat exercise, all armored soldiers will inject a blood coagulant serum. The coagulant serum greatly enhances the blood's ability to carry oxygen and nutrients within 3 hours, but at the same time, makes the blood more viscous, making it possible for armored soldiers to withstand higher acceleration thresholds without any side effects. Harrison asked in his mind, what about the brain? Wouldn't that be affected by extreme acceleration as well? Daniel shrugged. There's also a drug for that, but it's still in development with severe side effects, certain death. The symptoms are similar to the incurable disease ALS from 1,000 years ago, so it's not yet usable in the field. All right then. Your political screening and basic physical tests are all fine. Theoretically, you'll be able to withstand 20 G acceleration after injecting the serum. But now, we need to do a full body examination to determine your adaptability to the serum. If it's less than 60%, your dream of wearing armor ends here. I get it. It's like an allergy test. Yes, a subcutaneous test throughout your body. Once you pass, you can begin your basic theoretical training tomorrow. Then, in about 2 to 3 months, you'll score a 90 on the operation test, step out of the simulator and put on the Azure Dragon armor. Harrison's mental state continued to crumble. 2 to 3 months. I'm so busy, you know, whatever, I've come this far. I have to go through with it. In his last visit, the large individual soldier armor he tried wasn't this powerful in terms of mobility basically. Any robust man could wear it, so there was no need for this step. Clearly, this was another advanced technology brought about by the latest evolutionary leap in technology, which didn't surprise him. After Daniel explained all the precautions, one of the researchers pressed a button, and dozens of probes in the tank began to release an orange-yellow liquid into the tank's existing liquid. The orange-yellow liquid dispersed throughout the fluid, enveloping Harrison like a mist. Harrison began to feel a tingling itch all over his skin and involuntarily squirmed. I forgot to tell you, the first time you're exposed to the serum, you might experience some discomfort and an irresistible itch. Scratching won't help, for it will only worsen the itch and soon the pain will make you faint. When I first underwent the serum test, I struggled for over 3 hours in the tank, scratching myself until I fainted from the pain. So my advice to you is, even if you feel itchy, don't scratch. Hold out as long as you can. If not, start scratching now and let yourself faint sooner. Good luck, my brother. Outside the tank, Daniel wore a mischievous smirk as if saying, "You tricked me, so I'll trick you too." Harrison wanted to curse, but Daniel had already cut off the communication. All Harrison could do was open his mouth and release bubbles of agitation from his mouth. Seeing his angry appearance made Daniel's frustration with being forced to cooperate with Harrison vanish. Just when Harrison suddenly stopped squirming, he closed his eyes and fell silent. Daniel was taken aback. Harrison had only endured for less than 5 seconds before becoming still. Thinking something had gone wrong, Daniel quickly shouted to the researchers, "Stop it now." His voice was so loud it cracked, clearly heard by Harrison through the tank. The lead researcher looked at the monitor's readings with a puzzled face, muttering, 100%. Daniel was startled. What, 100%? Is it possible for someone to have 100% adaptability to the blood coagulant serum? What's the previous record? If he's at 100%, why hasn't Harrison moved? Daniel looked back at the tank and was astonished to find that Harrison had already opened his eyes and was waving at him with a mischievous smile. Yes, the itch had suddenly vanished. He didn't know why this happened. Comparing his experience to Daniel's miserable 3 hours followed by fainting in pain, Harrison had it too easy. The researcher, still puzzled, said, the previous record was 91.73%. In theory, humans as mammals shouldn't be able to reach 100%. The equipment must be malfunctioning. At this point, Harrison still didn't know that he was breaking a world record for all of humanity. All he knew was that he had outwitted Daniel once again. Hearing the researcher's words, Daniel was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. He asked further, if this is true, does it mean that Harrison has the potential to break the 20G acceleration limit of the Azure Dragon armor? Yes, if he wants to, he can achieve the strongest mobility in the history of the Azure Dragon armor. I need to report this immediately. As Daniel looked at Harrison again, his eyes became slightly red. In his understanding, with each step forward for human civilization, there was a greater likelihood of survival. And this brat Harrison, without making a sound, had taken an incredible step for humanity. At this point, the smug smirk on Harrison's face suddenly seemed endearing to Daniel. The liquid level in the tank decreased, and Harrison Clark stepped out. As he put on his coat, he asked Daniel Thompson standing next to him, "Coach, how is my adaptability?" In fact, he didn't even need to ask. He already knew the answer. Daniel Thompson forcibly calmed himself. "Not bad. Just not bad. Is it that strict? Buddy, what's my adaptability rate?" Harrison turned to ask the white coat standing next to him who had just finished the report. Wait a moment. The white coat did not answer Harrison's question immediately. He was waiting for his boss's reply. This was a major issue. He could only decide whether to tell Harrison the truth with the leader's approval. Unlike the complicated procedures 1,000 years ago, the administrative system of this era operated with astonishing efficiency despite the larger population. As long as the matter you reported was important enough and could pass the system review, anyone could immediately have their voice heard at the highest level. In less than 30 seconds, the top leaders made a decision and issued instructions through the artificial intelligence system. The white coat quickly browsed through the message and put on an extremely ardent smile, suppressing his inner excitement. "Congratulations, Harrison Clark, your coagulation serum adaptability is 2%. Harrison nodded calmly, 2%. Well, that's not bad. This means I can wear the Azure Dragon armor, right? Several white coats and Daniel were all a little puzzled. It seemed this guy didn't really understand what a 100% adaptability meant. While they were all so excited that they wanted to soar into the sky, the original person in question remained totally unresponsive, creating an unbearable contrast for them. Daniel couldn't help but add, "Before you, the highest record of human adaptability was 91.73%. You're the first one in history to reach 100%. As he spoke, Daniel's voice started to tremble. Harrison finally understood. It turned out the "not bad" Daniel mentioned earlier meant this. He nodded suddenly and deliberately opened his mouth wide, drawing out his voice. "Oh, I see." Still, neither Daniel nor the white coats could handle his feigned shock. "Daniel, that's it?" Harrison shrugged. "Or what? Should I set off some fireworks to celebrate?" As someone who knew the outcome, he honestly had no feeling for this so-called new record. Nothing could change the fact that there was too little time left for humanity. There were some discrepancies between what Harrison had expected and the reality. In the end, he received many unexpected benefits. He signed a contract with the world government to assist their research. In a certain sense, he became a lab rat, but without being dissected, he just had to provide some blood and tissue cells. There were other terms in the contract, like his agreement to trace the origin of his genes for the world government. However, he wasn't worried that the world government would completely replicate another Harrison Clark according to his gene source. Even twins wouldn't be identical, let alone siblings. Every recombination of DNA single strands to form DNA is a brand new creative process. At the same time, he was not worried about being cloned himself. The growth of life has its natural laws, which have not been broken so far. Although Harrison had the value to be cloned, there was only 1 year left for this world. There was no time left. From then on, he was technically a member of the research institute. When he signed the electronic document, Harrison pointed to the clause allowing cloning and asked the white coat next to him, "Has anyone ever been cloned before?" The white coat didn't dare to answer directly, but Harrison's electronic screen transmitted an experienced voice. Yes. In recent centuries, the world government has tried to clone people many times. The main cloning subjects were top scientists of certain eras. Harrison was amazed. Would people agree to that? Doesn't it feel weird? Of course. That's a big sacrifice. Didn't you also agree? Harrison mumbled secretly. He didn't refuse because he knew the outcome beforehand. It was different from others. The voice on the other side seemed to like chatting. While explaining the contract details for Harrison, it also revealed some secret stories that could never be found in the database. Harrison was more than happy to accompany that and wanted to know more about history. The more he listened, the more shocked he became. For example, cloning had been attempted more than 100,000 times in the hundreds of years since the world government was established. However, the results were disappointing and tragic. Even if the cloning subject was proven to be a top talent, their clone could not inherit their original body's talent, and even mediocrity became a luxury. Countless deformities, diseased, twisted, and disabled persons with innately anti-human types emerged one after another. The entire cloning project did not create any value, only wasted countless resources. But what shocked Harrison the most was the dogged determination of the entire world government leadership in seeking the tiger in the mountain despite knowing the potential danger. 1,000 years ago, the contentious issue that people argued about for decades and dared not touch was trampled on time and again by these people. In the history of these centuries, there have been numerous instances of leaders being widely accused by society because of the exposure of cloning projects and eventually committing collective suicide to quell public outrage. But today, when Harrison Clark, who has 100% adaptability, is born, the leaders still decisively approve the restart of the cloning project. Harrison could feel the urgency and determination of that group of people. In order not to be wiped out, for the survival of the race, these people had long decided to spare no cost. Their ideals were very iron-blooded, even cold-hearted, ruthless not only to others but also to themselves, and they didn't care about being cursed for eternity. Because in these people's perception, if they did nothing, if they were always hesitant, when doomsday comes, they would definitely regret not being more decisive. After Harrison signed the last name, the mature voice said again, "Thank you very much for Sergeant Harrison Clark's help. Due to your outstanding contribution, you will be appointed as a special scientist by the Ancient Civilization Research Institute from today. Your citizen class will be promoted to level 2. Your citizen credibility and welfare treatment will be greatly improved, and you will have more extensive information rights. Please continue your hard work, Sergeant Harrison Clark, and hope that we will meet one day. Thank you." With a bow, Harrison felt full of satisfaction. His information rights had been improved. It was so worth signing the contract. He couldn't wait to rush back to the dormitory now. "If there's nothing else, I'll go back and rest now," White Coat instructed. But because of the serum's effects, your spirit will be in a state of excitement for the next 3 hours, your thinking will be much sharper than usual, and you will not know fatigue. But after 3 hours, you will fall into a deep sleep, and you will wake up only after 10 consecutive hours of sleep and return to normal. Please be sure to consume enough food before going to sleep, and do not remove the watch-like end of your personal brain, so that we can monitor your physical condition and avoid accidents. This is also our first time dealing with an object with 100% adaptability, and there's not much experience. Okay. After listening to his nagging, Harrison quickly turned around and walked out of the room. Daniel Thompson followed from behind. "I'll take you back to the dormitory." Instructor, you don't have to do this. I'm refreshed right now, and I'm not so bad that I can't even make it back to the dormitory." Daniel shook his head. "No, didn't you just not pay attention? You're no longer a recruit, you're a sergeant. Just now the Internal Affairs Department has sent someone to move your personal belongings to the new dormitory with the standard of a sergeant, which has better conditions, right next to mine. I'll show you the way." "Oh, then thank you, Lion." "You call me Lion? It's pretty good, very intimate. When we get on the battleship, I'll have everyone call me that." Daniel grinned broadly. Harrison didn't say much. According to his original intention, he might not even get on the battleship. It would be good to live a few more minutes. The two walked back to the dormitory area. Daniel took Harrison to the door of the new dormitory, and the door opened automatically. Before parting, Daniel suddenly patted Harrison on the shoulder with emotion. Harrison's whole body broke out in goosebumps. "Lion, act normal. Promise me that you will die after I do." Just now Professor Owen said that you could achieve the Azure Dragon Armor's greatest mobility in history. So you're mankind's strongest soldier? So you must be able to live the longest. I hope someone will live to the end to collect my corpse, and it must be you." Harrison was dumbstruck. But Daniel didn't say anything else, and quickly turned his face away and returned to his own room. Harrison clearly saw that when Lion turned around, his eyes were somewhat moist. Watching Daniel's broad back disappear into the lights and shadows of the room, Harrison thought to himself, "Lion, you're naive. Do you really think that one strong single soldier can save the world? You're overthinking it. Do you know what we're facing? Dude, they don't even fire their weapons, just wipe out our entire spaceship fleet, okay? It only takes them a blink of an eye to destroy humanity, okay? Even if I wear the Azure Dragon armor and move as fast as a flying monkey, it's useless. No matter how fast, can it cover the whole world as instantly as that eerie beam? At this moment, the base's evening bugle call sounded, reminding everyone that it was bedtime. The evening bugle call was a military song that Harrison was very familiar with. He had heard it every time he came to the base before, so he could sing it now. But he didn't like this song, as he felt it wasn't that great. But this time, at the beginning of the prelude to the evening bugle call, Harrison was quite surprised. The prelude to this evening's bugle call was different from the last time he was here. It sounded somewhat melancholic. About 20 or 30 seconds later, a crisp singing voice sounded. Harrison was shocked. Such a familiar voice. The lyrics were even more familiar. Damn it, I really ran into a ghost? Isn't this Carrie Thomas's The Fire? After 1,000 years, the complete version of The Fire composed overnight by Carrie Thomas abruptly appeared in Harrison Clark's ears. Harrison could still remember the thrill he felt when he saw the lyrics just yesterday. At that time, Carrie should have only had a basic accompaniment and had not yet finished the arrangement. So the final version of The Fire turned out to be of this style and level? Harrison felt inferior and admired her from the bottom of his heart. After the sorrowful prelude was the passionate chorus. With continuous drum beats like heavy rain, Carrie's amazing energy hidden in her petite figure was fully unleashed through her one in a millennium voice and singing skills, full of personal style. Carrie, as Harrison knows her now, could not achieve such singing prowess. Probably, after many years had passed and her singing skills had reached their peak, she reperformed the product of her youthful inspiration. But if Harrison's memory served him right, he thought her singing skills hadn't been this terrifying. That indescribable trill, that wave-like tremble sweeping the beach, and that long, distant breath like an orchid in the valley, yet also like a waterfall in a long river, the incredible penetration and explosive power in her voice. Carrie's performance at this level made Harrison, now an insider, more shocked and amazed. It was clearly beyond the Carrie Thomas from 1,000 years ago. Harrison secretly thought, did Carrie's level and achievement improve again in this timeline? She was like an invincible little cockroach, growing stronger the more she was repressed. Gradually, Harrison's heartbeat became more intense. It was the lyrics alone that made Harrison's heart race, not to mention the accompaniment and Carrie's even more powerful singing skills to go with it. The music was like a giant hand, gripping his heart. As the music in his ears grew louder, he held on to the railing with both hands, breathing heavily and rapidly. The door of the neighboring room opened, and Daniel Thompson rushed out. At the same time came Professor Owen's voice from the personal terminal in Harrison's hand. Harrison, control your emotions? Your heart is beating too fast. Daniel grabbed Harrison still on the balcony by the shoulder. Are you all right? Are you having an adverse reaction? Without waiting for Harrison to respond, Daniel yelled at the personal terminal, medical department, send emergency rescue immediately. In less than 10 seconds, a white box-shaped aircraft with jet flames hovering in front of the balcony extended a retractable metal plate to it. This was the fully automatic emergency rescue hovering vehicle. Daniel was about to take Harrison away when he suddenly broke free. TM fine, really. I just heard tonight's chime and couldn't control my emotions. Seriously, aren't you allowed to sleep? It's such a passionate song, Harrison said with exasperation. Daniel scratched his head. I don't know why, but this tradition has been going on for 200 years. 200 years? Why? Daniel thought for a moment. With your current authority, you should be eligible to access this level of information. Just look it up yourself later, it's too long to explain. Go back to sleep. The song is very beautiful. You see, I have been listening to it for so many years and never got tired of it. I could sleep just fine. Miss Thomas was such an incredible person to compose such a groundbreaking piece 1,000 years ago. It seemed Daniel was still an ardent fan of Carrie Thomas, and the intensity seemed to deepen. The three words Miss Thomas's gave Harrison goosebumps, as he tried hard to compose himself. Yes, that's right. However, Miss Thomas's mentor, Mr. Clark, was very impressive too. It's just a pity that he had too few pieces. What? Mr. Clark? WTF. Harrison, the subject of mention, felt a jolt run through him and grew quite uncomfortable. Mr. Clark felt overwhelmed. What is this twisted pleasure? How could this be happening? Lion, go to sleep, don't worry about me. I'll go to bed too, good night. After separating from Daniel Thompson, Harrison Clark entered his room and turned on his computer. It took him 10 minutes to calm down before he quickly began to browse the information available to him. He had 3 hours of excitement from the coagulation serum, and he had already wasted half an hour. He had to make good use of the remaining time. This time, thanks to his 100% adaptability to the coagulation serum and connection to the top leaders, he was promoted to a higher military rank and given an upgraded citizen status. His personal account was also upgraded, and he even became a member of the Ancient Civilization Research Institute, granting him access to materials he wasn't qualified to see before. But Harrison knew that the future was constantly changing. The next time he visited this place, everything would reset. His individual soldier armor might not be the Azure Dragon armor anymore, and there might not even be coagulation serum at all, or everyone might have 100% adaptability. It was also possible that the technology tree had advanced in another direction, and there was no individual soldier armor at all, replaced by various high-powered firearms and energy cannons. This was a rare opportunity, and Harrison had to cherish it. He could always look up music, and there were no access restrictions for that. His first choice was obviously the details of the millennium of historical evolution. He was eager to understand what had happened in the past 1,000 years and what had led to the changes he saw now. From now on, you're Lucia. Lucia, starting from 2019, retrieve important technological and humanities archives for me. The more detailed, the better. As he spoke, a giant holographic screen appeared in front of him, listing a detailed catalog of records. Harrison clenched his fist in excitement. Last time he gave such an instruction, Lucia only provided him with biographies, interviews, and information about TV shows, movies, and entertainment programs. It was just sickening. Things were different this time. There were more political and economic news, as well as major technological and international events on the schedule. What a pleasant surprise. Harrison immediately pointed to the record titled Global Stock Market. Changes from 2019 to 2029. This one. Study history? No way. Harrison, with nearly 10 million in his pocket, would rather invest in stocks or buy lottery tickets than keep the money in the bank. He had given up on thinking about the lottery because there was too much scheming involved, and outsiders couldn't win even if they bought a ticket. Stocks were definitely more reliable, allowing him to steadily follow the big shots and profit. However, the holographic projection changed, and a line of text appeared in the screen. Lucia, the artificial intelligence, spoke in a very human-like tone. According to the world government's data analysis, the nature of such financial activities is an inefficient way of allocating productivity during low technological development. Therefore, the data has no reference or practical value, and is blocked from access. Harrison didn't give up and tried another approach. Show me the lottery data from 2019 to 2029. Criminal data has no reference or practical value and is blocked from access. Harrison couldn't help but applaud. You're truly a gem. What's the point of you? How about futures? Mutual funds. Similar to stocks and lottery, they're blocked from access. Harrison spread his hands. All right, then tell me the major events that happened in England, Oxfordshire starting from the beginning of 2020, one by one. Since the search for the cause leads back to the root, everything should start from what he did in Oxfordshire. In early 2020, genius music producer Harrison Clark wrote 6 timeless classics overnight at Homey Rose in Oxfordshire, shocking the world and creating a great sensation. Carrie Thomas, under the guidance of her mentor Harrison, experienced a burst of creativity and wrote The Fire. From then on, her composition career skyrocketed, and she eventually became a master in her own right. Carrie Thomas only ever sang 2 songs written by others in her lifetime, which were Boring and A Dull Life, both composed by Harrison Clark. The first sentence made Harrison grin from ear to ear. Well, look at that. Genius music producer. Carrie Thomas's mentor. This time, he finally managed to gain fame and attention. My name will indeed go down in history. But how can I be so proud of myself? Keep reading. That day in history is known as the day of the music miracle. If not for the abundant evidence, no one would believe that a burst of inspiration allowed one person to write 6 songs in a row, each a classic. It is rumored that Harrison Clark was the first, and the only, person in human history with an instantaneous artistic IQ over 300. Regrettably, after the day of the music miracle, it seemed as if Harrison Clark had exhausted his talents, and he could no longer create. Historians speculate that the burst of inspiration on that day might have exhausted his lifetime creativity. Moreover, Mr. Clark was an uncompromising person with high standards for himself. If his work could not satisfy him, he would rather not create, eventually leading to a lifetime of unproductiveness. Mr. Clark himself commented, "Historians really look up to me. My self-expectations are not that high, it's just that I sold out everything I had copied for that moment, and I haven't had time to continue copying." After that, Leah Clark, relying on the 3 songs purchased from Harrison Clark, secured her position as the Queen of Pop, only second to Kame Thomas and Avril Green in their time. Ward Owen, the heir of the Whale Group, became the king of contemporary folk songs after Harrison Clark wrote 3 folk songs for him and held the position until he took over the family business after his father's death at age 40. At this point, Harrison had a vague idea of what was going on. Keep going. This time, he focused on the Whale Group company. He did find a problem. Chris Owen, the chairman of the Whale Group, originally planned to hand over the enterprise to his son, who had graduated from an Ivy League college, before Ward Owen turned 30, while he withdrew behind the scenes. However, due to Ward Owen's album, which was mainly composed of 3 folk songs, becoming a huge hit within just a few months, he easily earned over 100 million. He wasn't willing to return to the Whale Group, and Chris Owen didn't want to go back on his word. After all, Ward Owen did make a name for himself in the music industry. In the end, Chris Owen had to stay in the position of CEO for over a decade. In those years, the billion-dollar company made rapid progress in both the market and research, achieving breakthroughs one after another, eventually growing its business beyond the $2 billion mark and becoming a global leader in materials and manufacturing. The rapid growth of the Whale Group finally slowed down when Ward Owen took over. Ward Owen was indeed a first-class talent. He lived up to his high self-esteem from being an Ivy League graduate. Within a few years, he made numerous blunders, dragging the Whale Group from a world-leading company back down to being among the top 3 domestically. He eventually resigned, and the company was handed over to professional managers, stopping the decline and gradually recovering over the next 3 to 4 decades. All of this is thanks to the breakthroughs that Chris Owen made in material science during those extra years in power, which provided enough capital for the Whale Group to recover. Otherwise, it would probably have gone bankrupt like another century-old enterprise, Lehman Brothers. Harrison Clark believed he was about to crack the case. It seemed that the root of everything was Ward Owen's nearly 200 pounds of fat. I swindled him out of $6 million and forcibly turned a talentless person into a king of folk music, which saved the Whale Group, leaving behind many legacies and greatly advancing the progress of material science. The progress of this stage, after thousands of years of fermentation, has been like a sound amplifier, constantly snowballing and expanding its influence, ultimately creating another technological revolution for all mankind. It must be so. Harrison Clark couldn't help himself for a long time. He felt goosebumps all over himself. Am I really that outstanding? But one could also say that Mr. Owen was so useless, holding back his progress. It was as if he had a chance to fight for a technological revolution. In the previous timeline, Harrison did not have such high access to information, and did not see the evolution of the Whale Group, but according to the final outcome of this timeline, as well as his own changes in Ward Owen's fate, he could roughly infer the conclusion. Ward Owen still couldn't make a name for himself in singing the next year, and then returned to the Whale Group on schedule, messing things up all the way, leading the Whale Group to decline rapidly, and also causing many innovative scientific research results that were brewing but did not ultimately take shape to die in the womb. Without the foundation laid by the Whale Group's research department in the early 21st century, human technological progress would have slowed down step by step, eventually leading to material science only reaching that level. Unknowingly, Mr. Owen became a sinner through the ages, and thinking about it makes him feel quite sad. Harrison secretly wondered, Mr. Owen only seemed stupid on the surface, but in fact, he had quite some means, and should not be so unbearable. Perhaps it could only be said that fate is making fun of people. Ward Owen's ambition was not here, so he shouldn't have been put in that wrong position. Harrison's eyes rolled, and he wanted to continue digging deeper into the Whale Group's research results at that time. The summary of the information stated that it was a synthesis of several metal materials, processing technology, and formula combinations. At that time, every year, the Whale Group invested billions to tens of billions of funds in research, and after several years of continuous burning, they finally achieved success. If Harrison could now predict the future and directly obtain the complete formula and technical solution, wouldn't he soar? It might be difficult to remember the process, as he had never studied it before and might not be able to remember it, but he could force himself to remember the ratio of the alloy composition. Lucia, pull up all the major technological achievements of the Whale Group from 2020 to 2050. He instructed. Lance Corporal Harrison Clark, your access level is not sufficient to review detailed material science and energy science records. Harrison said helplessly, what kind of access do I need? Only full-time employees of Yellowstone Research Institute can access specific research project information. What do I have to do to become an employee of the Yellowstone Research Institute? What's the difference between it and the Ancient Civilization Research Institute? Lucia replied, the Ancient Civilization Research Institute and Yellowstone Research Institute are both research units affiliated with the Ministry of Science and Technology. The Ancient Civilization Research Institute mainly engages in research on biology and medicine, while the Yellowstone Research Institute mainly engages in energy, material science, and manufacturing research. According to my calculations, Lance Corporal Harrison Clark, your IQ underscore is 133.2333. You need to go through at least 10 years, 3 months, 7 days, 3 hours, 5 minutes, and 42 seconds of learning basic knowledge so that you may pass the recruitment assessment of Yellowstone Research Institute and become an intern of its affiliated institutions. Is it really that precise? Yes, it's that precise. Goodbye. By the way, call me Master from now on. All right, Master. Harrison Clark felt quite helpless about this. Highly advanced technology and the vast knowledge system of humanity have resulted in an extremely refined social division of labor. Although it is said that the potential of the human brain is infinite, life and time are not. Only the top-level scientists in the current era, with terrifying intelligence that can overshadow the times, can possibly achieve a mastery of all areas and dabble in multiple fields. But according to his previous understanding, at the very least during his previous visits, such people simply did not exist in this era. God only exists in fantasies. Even the most distinguished scientists can only delve deeper into their respective fields, let alone Harrison Clark, a newcomer with a background as an artificially gestated poor recipient, who has never received any higher education before. At present, he took a shortcut and became a non-staff member of the Ancient Civilization Research Institute. Both the Ancient Civilization Research Institute and the Yellowstone Research Institute are on equal footing. It's just a pity that he is only an external staff member of the former. Moreover, there is a huge difference in the names of the Ancient Civilization and Yellowstone Institutes, with their expertise not being aligned. As for the achievements in medicine and biology within the Ancient Civilization Research Institute, most of them are beyond his comprehension, let alone the Encyclopedia of 1,000 Years, a treasure trove of books that contain a vast array of synthesis methods and explanations about various medicines. As an external staff member, he can't access those. Lab rats have rights, but not enough privileges. Shielding these outdated scientific achievements is, in a sense, the world government's protection for non-professionals. To make use of education in a postmodern society, there is no need to ponder the entire history of millennia-old technology. One should put their precious energy into things that can be utilized at present. So, unless one is a dedicated researcher in their specific field, they are simply not allowed to see it. Protecting a researcher's time is essentially protecting their life. Want to touch it? You still have to think of a way to become a regular. Forget it, I'll figure something out later. Really going to push me? 10 years and 3 months? Count me in. For me, it's just less than a year's effort. But the cost of transitioning now is too great. Harrison Clark is still exploring and doesn't dare to rush into the gamble. Furthermore, he could only become an intern in an external cooperation unit of the Yellowstone Research Institute, which would be a bit desolate, and he estimates the privileges wouldn't be high either. If he really wants to save the world, instead of doing these fancy operations, it'd be better to copy a few more dozens of Logan Lee's songs, forcibly elevate Ward Owen's status in the history of art, and prevent him from ever returning to the Whale Group, which would be a great merit on its own. As a side note, Logan Lee seems to have a strong fate, still existing in history, except for the slight absence of 3 representative works. In this world, Logan Lee's achievements slid slightly, not squeezing into the top 1,000 from 1,000 years ago, but still a very prominent artist in the 21st century who harassed Carrie Thomas. Harrison Clark will definitely show his deepest heartfelt regards to Logan Lee, making his name disappear from the history books. In this stage of the 21st century, there are no technological innovations to copy, and Harrison Clark has no other solutions, so he shifts his attention in another direction. In the 31st century, with his current authority, he could access some useful information. These are technologies that modern humans can use and need to continue advancing, widely present in high school and university textbooks. When he was a poor recipient and a soldier, he wasn't even qualified to read textbooks, but now he has become a second-class citizen and finally has the right to learn. However, he could not understand it at all. It felt like reading a completely foreign language. He couldn't even grasp the concept of various professional terminologies, let alone sentences composed of countless terminologies. So he lowered his expectations and went to read junior high school textbooks. He couldn't believe it, as he was supposed to be in the state of increased mental sharpness brought on by the coagulation serum. These are all basic knowledge for those engaged in technical work, and he could finally understand some of it. At the very least, he could recognize these words and vaguely have a concept in mind. But string theory, superstring theory, matter-antimatter relation theory, neutrino explanation, entropy and enthalpy, basic forces in the universe, Punnet's equation set, relationship between artificial intelligence network heuristic thinking and geometric mathematics, randomness and regularity of low-energy state quantum vibration in quantum communication. Harrison Clark slapped himself on the face. What is all this? These are junior high school textbooks. Do junior high school students in 1,000 years know how to play with these things? During the 3 years when he was a low-income recipient, he wasn't qualified, nor did he think of pondering the essence of this world, and he didn't know the terror of these times. This time, he made a slight attempt to be extraordinary, inspired by the fire to make progress, and only touched the edge of this terrifying Pandora's box. Now it seems that the 3 years of simulation and 5 years of college entrance exams are simply weak in comparison. Forget it, might as well just be an ordinary person who knows how to use things, but doesn't understand why or how they work. The world government's population hierarchy is meaningful. Those who live without using their brains are either welfare recipients or hands-on workers, and they don't need to worry about the principles. Those who live with their brains, even if they are just grassroots staff in scientific research or production, probably wouldn't be able to understand a competitor with the intelligence quotient of 133.233 like Harrison Clark. Lucia, when you mentioned the learning time of more than 10 years and 3 months, did you mean without eating, drinking, sleeping, or resting? Yes, and it must be in a perfect state of 100% focused learning. I admit defeat. With a good sense of self-awareness, Harrison Clark immediately gave up trying to comprehend the technology of this era. He shifted his attention back to the historical evolution of the Whale Group, planning to follow this line to understand the changes over the millennium. But a strong wave of drowsiness suddenly hit him, and his eyelids could no longer stay open. The sofa automatically transformed into a bed, a box appeared next to it, and 2 long mechanical arms extended from underneath, pulling the bedding out, covering Harrison Clark's body securely. Where his head rested, the sofa protruded a bit, forming a perfectly wrapped pillow. There were hissing metallic noises coming from under the bed as the sofa adjusted to the curve of his body, automatically creating the most ergonomically supportive shape. Harrison Clark had a mediocre sleep. He had a very long nightmare. In his dream, he was roaring. Who said electrons are not discretely distributed? Relativity is just relativity? How can there be anti-relativity? Light is both a wave and a particle. Light and particles are light. Quarks are the smallest subdivision. They can't be divided any further. Completely broken mentally. The next day at noon, Harrison Clark woke up on time, neither more nor less, sleeping for exactly 10 hours. He had too many dreams last night, leaving his head slightly dizzy. Instead of rushing out of bed, Harrison Clark sat cross-legged on the sofa, staring into space, feeling the sofa automatically supporting him. He knew what he had dreamt about last night, with a clear memory. This dream within a dream was truly terrifying. Well, never mind. As long as you don't have any unrealistic expectations, you'll never be disappointed. Just continue looking at historical materials, and don't try to be a technology mogul in your wildest dreams. This path is currently a dead end, wait for the future to handle it. Thinking about Lucia's intense learning period of over 10 years and 3 months, according to the time conversion, he would need at least 30 years, requiring over 30 round trips across the millennium. Who could bear it? First, make more money, keep boosting Ward Owen's value, and see if he can continue to exploit Carrie Thomas's potential, right? Unfortunately, he won't be able to copy the fire this time, but it doesn't matter. Carrie Thomas has other new merchandise. Harrison, how was your sleep last night? Just after washing up and eating the warm nutritious meal delivered through the pipe, he walked out of the dormitory door to see Daniel Thompson's bearded face examining him closely. Harrison Clark took a step back. Lion, aren't you going to lead the team in training? Daniel Thompson shrugged. I let them run laps. I came back to check on your condition. It's fine, no accidents. Were you afraid I wouldn't wake up? Not at all. It's just that Professor Owen asked me to keep a closer eye on you. You're the treasure of all mankind now. Harrison Clark shivered. Don't be so cheesy. It's bad for my liver. Ugh. Daniel Thompson was defeated this time. It took Daniel Thompson quite a while to recover from Harrison Clark's take care of your liver comment before he remembered the main point, patting Harrison Clark's shoulder. Let's go. Where to? Regular training. Harrison Clark wanted to say he wasn't interested in regular new recruit training anymore, having already done it 3 times previously. They say bad things come in threes, so doing it all over again would be quite devastating. Daniel Thompson shook his head. No, considering your special situation, the higher UPS have decided you will directly enter the Azure Dragon Armor adaptation training, starting with theoretical knowledge and simultaneously conducting simulated machine operations. That's great. Harrison Clark sighed with relief. He really is fed up with acting high and mighty in regular training that he has memorized by heart. The two walked side by side towards the depths of the base. Harrison Clark thought of the war song The Fire from last night. By the way, Lion, I didn't get a chance to check last night, but I still couldn't find out why the fire became a war song. Can you tell me a little about it? Even if it's a long story, can you keep it short? Daniel Thompson sighed. All right. Do you know? Actually, the fire can't be considered a military song. Then what is it? It's our war song for all of humanity. Do you know about the Yellowstone Research Institute? Harrison Clark's interest was immediately piqued. I know. What's the connection between the two? The fire becoming our war song starts with the predecessor of the Yellowstone Research Institute. This story is very long and sad. After listening, Harrison Clark fell into a long silence. He forgot to keep walking, just standing still with both hands in his pockets in the middle of the road. He looked up at the willow branches above his head. The willow branches swayed gently in the breeze, with a few tender green buds hanging on them. This was the last newborn before the end of time. Harrison Clark squinted his eyes, turning over in his mind the story of the predecessor of the Yellowstone Research Institute that Daniel Thompson had told him. He felt deep sorrow for the people who were born in this era 1,000 years later. They had tried so hard, but nothing could change their fate. It was all in vain. A century ago, at the beginning of the 3020s, human technology had reached a bottleneck. During this period, there was no progress in science and technology for 10 years. Materials and energy were the foundation of all scientific progress. To break through the bottleneck, the world government gathered the best scientists in all relevant fields at one base, putting all their effort into breakthroughs. Little did they know that this battle would last for 83 years. 4 generations, a total of 1,370,000 people, walked side by side on this incredibly difficult, thorny path, struggling day after day, year after year. In the highly advanced 29th century of medicine, the average life expectancy of the global population had already exceeded 100 years. But these scientists, who enjoyed the best welfare, had an average life expectancy of less than 60 years. More than 600,000 people died of overwork before they reached the age of 50. They burned their last drops of wick when they were at their most energetic and clear-headed. Even on their deathbeds, just moments before taking their last breaths, they held their work materials in their hands. Their final words were all about passing on the unfinished projects to their successors. 80 years, more than 1 million people, never backing down, falling one after another. This was a war without gunpowder, but with corpses everywhere. Finally, humanity won this war, achieving a breakthrough 20 years ago. It took another 20 years to transform these achievements into tangible results, as manifested by the Type 3 armor being replaced with the more advanced spindle-shaped vehicles and the bulky, clumsy old single-soldier armor being replaced with the lightweight and efficient Azure Dragon armor. The reversal of Ward Owen's fate was just a prelude set by Harrison Clark. The changes in the Whale Group were an amplified version of Harrison's influence on the future. The Yellowstone Research Institute's predecessor, relying on the achievements of the previous generations, had stormed through those 83 years, further amplifying the butterfly effect. Ultimately, countless factors converged to create this result, allowing humanity to win a technological war, complete a phased qualitative change, and establish the present situation. With Harrison's worldview, he didn't understand how those people had persevered. What kind of faith supported them? How did the world government persuade the scientists to make such self-sacrifices to face that illusory, yet inevitable, enemy? Harrison was utterly baffled by it. But his biggest advantage was that he didn't spend much time thinking about things he didn't understand. He could easily determine the limits of his ability and didn't overthink things, decisively giving up on pondering them. As for why the fire became the human anthem, it was closely related to the self-sacrificing scientists. These people worked an average of over 16 hours a day, and even with their unwavering faith and access to proper nutrition to restore their physical strength, their minds were still exhausted from being in a state of high-load operation for extended periods. They also needed some mental stimulation. At first they used drugs and psychological counseling. But the nature of drugs is to borrow ahead of time. After enjoying the benefits of drugs, soon the debt has to be repaid. Psychological counseling took too long to produce results, and precious time couldn't be wasted. So what to do? Scientists thought of many ways, using new technologies to make countless attempts, but the results were minimal. Later, it's not clear who first uncovered the dusty old papers and discovered that gleaming pearl among the sediment of history. The 1,000-year-old masterpiece The Fire was once again played in the sky. Carrie Thomas, a renowned artist from 1,000 years ago, had never been forgotten, but with new talents constantly emerging, people's hearts were always restless. Apart from a few enthusiasts of ancient style, few people would listen to songs from 1,000 years ago. But this time, the first person in this group of scientists to take a chance looked to see if they could find enthusiasm from the song, and then they listened to The Fire. The emotions in this song perfectly matched their mindset of struggling, burning, and sacrificing for the survival of mankind. At that time, he was in tears and maintained perfect mental state for the whole day. The next day, he continued to listen. He originally thought the effect would decrease, that the second listen would generate immunity and numbness due to repetition. But no, the state remained just as good. The third day, still the same. It lasted for a whole month, and the effect didn't diminish. This person was an expert in materials science and acoustics. He conducted a comprehensive technical analysis of The Fire. In the end, he concluded that when someone's mindset perfectly matches the emotions in The Fire, the song's effect will not diminish, because both the accompaniment and the singing represent the ultimate sound that humans can create at a certain level. Its melody doesn't seem like an artificial creation, but rather more like a natural force that drives genetic evolution, ultimately forming a great human gene with an incredible precision of combination. This person recommended The Fire to his close colleagues, and it quickly became a shared hobby among hundreds of thousands of people in the entire research institute. Ever since then, the progress of the entire project team has accelerated significantly, but because of this song, even more people have exhausted their strength prematurely and died of overwork. But it can't be said that it's The Fire that has harmed everyone. Take a certain researcher for example. He originally needed 80 years to complete his work, but with the stimulation of The Fire, he completed it in just 40 years. Although he eventually died prematurely at the age of 60, he reached the ultimate of what he could achieve in his life, and his life was without regrets. His name will be forever remembered by mankind. Carrie Thomas is no longer a leader in the narrow sense of the art world, and her achievements and contributions can't be summarized by rankings. Her works, after thousands of years, can inspire generations of people, allowing us to complete this technological advancement. Her achievements will forever shine on the monument of civilization. Harrison, do you see that bell tower? The names of 1,376,432 people are engraved on it. The names of Carrie Thomas and her mentor Mr. Clark are at the very top, followed by the names of all the scholars who have sacrificed themselves at the Yellowstone Research Institute. Coincidentally, Mr. Clark's name is exactly the same as yours. You are now the first person in human history with a 100% coagulation serum adaptability. You are also remarkable. It seems like it's destined. Should I change my name to Daniel Clark? Haha, heek. Daniel Thompson said this before sending Harrison Clark to the Azure Dragon Armor Training Center. Harrison wandered alone in the academy for a long time before gazing at the bell tower from the corridor. The blazing afternoon sun was glaring, and Harrison turned his face away, unable to look any longer. For a fleeting moment, he wanted to go to the bell tower to see his own name. But in the end, he never took a step forward, instead turned his back, and went to meet the Azure Dragon armor trainers who came to welcome him, quickly walking into the building. Something weighed on his heart. It was so heavy. It almost suffocated him. 3 days later, Harrison Clark passed the Azure Dragon Armor's basic theory exam with a perfect score. After going through those exaggeratedly difficult textbooks and refocusing on practical application, it was a joyful relief to just need to pay attention to sending mental commands and coordinating with the Azure Dragon armor. The core operating mechanism of the Azure Dragon armor is bioelectric control. The principle of human movement is actually quite simple. When the brain wants to control a certain joint to make a certain movement, it issues a command. This command, in the form of a bioelectric signal, is sent through the nervous system to the target muscle group's many nerve fibers, then divided into countless, more subtle bioelectric signals, stimulating the release of energy from ATP at different sites and controlling numerous muscle fibers to contract or expand, thus enabling the muscle group to exert force. This enormous and intricate process of signal and energy transmission ultimately forms external movements, which could be the curling of a finger, a blink, or a 100-meter sprint. The process of coordination between the Azure Dragon armor and its operator relies on the inner sensing system's detailed dynamic capture of the operator's bioelectric field. By modeling the bioelectric field, rapid observation of subtle changes can be made, allowing for nearly perfect synchronization with human movements. The main structure of the Azure Dragon armor is divided into 3 layers. The innermost layer is the bioelectric field sensing membrane, followed by the flexible metal colony, completely different from the gear-driven rod structure, providing coordinated power and protection for the human body. The outermost layer is armor with both resilience and super rigidity. The armor covers the limbs and main trunk, with retractable alloy blades hidden in the forearms. Operators do not need to constantly send commands with their hands, feet, or mouths as in the past when controlling large mechas, and then wait for a delay of about 0.1 seconds to get the corresponding action. The Azure Dragon armor can basically move with the operator's thoughts. This improvement greatly simplifies the difficulty for operators to control individual soldier armor, but at the same time, it places higher demands on the operator's physical condition. During these 3 days, Harrison Clark's theoretical knowledge mainly includes reading parameter methods, parameter meanings, understanding one's own and the armor's status, overload control, energy distribution methods, and other practical skills. He doesn't need to understand why and how the Azure Dragon armor moves, the signal transmission process, nor does he need to learn repair and maintenance since there are professionals responsible for it. The Azure Dragon armor is designed to be semi-integrated with the operator and any broken parts can simply be replaced with new ones. The damaged parts are sent back to the factory for repair. That's where the professionals gather. Everyone's life and energy are limited, and operators don't need to learn these things, nor can they. Your learning progress is slightly faster than I had imagined. I originally thought you would need at least 5 days to pass. Upon hearing that Harrison Clark got a perfect score, Daniel Thompson allowed the other new soldiers to study on their own and came immediately to the practical training yard. Harrison Clark was composed. It's okay. If it were before, he would have definitely wanted to show off his intelligence and wit. But after being humbled by high school textbooks, he learned to be low-key. Take Professor Owen, who is standing nearby in his white lab coat, as an example. Apparently, his IQ is as high as 107. But for Owen, getting into the top 10 in his college class is a challenge, and he's struggling. Harrison Clark, do you want to go back and rest now, or go straight to the simulator training room? Professor Owen asked as he approached. Harrison Clark rubbed his hands together, his expression excited. Straight to the simulator, I can't wait. The 3 of them walked side by side to the training room. Harrison Clark asked, do I need to inject coagulant serum for the simulator? No need. You'll see. As they entered the training room, Harrison Clark discovered that the so-called training room was actually a metallic walled hall that seemed impossible to see to the end. There were 2 rows of 5-meter square metal boxes arranged from the inside to the outside. Each box had a green painted number on the front, ranging from 1 to 20. These 20 simulators are the pride of our base. There are no more than 5 bases in the world that have more simulators than us. Professor Owen boasted with a proud expression. He looked at the indicator board. Number 8 and 16 are free now. Which one do you want? Are there any differences? No. Number 8. Harrison Clark decisively chose the lucky number. The 3 of them returned to the square box, and with a few operations from Professor Owen, a small door opened on the metal box number 8 with a pop sound. Go in. Professor Owen pointed to the doorway. Harrison Clark was puzzled. Aren't you coming with me? No one is going to teach me how to use this thing. You'll know once you go in. You don't need to rack your brain. As Harrison entered the door and it closed behind him, he saw 8 mechanical arms lifting a humanoid metal object about 2 meters and 80 centimeters high. Professor Owen's voice rang in his ears. Take off your coat and put your hands and feet into it like you're putting on clothes and pants. Don't worry, all the inner lining structures will be fully disinfected after each use, so you don't have to worry about catching skin diseases from others. Harrison did as instructed, embedding his hands and feet into the holes of the metal object. He then felt the object wrap around him tightly, automatically adjusting its structure according to his body size. It wrapped around him completely without hindering his breathing. Only his head was left exposed, and then a fully enclosed large helmet was presented by another mechanical arm and placed on his head. Harrison recalled the operating tutorial and gave mental commands. The helmet's front panel quickly became transparent, and he noticed that there were dozens or hundreds of mechanical arms connecting the simulator armor from various angles, lifting him slowly into the air. Now you can try to recall the tutorial and perform some basic walking, running, and jumping movements. These mechanical arms will cooperate with the simulator armor to make corresponding postures for every movement you make. Besides, you might feel a little bit of pressure and weightlessness. This is to simulate the real wearing experience of the Azure Dragon armor, but it has been weakened a lot, and the maximum acceleration won't exceed 5G. Therefore, there is no need for serum injection. Once you have fully adapted to the operation and can complete the individual combat assessment in holographic VR projection, scoring more than 90 points in the assessment, you will be able to leave the simulator and put on the real Azure Dragon armor. Harrison suddenly understood. He had previously imagined that the so-called simulator would directly input data into a person's brain, just like the holographic games described in novels. It turned out not to be the case. Even after thousands of years of technological development, people were reluctant to tamper with the human body's internal structure casually. The embedded brain chip seemed to have some unsolvable side effects and had not become mainstream technology. Harrison, I have faith in you. Strive to complete this in just 2 months. You start learning how to walk. It took me more than a week to barely stand stable, said Daniel Thompson outside, grinning. Thinking of the embarrassing moments he experienced when he first encountered the Azure Dragon armor, he eagerly anticipated Harrison sharing the same experience. Harrison had no idea of Daniel's wicked humor and simply replied, "No problem, but 2 months is too long. I'll do it as soon as possible. I'll sync your training simulation signal to our team, and some of the other guys have told me they want to see you and learn from you." Daniel snapped his fingers. On the other side, the new recruits under his command were gathered in a small viewing room. A holographic projection appeared, forming a 3D image on the left side of the floor in front of the viewing room. The new recruits saw Harrison in the simulator armor, suspended in midair with the support of numerous mechanical arms. At the same time, Daniel's explanations sounded in the room. "Pay attention, everyone, learn from this. Every excellent new recruit dreams of wearing the Azure Dragon armor someday. What you are seeing on the left side of the screen is the real image of Harrison. Soon there will be a projection on the right side, an overhead view of the 3D image, which is the simulated training scenario that Harrison constructed in the simulator. In real combat, the external environment is not constant. Different battlefields require different responses. Mountains, forests, deserts, space, oceans, skies, the moon's surface, inside starships, and the outer layer of battleships can all be our battlegrounds. Each environment varies in terrain, visibility, cover, temperature, and even gravity. So don't think it's just a simple matter of walking, there's a lot to learn." These words were not only for the new recruits but also for Harrison. Harrison was an outstanding performer, and Daniel deliberately used him to stimulate everyone's fighting spirit, especially Marthas's. Of course, it was not possible for everyone in his team to wear the Azure Dragon armor, as the basic physical requirements were too high and the adaptability barrier was a concern. But as long as more people could reach the basic standards of shipborne soldiers and board battleships, it would be a huge success. "All right, Harrison, start moving. First, choose the most basic flat farmland terrain," Daniel ordered, waiting with delight for Harrison to slip up. Farmland might look flat, but the soil is soft and would sink to a certain extent when stepped on. The 10 mechanical arms supporting Harrison would perfectly simulate the sensation of stepping on the soft soil. Harrison was bound to mess up and fall flat on his face. That would be delightful. Harrison Clark followed the instructions and chose the plain farmland terrain. Images rotated in the transparent visor in front of his eyes, first shrouded by a vague mist that temporarily deprived him of his vision. Then the light faded, and the outside view in the visor became a vast open farmland. Green rice seedlings spread out from underneath his feet and stretched far into the distance. Sparrows occasionally flew up from the rice field, while insects buzzed in the air between the crops. From time to time, frog croaking could also be heard from the water channel in the middle of the field ridge. Harrison Clark felt the softness under his feet through the sensors in the simulator armor and slowly bent down to take a closer look at the rice seedlings. He was shocked. It wasn't the level of realism in the scene that stunned him. After all, he had spent enough time playing various indescribable holographic games before and was already mentally prepared for the display technology of the holographic helmet, which had a resolution far beyond the limits of human eyes. Simply put, all of it appeared so real, making it difficult for one to distinguish between reality and illusion. However, the texture of this rice field was much stronger than that found in regular games. It felt more like a movie than a game. Outside, Daniel Thompson chuckled and whispered to Professor Owen, "I'll bet 500 credit points that he'll fall on his first step. He's not even properly adapting, yet he went to take a look at the rice." Professor Owen smirked with pride. "Well, it's only because my scene simulation is too realistic." Daniel Thompson flattered without hesitation, "Isn't it thanks to your significant contribution while working on the scene simulation that our base can get twice the number of simulators? You've worked hard, Professor Owen." "No problem, it's just a small thing," replied Professor Owen. At that moment, Harrison Clark spoke up from inside the simulator. "Who designed this scene simulation? There's a complete lack of common sense here. Wheat fields should be like this, with high ridges and small ditches in the middle. But for rice, water fields are more suitable, and all the rice should be on the same level. Also, since the rice is still green, it's supposed to be summertime. When autumn arrives and it's time to harvest the rice, the water should be drained. Moreover, the environmental monitor shows that the entire rice field is connected with no drainage outlets prepared. How is that possible?" Just a second ago, Professor Owen's face had been filled with smug satisfaction. Now, it was frozen in embarrassment. Indeed, that was what astonished Harrison Clark. He felt very uncomfortable. No matter how realistic a game might be, if it contradicted common sense, it would still leave players feeling uneasy. For example, if the sun in the game appeared to be square-shaped rather than round, how immersed could players be? Professor Owen's face turned red after being unintentionally criticized by Harrison Clark. He had lived a long time and acquired vast knowledge but had never seen what a real rice field looked like. No one had ever mentioned this issue before. Right then, Harrison Clark inside the simulation began to move. He suddenly raised his leg and took a step forward. Unexpectedly, he didn't fall as Daniel Thompson had anticipated due to the soft touch under his feet. Instead, he skillfully controlled the simulator armor's leg structure with a slight tremble, maintaining his balance. Harrison Clark commented, "This simulator is truly amazing. The soft and spongy sensation underfoot is simulated by the force feedback of the mechanical arm, right? It's incredible. It feels just like when I was a child." He intended to say it felt the same as when he was a child, running through the rural wheat fields while fleeing because he had stolen fruit and was being chased. However, he suddenly realized this was 1,000 years later, and who knew if rural people even existed anymore, so he quickly shut his mouth. Without making a sound, he took another 2 steps forward. Though he and the simulator armor were suspended in the square simulator, his movements combined with the visual effects of plants receding on both sides in the visor, and the force feedback under his feet, provided an experience indistinguishable from real walking. Daniel Thompson was stunned. How can he walk so steadily without even the slightest stumble? The room where the new recruits were located at the base had 2 holographic projections. One showed Harrison Clark's actual status while wearing the simulator armor and the other displayed a silver metallic armored suit walking steadily in the vast rice field. Little did Daniel Thompson know, Harrison Clark had previously been able to skillfully drive an old-style mech with a control difficulty several times greater than Azure Dragon armor. Now that he was using the more user-friendly Azure Dragon armor and the environment resembled the rural fields from his childhood, how could he possibly fall flat on his face as soon as he stepped out? Azure Dragon armor did exert greater pressure on the operator's body, but at this stage, he wasn't challenging any extreme movements and could maintain stability like a seasoned expert. Next, Harrison Clark began to perform various basic actions. Squatting, jumping, bend down, start running. Daniel Thompson's eyes widened, and his mouth hung open. Damn, I was just bluffing. Back then, it took me 10 days to stand steady, a month to walk, and 3 months to run and jump. How can this guy be so skilled already? Professor Owen thought for a moment, this must be the talent of 100% adaptability. Daniel swallowed hard. Yeah, he's a genius. If Harrison Clark inside the suit could hear their conversation, he would probably shed 2 lines of tears. He lived alongside Carrie Thomas, serving as a mentor to human beings while feeling inferior about his own mediocrity. Now, someone finally called him a genius. Although this talent could only be used after 1,000 years on a specific timeline, it was still a genius, after all. But Harrison came crashing down to Earth soon. It was easy to make running movements with the strength of an ordinary person, but when he tried to command the Azure Dragon armor to make movements beyond human limits, he suddenly lost balance and fell to the ground. To create a strong sense of realism, several mechanical arms curled into a curve, simulating the touch of soil, smearing his helmet visor with it. However, Daniel didn't laugh at Harrison. Only after 3 months of training did he dare to attempt ultra-limited maneuvers himself, falling worse than Harrison. Now Harrison learned his lesson, not adjusting the ultra-limit ratio too high, but slowly increasing it by 5%. Bit by bit, he got familiar and adapted to it. After 15 minutes, he had adapted to a 10% ultra-limit ratio. To put it in terms of a 100-meter sprint, it means that with the support of the Azure Dragon armor, he could run 100 meters in just over 8 seconds. The maximum speed at which the Azure Dragon armor assists a person in running is achieved by starting from 0 and accelerating at 20 g for linear motion, allowing them to complete the 100 meters in less than a second. However, that would require an injection of serum and wearing the real Azure Dragon armor to withstand such intense acceleration. Deceleration works the same way. The maximum speed of the Azure Dragon armor is far higher, but that would be considered off-ground flight, and after steadily increasing to top speed, it would travel in a straight line at a constant speed, unrelated to acceleration. In close combat, you can't just keep flying forward. That's called escaping, not maneuvering. In the scientist's proof, it is assumed that the operator of the Azure Dragon armor needs to grapple with an imaginary enemy at close range, constantly leaping and changing direction in a small space, and continually accelerating and decelerating, putting a great load on the human body. About 3 hours later, Harrison got off the simulator. His feet felt a little wobbly, and his body swayed. Daniel caught him with one hand. "Lion, how did I do?" Harrison asked with a grin. Daniel, supporting him, grinned. "Not bad. Just not bad again. Of course, your zero-speed 100-meter run still takes over 6 seconds. Weak as helly. Calculate it yourself. How much time should it take under the 5G acceleration limit on this simulator?" Harrison asked. "A little over 2 seconds. Exactly. You haven't even squeezed out the full potential of the simulator, so, of course, it's just not bad." "Oh, I see." As the two walked away side by side, Professor Owen felt a mix of emotions. Running within 7 seconds on their first day on the machine, Harrison was indeed extraordinary. Professor Owen knew that, like himself, Daniel's expectations for Harrison had been raised again in his heart. Time flew, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. Harrison Clark successfully pushed the simulator to its limits, as per Daniel Thompson's comment, not too shabby, and could now run continuously for over half an hour at 5G acceleration. During that time, aside from sleeping and spending 2 hours a day browsing through historical data in the novels he was granted access to, he had been focused on training. He was truly hardworking. Daniel Thompson was both relieved and puzzled by this bender. Harrison Clark didn't seem like the type of person who could easily immerse himself in training. Nor did he appear to proactively give himself a strong sense of mission like Daniel Thompson. It wasn't that Daniel Thompson looked down on Harrison Clark, but rather, as a veteran instructor, it was his objective judgment of a new recruit. In order to be an excellent instructor, besides his military accomplishments, Daniel Thompson had deep knowledge in psychology, which allowed him to see through a person's nature from their words and actions. The stark contrast between Harrison Clark's character and behavior left him baffled. But he didn't ask Harrison for an explanation. At this rate, Harrison would pass the individual combat examination in the simulator within a few days, and then naturally learn about the crisis faced by humanity. By then, he'd understand his mentor's intentions. On this point, Daniel Thompson was right. The reason Harrison pushed himself so hard was that he knew exactly how much time the universe had left for humanity. The sooner he could master the Azure Dragon armor, the sooner he could access higher levels of information and gain more personal freedom away from the new recruits. Then he could deepen his understanding of this era and prepare to plagiarize songs. According to the information Harrison gathered from Daniel Thompson, the Azure Dragon armor operators, as a special forces unit, held a high status in the world's military, with battleship-mounted armored soldiers enjoying astonishing privileges. Aboard the battleships, armored soldiers didn't have to perform the many miscellaneous duties assigned to other soldiers, and even had dedicated logistics personnel to handle their personal affairs. All they needed to do was complete a small amount of daily maintenance training to maintain their operational skills. Are you already taking the individual combat exam? Don't you want to consolidate your abilities for a few more days? In the training building, Professor Owen, who had become Harrison's designated assistant, looked at him in surprise. There's no need to rush, right? Although the maximum acceleration during the test is still 5G, the machine will gradually increase the load in the end to simulate a feeling close to 10G. If you're not careful, you could easily get injured. Harrison nodded firmly. No need. All right, then go ahead. As Harrison put on the equipment and prepared to start the combat assessment program, he heard an electronic prompt in his helmet. Black Bear Training Base Corporal Harrison Clark, serial number 89757, you have confirmed your participation in the 3019 Nth National Comprehensive Azure Dragon Armor Tournament. You have been assigned to the T-800 group. Please be prepared. Outside, Professor Owen hammered his fist. Ah, dang it, I forgot about the competition today. Crap, it wasn't really his fault. He wasn't a professional instructor, mainly focusing on vertical research, and he wasn't that familiar with some military systems. The national tournament had been held monthly since its inception 3 years ago. Since training bases were located around the world and each had only 10 to 20 simulators, the competition had to be conducted online to accommodate all participants. During the 3-day event, all armored soldiers could freely choose their time to log into the simulator. When more than 20 participants logged in during the same time slot, a group contest would begin. The competition comprised 5 events: long-distance running, shuttle running, obstacle short sprint, real space battles, and ground battles. Today was the first day of the competition and it was in the morning. Usually, only top-tier, powerful contestants could handle 15G or more acceleration with the Azure Dragon armor and were the veterans who appeared early. There were quite a few operators at the Black Bear training base with above-average skills, but none who could be considered top-tier. As a result, besides the number 8 simulator, the other machines were vacant and no one had come to remind Professor Owen and Harrison about the event. Professor Owen hurriedly opened the communicator and called out, "Harrison, drop out of the competition quickly." Puzzled, Harrison asked, "What's the matter?" "It's not the right time. Plus, the competition starts with a 10G dynamic limit, which you've never trained for. It's not feasible." Harrison stuck out his tongue, prepared to withdraw, and casually asked, "If I withdraw now, can I still participate later?" "Not for this competition. You'll have to wait for the next one. What's the benefit if I win?" "Win? Don't joke around. The data of all participants will be combined in the end, and only those who make it into the top 100 in the final comprehensive assessment across the entire military are considered winners. And then, after that, you can directly obtain the rank of second lieutenant and have a wide range of choices for the battleship you want to serve on." Harrison Clark's eyes lit up. How wide of a range? Basically, you can choose freely among escort ships and battlecruisers, except for the main ship. Interesting. I'll give it a try. How could he miss such a good opportunity? What he cared about was not winning or losing, but the right to choose. This meant that as long as he won, he could use the pretext of choosing a battleship to serve on to thoroughly browse and investigate the current state of the human space fleet. At the same time, he would certainly choose a battleship with the strongest survival capability. Even if the apocalypse came and all fleets would be utterly destroyed, perhaps he could survive 1 second longer on the front line and see more things he had never encountered before. Ignoring his current lack of psychological preparation for taking on such responsibilities, even just out of curiosity, he really wanted to know what kind of alien race would ultimately destroy human civilization, and how the brilliant explosions in space first began. Don't joke around, it's easy to get injured. Professor Owen urged anxiously. Harrison Clark counter-questioned, would it kill me? No, there's a life protection system in the machines. Well then, let's get it done. Help me set it up, I'm ready to join the competition. Harrison Clark stopped talking to Professor Owen and began to focus on reading the detailed instructions for the Army-wide competition. With no other choice, Professor Owen followed his request. Soon, as Harrison Clark was about to enter the first event, the cross-country long run, Daniel Thompson and other armored veterans and training instructors from the base hurried over after hearing the news. In recent weeks, Harrison Clark's fame within the base had grown even larger. Even though his 100% adaptability needed to be kept secret, his rapid progress was hard to hide. The base leadership also seemed to have deliberately promoted Harrison Clark as a model to stimulate other recruits. For example, in Daniel Thompson's team, apart from Harrison Clark, Martha's performance was also excellent. The others were also inspired, showing extraordinary diligence, making the average level of the entire squad much higher than that of other teams. Daniel Thompson approached Professor Owen, worriedly asking, why didn't you stop him? Professor Owen shrugged, it would be nice if he would listen to me, but I'm not his instructor, and we don't have a superior-subordinate relationship. If it were you, could you stop him? Daniel Thompson shook his head honestly, I couldn't. Old Daniel, isn't your Harrison Clark becoming too arrogant? He's only been training for a week and is already joining the high-level opening competition? TCH, the competition code, T800, is already quite scary. An instructor next to him chimed in jokingly. Daniel Thompson nodded solemnly, indeed. In human history, the first blockbuster movie with robots as the main characters was the Terminator series. The character of T800, played by Arnold Schwarzenegger, left a deep impression on people. 1,000 years later, not many people knew about the movie, but the T800 code was mysteriously given a special meaning and became popular in the military. Just like whenever people from China visited Mount Lu during the 21st century, they'd inevitably think of the 1,000-year-old poem by Li Bai, watching the waterfall at Mount Lu. Literary works are more likely to form a special group memory mark preserved in history. Nowadays, many elite fighters like to sign up and queue up around 10 a.m. to catch the competition code T800. On average, every year, there would be at least 2 or 3 top-ranked contestants from this group alone. Harrison Clark jumping into this competition was bound to turn him into cannon fodder. The helmet's display randomly shifted, finally settling on a densely forested landscape. Harrison Clark heard the artificial intelligence's reminder, telling him that the race was about to begin, and the route map appeared on the screen. The route wound up and down along the mountains, with seemingly endless twists and turns. Harrison glanced at it and felt his head go numb. So far, April 21st, 95 kilometers? 10 times the distance of a human marathon. This distance was intimidating. The Azure Dragon armor could break the sound barrier at its top speed, and it wouldn't take long to cover those 400 kilometers less than half an hour. However, aerial flight was not allowed in this cross-country race, they could only run. With Harrison's current level, even with the help of the Azure Dragon armor, if he limited his acceleration to 5G, his top running speed could only reach over 100 kilometers per hour. After all, running wasn't a simple linear movement. Every step involved deceleration and acceleration. This meant that he'd have to run for about 4 hours in a high-intensity simulated state to finish the race. Leaving aside whether he could even hold out for that long, he was doubtful if he could even achieve the required passing score at his current level. The serum had an effective time of 3 hours, so though the rules didn't specify, the simulation race had to be completed within 3 hours to be counted. Harrison looked around and saw 19 competitors beside him. All of these competitors wore medals on their simulated armor's shoulders, with the lowest rank being 1 star 1 stripe. This meant that the lowest military rank among his competitors was that of a junior officer. Harrison felt baffled. Weren't the participants of this race supposed to be fresh recruits who had not yet boarded a battleship? Why were their military ranks so high? He found it unreasonable. Indeed, new recruits could increase their military rank through meritorious performance, but it was difficult, and only exceptionally talented recruits could participate in tasks early on. Furthermore, earning promotions through tasks was even more challenging. There were only a few junior officer-level recruits at the Black Bear training base that Harrison belonged to. Yet, in this all-army race, in a group of 20 people, all 19 of his competitors were junior officers or higher. This was truly overwhelming for new recruits. Unfortunately, the other competitors were cold-hearted and didn't offer Harrison an explanation. The communication channel had been taken over by the race supervisor, so outsiders like Professor Owen couldn't provide any information. Harrison gritted his teeth and braced himself to begin the race. With a bang, the simulated starting gun fired, and the 20 operators sprinted forward like arrows. Harrison's condition was excellent, he didn't need any warm-up, and instantly pushed the machine's performance to its limits. 5G? But from the very beginning, he was left behind by the others. His limit was 5G, while the others' limits were 10G or even higher. Although the simulator couldn't replicate the physical strain of a real 10G situation, as long as the operator made the proper technical movements and countermeasures, the simulator would naturally determine the action as successful and grant the appropriate avoidance effects. Apart from Harrison, the other racers had plenty of hands-on experience and were the strongest among the strong, naturally capable of displaying perfect operation skills. The gap between the two sides became clear soon, and the outcome was easily determined. Sigh, as expected, it's too difficult. Harrison hasn't trained for long enough, let alone operated a real machine. This isn't a fair match for him at all, Professor Owen lamented outside. Daniel Thompson nodded. Well, it's good for him to see the world and understand that there are people beyond his level. That way, he won't be too arrogant. Don't set your expectations too high. I think Harrison is already doing very well and deserves encouragement. A clear and pleasant voice sounded behind them. They turned and quickly saluted. Greetings, Captain. We've met the captain. Professor Owen leaned in curiously. What brings you here? The newcomer was the person in charge of the Black Bear training base, a young military officer. Despite their youth, the officer held considerable prestige in the military. In addition to their role as the head of the Black Bear training base, they were also a captain of a battleship within the spaceship fleet. The officer gently brushed their hair. One of my most promising soldiers is participating in the all-army competition. Isn't it only natural for me to come and watch? After speaking, the officer focused on the determined Harrison, who was doing his best to maintain his speed and not give up, and her eyes showed a glimmer of admiration. No one knew what she was thinking, but everyone realized she was satisfied with Harrison's performance. Daniel's superior nudged his waist, hinting for him to say something. As Harrison's instructor, Daniel should report to the officer. Ahem, Captain, although Harrison is excellent, I'm afraid that losing too badly this time might damage his confidence, Daniel said. The officer shook her head, her hands behind her back and her chin raised slightly. He won't. Huh? Daniel didn't understand the officer's words. What did she mean by Harrison wouldn't lose too badly? Isn't this already miserable enough? He can't even see the taillights of others. Won't give up easily? Does that mean that the officers know him better than his own professor with a background in psychology, Professor Owen, Bender? Bullshit? At this point, Professor Owen, who was staring at the ground projection, suddenly let out a soft exclamation. What's wrong? Daniel Thompson quickly asked. Professor Owen looked up at the data monitor above and hissed. He's turned up the realism limit of the simulator to 5.5G. What's he thinking? It's too late for last-minute adjustments. Daniel Thompson was shocked. Sure enough, after Harrison Clark turned up the parameters in the projection, the system judged that he should fall for not doing a standard technical move, so his simulated figure stumbled and rolled forward on the ground. In the simulator, Harrison Clark himself was spinning in place like a small top under the control of countless mechanical arms. Daniel Thompson turned his head away, not bearing to watch. It was too cruel. Originally, Harrison Clark was slower to start and had a slower top speed than the others, and he had already been left far behind. Now he had fallen and was even farther behind. But surprisingly, after rolling for dozens of meters in the simulated mountain terrain, Harrison Clark stabilized himself with one hand, adjusted his posture along the rotating momentum, and rushed forward again. Why is he still at 5.5G? It won't work, he'll fall again. Professor Owen, who had been monitoring the parameters all along, held his head in despair. The officer shook his head. At least in a 5.5G environment, he won't fall again. Under everyone's gaze, Harrison Clark's pace had completely stabilized, and his speed had slightly increased from before. You mean he only fell once and adapted to the 5.5G limit acceleration? An onlooking instructor exclaimed. An amazing genius. This level of physical coordination, this comprehension, it's truly incredible. Yes, Harrison Clark's learning of the Azure Dragon armor had reached a totally different level than his past 3 training sessions, especially the third time when he drove the old-fashioned mech, and the skills and experience he had mastered were no longer applicable. The two were now in completely different fields, but he easily achieved something that most people would find incomprehensible. There was only one explanation: this was indeed a talent. However, Harrison Clark himself didn't know this. His mind had no time to think about it. He just didn't want to admit defeat so willingly. He just wanted to try and see if he could increase his own limit as much as possible during the race time. Even if he lost, he didn't want to lose too badly. 6G now. He's turned up the parameters again. Professor Owen acted like a commentator, reporting Harrison Clark's latest actions in a timely manner. Warning, Corporal Harrison Clark, number 89,757, you have made extreme operations beyond your training experience. It is recommended that you readjust the parameters to prevent injury. At this moment, the electronic referee's prompt came through Harrison Clark's helmet, and he fell face first into the mud again. But having fallen several times, he gained more experience and chose to roll forward with his body curled up. Only after rolling dozens of meters did he stabilize his posture and continue running forward at 6G. The observers outside could also hear the machine reminder that Harrison Clark received, and they couldn't help feeling anxious. Meanwhile, Harrison Clark quickly replied, refuse to readjust, refuse prompts, don't interrupt me. Received command, Corporal Harrison Clark, do you want to activate the personal autonomous mode? Similar reminders will be blocked. Activate. After saying that, Harrison Clark raised the parameters to 6.5G. This guy is insane. Can't he slow down a bit? Some people in the crowd cursed. Daniel Thompson helplessly said, he probably sees himself falling too far behind and is worried that adapting will take too much time. Professor Owen, if Harrison Clark continues like this, how soon before he gets hurt? The officer spoke again. Professor Owen narrowed his eyes and shook his head after a while. It seems he won't get injured. This guy has exploited a bug in the simulator. Officer, how so? Once he falls, he doesn't even think about regaining his balance but curls up and rolls forward. If this were a real battlefield, he would certainly hit something while rolling, or hit his head on protruding objects along the way. But this is just a simulator, and the lowest life protection system settings have the highest priority, so the simulator's mechanical arms can't simulate the posture of a stone attack on him. As long as he curls up in time, he won't be injured. The officer was stunned for a moment, then smiled. What a cunning guy, taking advantage of the machine's loophole. But this is also reasonable. Machines are ultimately machines, existing for humans to use. His most outstanding quality is that he only needs to fall once to adapt to the operation at new acceleration. If it were a real machine, he could control it. Daniel Thompson was in tears. Yes, he only needed to fall once. Back in the day, he needed to. Forget about the unbearable past. The key now is the next stage. This is a cross-country long run, and the terrain will become more rugged and uneven further on, making the operation difficulty increase sharply. He can't simply rely on the limit acceleration. Ideally, he should land on high points every time, so he has to keep finding the perfect acceleration state, light when needed and heavy when necessary, while accurately grasping the perfect jump distance. Professor Owen explained, it's very difficult, really very difficult. Experienced veterans participating in the race added, there will also be occasional directional changes and the need to avoid obstacles. The officer nodded and continued to watch the projection with his head held high. Let's wait and see. Just as everyone worried, when Harrison Clark entered the continuous curve at a 7G state, he did indeed take quite a few tumbles at first. Everyone's anxiety was so intense that their eyelids were twitching and their heartbeats were irregular. However, miraculously, no matter how hard he fell, he remained uninjured. By this time, when Harrison continued to fall, no one had a taunting smile on their faces anymore. Everyone present were professional soldiers who had mentally prepared themselves for potential sacrifices on the battlefield. They were not overawed by Harrison's determination, but they were amazed by his incredible pace of progress. Even though the road conditions had become more difficult to navigate, his rate of improvement didn't change much. He still maintained an average pace of increasing 0.5G every 3 to 4 minutes. His frequency of falling also didn't change much. This might seem ordinary, but everyone in the scene had to go through countless painful falls before they gradually mastered the more sophisticated Azure Dragon armor control skills. Who hadn't suffered injuries all over their bodies? In the vast training building, no one was whispering anymore. Everyone just stared blankly at the images in the holographic projection. About 40 minutes had passed, and Harrison had persevered through the sharp changes in direction and the rugged terrain of the track. He was now able to stabilize the simulator's acceleration at 1 Og. The moment Harrison reached 10G, there was a faint cheer in the building. Unconsciously, the emotions of the onlookers had been drawn into the competition. The general in the middle of the crowd showed a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. She could not have been more satisfied with Harrison's performance. However, well, he was definitely going to lose. Just then, the general's watch vibrated slightly. She glanced at it and then connected, communicating with the caller through brainwaves. What brings you, a busy person, to call me? Her tone was relaxed with a hint of teasing, completely different from how she usually communicated with her military colleagues. The caller was her close friend, Martha Owen, a young researcher at the Yellowstone Research Institute's Azure Dragon Armor Special Research Division. There's an incredible person in your base? Honestly, such a precious treasure, and you didn't even inform me. I thought we were good friends. You don't even have me in your heart. The other party complained. The general chuckled. How could I not have you in my heart? You know about it now, don't you? It's an important matter, so I couldn't inform you through personal relationships. Martha snorted. Whatever, as if you're that serious. I'm the one who always looks for back channels. Anyway, this new guy with a 100% compatibility is really amazing. I've been studying Azure Dragon armor materials since I was a child and have come into contact with at least 800 top operators. I've never seen anyone progress as rapidly as he has. In just a few dozen minutes, he went from 5G to 10G. It's astonishing. The general nodded slightly. Yeah, I didn't expect it either. By the way, how did you know he was improving so fast? Oh my god, don't you know that the T-800 group competition is being broadcast live throughout the entire army? Everyone is going crazy outside, and only you, the landlady, are still in the dark? The general frowned. Earlier, the higher UPS said I should keep it a secret. How is it now being broadcast live to the entire army? Isn't this a bit premature? There was a brief silence on the other end. I don't think so. After all, there's not much time left. If we expose this once-in-a-lifetime genius earlier, maybe it will give more motivation to others, and perhaps it can raise the level of all Azure Dragon armor operators in the entire army, giving us more hope. The general nodded solemnly. That's true. Alright, after he's done, you must have Professor Owen send me all his training parameters and physical examination data. I can use it here to see if I can find some inspiration in his data. If we can make a little more improvement to Azure Dragon armor in the remaining time, that'll be great. Sure, no problem. Remember, Nora Camp, don't forget, I want. The general's name was, indeed, Nora Camp. She stepped out of the crowd and went to a corner, opened her watch-style personal terminal, and checked the information in the Major General Communication Group. As Martha had said, everyone in the army was watching, and quite a few of them were envious of her success. It was a mixture of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Nora Camp didn't say anything in the communication group, but just sent a laughing emoji. Some people couldn't stand it anymore. Show off, just keep showing off. Harrison Clark was supposed to be part of our Boston military region. How did he end up in your Black Bear training base? It's so annoying. Yeah, go ahead and gloat. You just wait, we might report to the command center and have him transferred to us. Nora Camp just smiled and narrowed her eyes without responding. However, someone else spoke up. All right, everyone, calm down. A good soldier needs a good captain. I have high hopes for the combination of Nora and Harrison. However, Harrison is still inexperienced. Although he's made amazing progress today, he's still far behind. Nora Camp glanced at the holographic projection in the distance, agreeing with the other's judgment in her heart. So far, the T-800 group contestants were divided into two squads. The leading contestants of the first squad had just completed half of the course, with the other 18 contestants closely following. The distance between them didn't exceed 10 kilometers. True to its reputation as the T-800 group, the participants' skill levels were very close, with most of them able to reach 12G or higher. As for the second squad, Harrison Clark was the only one, having completed only a quarter of the course so far, trailing the others by nearly 100 kilometers. No matter how fast Harrison progressed, it was impossible for him to catch up in the second half of the race. On the contrary, if he maintained his 10G acceleration ability, he might even continue to fall further behind. Just as Nora Camp pondered this, the crowd on the other side burst into an uproar. It's at 10.5G? This was Professor Owen's exclamation. What the hell is he trying to do? Has he gone insane? 1. This was Daniel Thompson's scream. To protect the new operators, the Azure Dragon Armor Simulator set a safety threshold and the maximum simulated state was 10G during regular training. To go beyond that limit, they had already surpassed the safety threshold of the Azure Dragon Armor. Under normal circumstances, only during competition and special training modes would the machine default to allowing the removal of the upper limit restriction. However, this significantly increased the risk involved. Other operators dared to go as high as 12G or even higher because they were skilled at maneuvering, and as long as they didn't make a significant mistake, the chances of accidents happening were low. But Harrison's actions were clearly seeking a dead end. He can't fall again, he really can't. If he falls again, he might be thrown against the wall by the simulator. Even with the life protection system, he could end up with a broken bone or even become disabled. Nora Camp hurriedly rushed forward again upon hearing this, her heart racing. But strangely, it seemed as if Harrison Clark inside had already completely adapted to the gradually increasing acceleration. He had already managed to perfectly enhance his own strength in accordance with the machine's performance boost. He didn't have to worry about the machine not being able to simulate it since his adaptability was 100%, and theoretically, after injecting the serum, he could withstand over 20G. As long as his operation didn't cause any problems, the machine would be able to stabilize him. Watching him transform into a zigzag streak of lightning in the forest as he sped ahead, everyone held their breath, not daring to blink. About 3 minutes later, everyone unconsciously wiped the sweat off their foreheads. He didn't fall. Damn, 11G already? This guy. Still, he didn't fall. After 5 minutes, everyone fell silent. Bender. At this point, Harrison Clark had increased his performance to 12G, equal to that of the first echelon. Of course, he had fallen behind by no kilometers, and maintaining this speed wouldn't close the gap. The leader in front was less than 180 kilometers away from the finish line. No matter how fast Harrison Clark was, he could not catch up. But everyone was mentally prepared for Harrison Clark not to give up so easily. 12.5G. As expected, the parameters increased abruptly again. The indicator light's color for safety had changed from bright yellow to orange yellow. He began to close the distance, but it was still not enough. 13G. The indicator light turned to light red. Unknowingly, another 7 minutes had passed. But everyone had lost their ability to speak. With his speed increasing even faster, Harrison Clark hadn't slowed down the rate of parameter increase but sped it up instead. Looking at the dark red 18G on the indicator light, everyone didn't know what to say. The first echelon was only 50 kilometers away from the finish line, and the gap between Harrison Clark and them had been reduced to 60 kilometers. At this rate, he would finish about 10 kilometers behind the first echelon. But then, click. The parameters increased to 20G. Harrison Clark had pushed the machine to its limit. This data had reached the peak of the world's top Azure Dragon armor operators, but that was after other people had injected serum and operated the real machine. What a beast! Daniel Thompson muttered, his body shaking like a sieve. Professor Owen was calculating at lightning speed. He concluded, if he maintains 20G speed till the end, he will catch up with the last person of the first echelon. Nora Camp, who had always been silent and calm, suddenly looked pale and said, "It's over." Sure enough. Click. Harrison Clark increased the parameters to 20.5 G. He had surpassed the human limit. Everyone screamed in horror. The machine can't handle it. There's going to be an accident? As Professor Owen screamed, he tried to press the emergency stop button. But he wasn't successful as both the Yellowstone Research Institute and the Ancient Civilization Research Institute took control of the machine almost simultaneously. Martha Owen and another researcher's voices came in. Martha spoke first. "We can't stop it. It would seriously injure him." Although the current Azure Dragon armor can't reach this indicator in reality, the simulator determined that he could withstand 20.5 G, so it should still work. The other researcher from the Ancient Civilization Research Institute added, "He'll be fine as long as he doesn't make any mistakes." Looking back at the projection, everyone had the same huge question in their minds. Could Harrison Clark, who had been falling all the way from the start, really make no mistakes from now on? Time slowly passed. Everyone's eyes were fixated on the lightning fast figure in the projection, not turning away for a moment. No one knew that by now, Harrison Clark's excitement had reached a feverish high. He just wanted to say one word. Awesome! He had finally found his own talent. He probably understood it now. Why such an ordinary person like himself was destined to be selected and could travel between two eras. He discovered the dual-purpose existence of himself and the golden finger. I will win. Maybe I can really do something for this world, for this civilization, and for myself without regrets. I am, indeed, extraordinary. Through his field of vision, the mountains and trees on both sides of the road zoomed past, blurring into mere streaks of light and shadow. Harrison Clark was submerged in the exhilaration of the sprint, forgetting time and worries, even the purpose of his run. As an object approaches the speed of light, time slows down. What if a person could come close to the speed of light? His thoughts, then, would seem faster than others, because his time would have slowed down. At that moment, Harrison Clark's speed had exceeded 300 kilometers per hour, infinitely far from the speed of light, but closer than anyone else. He was immersed in an indescribably strange state, all stemming from instinct, yet surpassing it. Each of his steps was as precisely elegant as art. Every time he leaped, his poise was breathtakingly graceful. This was the ultimate pose presented after the human body exceeded its limits, surpassing the aesthetics of ordinary people, representing the instinct of human genes to pursue higher, faster, and stronger aspirations. He's too fast. He's really too fast. The gap is closing. It's getting closer and closer. Nora Camp asked, "Is there any way to monitor his brainwaves?" Professor Owen shook his head. "No, his current state has already surpassed the preset limits of the simulator. The system dares not intervene in brainwave monitoring. Any slight impact might cause him to make a mistake. That's problematic. We can't warn him. If he keeps going at this speed, it's likely." Over at the other end, Martha Owen's voice echoed through the communication channel. "He could finish second. Some things, you really shouldn't speak of." The moment Martha Owen's words fell, Harrison Clark had increased his acceleration to 21 G. In just this single race, he lifted the limit of all mankind from 20 G up by 5%. Now, no one was calling Harrison Clark crazy anymore. This was unexpected, yet it made sense. He was aiming for the first place. As everyone got closer and closer to the finish line, his gap with the first group was also shrinking. From being the last one at the beginning, to increasing his strength crazily in the second half, he was surpassing everyone like never before, with an unprecedented momentum. There are 15 kilometers left to the finish line. He has caught up to the second last? That's Millen from Solway Training Base, who has been pre-selected to join the UPHA N0.893 frigate. Really? A frigate with a number in the first 1,000? Of course, it's true. I just didn't expect Millen to finish second last. Those ahead must be even better. But they are all going to lose. As these few were chatting, Harrison Clark had already zipped past Millen like a lightning bolt. Millen looked up, only to see a black dot growing smaller in the distance. He was so fast that it made him despair. "Who the hell are you?" Millen couldn't help it and shouted. Harrison Clark laughed gently in his helmet. "Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that I'm going to win." The moment he said the word win, he had surpassed another person. The finish line was getting closer. But Harrison Clark's charge was unstoppable. Another one? He's now in 17th place? Is there still time? I don't know. The leading player only has 8 kilometers left. It's a shame he charged too late. Otherwise, he would definitely be first. He could even set a new record. Shut up. He's making a breakthrough on the spot. How much faster do you want him to be? Why don't you use your eyes and look at that number carefully? It's 21. Holy crap, it's 22? That's right. Unbeknownst to everyone, Harrison Clark had adjusted the parameters again. It's not that he was deliberately trying to court death, but he trusted his intuition. He knew he could do it. 21 G wasn't his limit. His limit could still be pushed further. In the common knowledge of the world, it is believed that the maximum acceleration that an Azure Dragon armor operator can withstand is 20 G. The Azure Dragon armor was also designed and manufactured based on this standard. That's because there's previously never been a person who reached a full score in serum compatibility. The highest so far was 91.3%. Similar to someone scoring full marks in every subject in an exam versus those with scores in the high 90s, the difference may seem insignificant, but it's as different as night and day. The divide between a genius and a mediocrity could be hair-thin, but this thin line is like a moat, seemingly within reach but unattainable. Once the acceleration threshold was breached, the rate and maneuver of Harrison Clark's advance could no longer be perfectly simulated by the simulator. Despite more than half of the processing power of the central intelligence system, that's wired to the simulator via quantum network, was used to compute the scenes in the T-800 field, Harrison Clark's figure remained a vague mist. Sigh, I can't see anything. The system can't simulate it. We can only make deductions based on his basic data and select the simplest sample to determine the success of his actions, sighed Martha Owen through the communicator. A researcher from the Ancient Civilization Research Institute also regretfully said, the data that the system is now feeding back only shows a stick figure. It's worse than even the motion capture used in filming 1,000 years ago. It's unwatchable? Oh well, let's not worry about it. He's about to win. Nora Kemp interrupted the two researchers' dialogue in the communicator. With her hands clasped behind her back and a concentrated gaze, she was staring hard at the scene projected in a top-down perspective in 3D. The fog that represented Harrison Clark was biting onto the player currently in the lead like a ferocious beast. Ahead, the finish line was nearby. Nevertheless, the distance between Harrison Clark and the leader was quickly closing in at a pace of 100 meters. Bender. Whoosh. He morphed into a gust of wind, brushing past the opposition with a tremendous force. In the simulation, the sonic boom appeared like a thunderclap and the dust it stirred up soared into the sky. Harrison Clark secured the championship in the cross-country long run with a thin lead of 33.79 meters over the runner-up. Upon reaching the finish line, he turned around, allowing the simulator to follow his drifting in midair pose, and waved at the runner-up. His gesture seemed to be praising his competitor, as if saying, "Good job, lad, you've worked hard and your loss is not in vain." The training building was filled with cheers of joy. In their eyes, Harrison Clark had accomplished the impossible. Everything he achieved today had been unprecedented. According to the competition rules, there would be a 30-minute break after each event to allow competitors to rest and replenish their energy. The break seemed harshly short, but in reality, one might not even get half an hour of breathing time on a battlefield. Inside, Harrison Clark was gradually decelerating, preparing to get off the machine. Nora Kemp instructed, "Professor Owen, file an application in my name to the competition committee for an extension of the break to 1 hour. No need, I'm fine." Harrison Clark's voice echoed from inside the simulator. In the midst of everyone's astonished gaze, the metal door of the simulator opened and he walked out, taking steady steps. He appeared to be perfectly fine, with no signs of fatigue. Everyone was taken aback, they thought he would have been so tired that he'd be pale and shaky on his feet. Nora Kemp advised, "Why don't you rest a while longer? The simulator can't even read your parameters now." Harrison Clark shook his head gently, "It's not me, it's the machine. N0.8 is no longer usable, I'll have to switch machines for the next event. Also, I feel great, I really don't need extra rest." He didn't want people to say he won unfairly because the competition rules were altered in his favor. Daniel Thompson rushed over, "Good job, lad. That was impressive." Harrison Clark smirked slightly, "How did I do, Lion?" Daniel Thompson, "Certainly impressive. But why don't you seem excited at all?" Harrison Clark pondered for a moment, "My win was a foregone conclusion, just like the sun is destined to rise tomorrow. Why should I feel excited?" Everyone went silent. "All right, I need to go grab a meal." Harrison Clark didn't recognize Nora Kemp as the general, nor did he have the mood to chit-chat. He was not as calm as he appeared on the surface. Upon securing the championship, he was actually feeling emotional and thrilled deep down, because it further verified his previous speculation. He was indeed born with prowess in battle. While he didn't understand the utility of an individual combat genius amidst a war between civilizations of such scale and caliber, he suspected that it was likely due to his lack of information at the moment that he couldn't understand it. Undoubtedly, as long as he continued down this path, he would be able to truly seize the value of his existence. The second event for the T-800 group, short-distance shuttle run, is about to start. Please have Sergeant Harrison Clark prepare and calibrate his equipment as soon as possible. Here, Professor Owen was working closely with Chen Feng to calibrate the machine, and an electronic referee's tone had already sounded by Chen Feng's ear. He was taken aback. When did I become a sergeant?" Nora Kemp outside answered, "We just received a notice from the higher UPS. In recognition of your outstanding performance in the cross-country long-distance run, which has set an example for the whole Army, you have been granted a promotion in military rank. From now on, you are Sergeant Harrison Clark." Chen Feng was puzzled. Is it that casual? In his past understanding, the promotion of military ranks was a serious matter, especially with a strong sense of ceremony. In the past 3 times, he was just a bottom-level recruit and had never experienced the taste of promotion. This time, he became a corporal early on. At the time, he didn't feel much about it. After all, a corporal is only one step higher than a private and is still considered a lower-level soldier. But now he's just participating in a competition, and even if his performance was excellent, his unexpected promotion to sergeant without a medal ceremony made him even more confused. He didn't think much about it and blurted out his question. Nora Kemp explained again, "The military has now entered a state of readiness, so many affairs are simplified. Unless it's a particularly important promotion, there is no ceremony." "Oh, is that so?" Harrison Clark suddenly realized, feeling somewhat surprised. If it weren't for this person mentioning it, he really wouldn't have realized that they were in a state of readiness now. In the past, he never paid attention to this issue. The old reason was that his military rank was too low, and he didn't even have the qualifications to feel the urgency of a state of readiness. In this era, indeed many people have been making self-sacrifices and struggling. However, the daily lives of those on welfare and ordinary civilians were well protected until the final judgment came. As for why the leadership of the world government decided to keep the news so secret, Harrison Clark had many immature thoughts. He couldn't fully understand their intentions, only conjecture conclusions. That was that there was no benefit in letting ordinary people know. Forcibly raising their sense of urgency wouldn't strengthen society's productivity, but rather it could cause chaos and hinder progress. Ordinary people didn't have the ability to bear such great pressure, and they were more likely to enter a state of collapse and madness before the end came. The outside world seemed peaceful, but apart from the welfare recipients who were idling, other workers and creators with creativity and initiative had already reached their limits under the world government's meticulous division of labor and planning. By the way, who are you, beautiful woman? You seem to know the ropes. Seeing that the second round of the competition was about to begin, Harrison Clark himself wasn't too nervous, but the tense atmosphere outside was conveyed, especially as Professor Owen was sweating profusely and gasping for breath. He deliberately made a joke to liven up the atmosphere. Of course, he was also a bit curious. When he came out of the 8th simulator earlier, it was the graceful beauty who spoke first. Although he was not in the mood for flirting, he couldn't help but admire her beauty. He couldn't help but take an extra glance, pay attention, and become curious about her in his heart. Now, it was this crisp and pleasant voice talking to him again, and he was even more curious. Harrison Clark's remark astonished everyone outside. As Harrison Clark's direct instructor, Daniel Thompson wanted to find a crack to crawl into. Are you blind, man? Didn't you see the big gold 5-star on the general's shoulder? As a soldier of the Black Bear training base, not recognizing their own bases, boss and asking who's the beautiful woman, it's really frustrating. Daniel Thompson sneakily glanced at Nora Camp's face, fearing she would hold a grudge. But Nora Camp didn't show any anger. Instead, she showed a smile full of interest. My name is Nora Camp. I guess you could say I'm also an instructor. That's how she answered. Professor Owen had completed the calibration, and Harrison Clark began to check the parameters while reviewing the rules of the short-distance shuttle run. He wasn't really thinking, but absent-mindedly replied, well, I'm really envious of the new soldiers you teach, having such a beautiful instructor like you. Haha, of course. Not like my instructor, who has a bad temper, is ugly, and not caring at all. Which team are you with, Nora? I performed so well this time. Afterward, I'll file a report and join your team. Daniel Thompson's heart was blocked by suppressed resentment. He really wanted to rush in and strangle Harrison Clark to death. What's with the sweetheart and beauty jab? You're going to get me killed? You really have a death wish, huh? Fine, if you can make it into the top 100 after today's matches, you can follow me. Of course, I will. Just a reminder, don't get cocky because you got first place in the cross-country race. The upcoming challenges are even more difficult, especially the combat drills. Don't force yourself. No problem. After Harrison Clark replied, the communication was automatically cut off, and the referee took over the channel. Finally gathering his courage, Daniel Thompson said, General, why bother with all this talk? What if he really makes it to the top 100? Are you really going to take a newbie with you? Nora Camp turned around and smiled. Isn't he already my soldier and following me right now? Daniel Thompson suddenly realized that she was right. Professor Owen, you told Harrison Clark about the T-800 group during lunch, right? Professor Owen was engrossed in the scene inside, where Harrison Clark had already begun to move in sync with the others. He replied, yes, I did. Nora Camp said, no wonder. He's actually a bit nervous, so he deliberately made a joke to distract himself and ease his nerves. What a clever guy, good at utilizing all external resources. The general's analysis is correct, he has great potential. John, the logistics officer in charge of the base, agreed. Nora Camp shook her head, no, not potential, he's already a finished product. No need to groom. Daniel Thompson once again questioned whether he knew enough about Harrison Clark. The general's analysis sounded so reasonable. Bender. But why did he always feel that this guy had a puppet master mentality? It was completely about picking up girls? What nerves were they easing? The short-distance sprint was only about 1 kilometer long, but during the race, the contestants had to make a total of 50 back and forth U-turns within the track. This test pushed the contestants' acceleration and deceleration abilities to the limit, with their bodies constantly under extreme stress. Moreover, if not properly controlled during the U-turn sprint, the contestants would run a lot more than necessary. It wasn't simply about speed. If a contestant were to just bolt out at full speed, they would end up running an extra few dozen meters for no reason, resulting in a worse score. The less time spent, the better the score. The shorter the extra distance ran, the better the score. The final judgment would take both factors into account. Even more brutal was the fact that the U-turn distance wasn't fixed, it randomly varied between 10 and 30 meters. Each U-turn required different judgment calls. Since everything happened so fast, it was difficult for contestants to rely solely on mechanical assistance for calculations. While machines could react on time, humans tended to experience a delay between hearing a piece of information and making a decision based on it, which often led to mistakes. Therefore, this competition not only tested acceleration capabilities but also the contestants' fine control and execution. So, what was needed here was experience. Only through experience could contestants rely on intuition to make better judgments and reduce their U-turn distance to a minimum. Upon seeing Harrison Clark overshooting the U-turn by more than a dozen meters, while others only went 2 or 3 meters past, Daniel Thompson said disappointedly, "Sigh, Harrison Clark's training time is too short. In the long-distance race, he could rely on his talent to catch up, but the U-turn sprint is too reliant on experience. There's no way he could." He immediately shut his mouth. That's because, on just his second attempt, Harrison Clark had already reduced the distance to less than a meter. Nora Camp laughed. "Instructor Daniel Thompson, you don't understand the realm of genius. Sometimes, when talent is strong enough, it can truly crush everything." As expected, yet still surprising, Harrison Clark won the championship in short-distance sprinting and once again broke the historical record by a significant margin. After his performance, the referees had already prepared the statistics from his previous 2 competitions. He was far ahead of the combined scores of the second place, leaving no chance for others to catch up. The atmosphere at the Black Bear training base was naturally jubilant, but Harrison seemed unaffected, his face calm. Anyway, they would all die in a year, with less than a year left for the entire civilization. What would it matter if he left a historical record? He didn't feel particularly desperate or sad about it. After all, he had already died 3 times and was becoming numb to the ups and downs of emotions this entails. Still, the enthusiastic crowd came to congratulate him, so he decided to show some response by waving his hand and giving a perfunctory smile. Daniel Thompson saw Harrison's reluctant smile and thought he was tired. Daniel rushed forward through the crowd. "Make way, make way." Harrison did so well in 2 consecutive rounds that he must be exhausted. "Please let him rest." Harrison raised his hand to stop Daniel. "Don't worry, I'm fine. I didn't use a single peak acceleration, so I wasn't exhausted at all." "Everyone. That's a bit much. Showing off too much. You improved the historical record by 80%, and yet you said it wasn't that hard for you? Well, it's a pity there's only one chance. Normally, in events like long jump, isn't it 3 attempts and the highest score counts? If they'd let me try again, I could have improved by another 30%. Professor Owen couldn't stand Harrison's excessive bragging and dragged him to the monitoring equipment, pointing at the huge 22G on it. "You didn't use peak acceleration? You used at least 22 Gs. You accelerated with 22G and then decelerated with 22G. If this were a real machine and not a simulator, you would be a meat paste now." Harrison retorted, "Aren't real machines supposed to be injected with serum?" Professor Owen was suddenly speechless. Everyone was shocked and speechless. In the long-distance running competition, most participants managed to handle at least 12 Gs of acceleration, but for the short-distance sprint, no one had ever managed to reach a full 12 G. That's because they didn't want to overshoot and lower their scores. However, Harrison used a staggering number of 22 Gs but managed to control it so well, keeping the distance with precision. There's only one explanation: his timing in choosing when to accelerate and decelerate was absolutely perfect. But for him to claim that he could still improve by 30%, don't people have to follow some basic rules when bragging? Harrison was puzzled and asked Professor Owen, "Who told you that 22G is my limit?" Professor Owen, "Huh?" The conversation had derailed, and it couldn't be stopped. If Harrison's tone had been more braggy when he said that, it wouldn't have been so jarring. But he appeared calm, showing no signs of arrogance, yet his words were hard to accept, causing complete cognitive dissonance. Silence. A deathly silence fills the large training hall. Not to mention the senior reserve soldiers preparing to compete, even elite coaches like Daniel Thompson began to doubt themselves. Who are we? Where are we? What are we doing? What's the purpose of all the hard training we've endured? Harrison's record-breaking performance was discouraging rather than inspiring. Fortunately, there was no live broadcast of anything other than the competition itself, or Harrison might have been blacklisted by the entire army. "Harrison, come here for a moment." Unable to watch any longer, Nora Camp stepped forward and grabbed his shoulder, calling him over. Harrison had been keeping an eye on this attractive woman all along. No matter what, seeing such a smartly dressed, commanding, and beautiful female soldier in a military base brimming with masculinity was a pleasure, both visually and mentally. He raised the corner of his mouth, intending to crack a harmless joke. But then his expression froze. On this girl's shoulder badge, there were tassels, and such a huge 5-pointed star. It's even gilded. Wait, let me think. Let me calmly ponder for a moment. If I remember correctly, this shoulder badge means that she's a major general? And, inside the whole Black Bear training base, there's only one major general with the highest military rank. So it means that I was just teasing the devilish big boss of the entire base mentioned by Lion, the general herself? Harrison Clark felt he was in trouble. He couldn't believe that the person who even made Lion nervous, the person in charge of the base, turned out to be a delicate-looking big girl. But when Harrison Clark took a closer look at Nora Camp, he thought that she wasn't exactly delicate, with her sword-shaped eyebrows and slightly pointed chin, giving her an imposing presence. As she stood there, despite having a satisfied smile on her face, she radiated an aura of authority without even getting angry. Oh, all right. On the surface he appeared calm, but inside he was anxious as he followed Nora Camp out of the training building for the time being. Nora Camp didn't scold him, though. She just told the staff to arrange a suitable nutritious meal for him, and then she sat down with her hands crossed, smiling as she watched him eat. Your next event is obstacle sprinting. It's different from the shuttle run. Obstacle sprinting tests your ability to change direction left and right. Eating too much can cause stomach discomfort. Thank you very much. The more he spoke, the more mistakes he'd make. The safest approach now was to speak less and not give the general any chances to unleash her wrath. But Nora Camp didn't plan to let him off that easily. By the way, you mentioned earlier that you wanted to submit a report to follow me? Ha ha ha, just a joke. Don't worry about those details, and I'm already with you right now, right? Nora Camp nodded, in a certain sense, yes. But I hope that the level of following me will not be limited to this. Harrison Clark asked in confusion. I'm sorry, General, I don't understand what you mean. It's fine, don't worry. Let's talk about it after your competition. Let's wait until you get the first place. I'll go and report your daily training situation to the leaders first. Looking at her mysterious demeanor, Harrison Clark thought that since there was a rule allowing those who won the top 2 places to choose their own serving battleship, the Major General might hope that he would join her battleship. Harrison Clark had no opinion on this. He wasn't planning to mindlessly choose her battleship just because Nora Camp was pretty bender. He still planned to stick to his principles, considering everything for the sake of his survival time. The longer he could live, the more information he could see. At the moment, all of Harrison Clark's preparations wouldn't yield results until the very last moment. About an hour later, he emerged from the simulator once again. Without the slightest suspense, he still won the first place in the T-800 group overwhelmingly, while also raising the historical record by a full 1.2 times. He really wasn't bragging. This time, his highest acceleration parameter was 23 g. The other 19 experts in his group no longer expected to win the first place in this round of competition. Instead, they were grateful to Harrison Clark. It was precisely because of the existence of such an inhuman figure that they were able to fully unleash their potential, breaking their own personal records, and suddenly increasing their hopes of being at the top in this large-scale military competition. Now there were only 2 events left: space combat in zero-gravity conditions and ground combat in a relatively small indoor environment. Logically, people shouldn't be optimistic about Harrison Clark at this point. Even if his progress before this was horrifying, actual combat and skill training were completely different. But many people didn't dare to voice their doubts, because their intuition told them that some geniuses really don't need to reason. Harrison Clark, you have already gained a huge advantage in the first 3 events. As long as you don't make any major mistakes in the last 2 events and don't get 2 zero scores, you are basically guaranteed a place in the top 100 of the entire army. In the small temporary combat meeting room, Daniel Thompson was repeatedly advising Harrison Clark on the precautions for space combat and ground combat. Professor Owen and Nora Camp were also present in the meeting room, whereas Martha Owen and representatives from Ancient Civilization Research Institute were listening online. Now, Harrison Clark possessed extremely high research value, not only because of his 100% adaptability but also due to his horrifying talent. The competition format was slightly different from what Harrison Clark originally thought. Instead of fighting each other, it was a battle between humans and virtual opponents. The 20 contestants each had their own identical arena, where they had to defeat virtual opponents generated by data simulations on their own. The virtual opponents were set to the same parameters as the Azure Dragon armor, and their acceleration levels were constantly set at 15 g. The contestants had to continue defeating the virtual opponents in front of them. Defeat 1, then face 2 simultaneously. Deal with 2, then face 3 at the same time. The number of opponents increased with each round, continuing in this manner. The competition ended under 2 conditions: the contestant persevering for an hour or being hit consecutively, damaged in vital areas, and judged by the system as dead or losing combat capabilities. The scoring method was also straightforward. The contestants would be scored based on the number of virtual opponents they defeated and the extent of their injuries. The rules for scoring space warfare and indoor ground warfare were identical. The essence of both types of battles was the same. The ground battles were conducted indoors, simulating the situation in space combat, such as in space stations or inside large spaceships with gravitational environments. According to the military's strategic guidance, if the war had progressed to ground battles, then humanity would have already lost. In short, everything you need to know is here. Off you go. After finishing the instructions, Daniel Thompson waved his hand with a grand gesture of sending someone off on a long journey. Hold on. Nora Camp stood up. What are your orders, General Camp? Harrison Clark asked obediently. Nora Camp thought for a moment. Although you have an advantage in terms of hard power and operation level, actual combat is different from simple maneuvering operations, and includes fighting skills and resource utilization. Don't underestimate those data-simulated virtual opponents either. Each simulated soldier has entered the fighting skills and combat instincts of the regular commandos, so don't underestimate them. If you feel like you can't hold on, don't force yourself. After all, you've already gained a lot of points in the first 3 events. Bender. Upon hearing this, Daniel Thompson chimed in. That's right. Although your talent is high, you haven't practiced fighting skills. Although advanced medical treatments are available now and can heal injuries as long as you don't die, a lengthy recovery time could delay your future progress. Following suit, Professor Owen added, "Oh yes, and there's a difference between armored combat and regular combat. To master the combination of the two, even for you, it would take at least a month, or no, 2 to 3 weeks of training, and that's provided you have already mastered mature fighting techniques." Harrison Clark thought to himself that it was a complicated issue. Others' concerns were a sign of goodwill, and it was hard to refuse them. However, in reality, everyone's concerns were quite unnecessary. But at this point, mere words wouldn't be enough. It was better for him to demonstrate his skills in the ring instead. "All right, I'll remember everything you said. Rest assured, I'll be careful." It was only when he entered the rarely used special combat simulator in the base that everyone began to feel nervous. But their nerves lasted for less than 5 minutes. Harrison Clark had never experienced space combat in a zero-gravity environment before, especially when his virtual opponent used a metal rod from the spaceship's porthole as a weapon, catching him off guard. But his panic didn't last long. After steadying himself, he quickly adapted to the space warfare environment and applied the magnetic system ingeniously, using the positive and negative tracked ions on the warship's metallic surface and disrupting the opponent's movements with magnetism. It took him less than 5 minutes to go from being a beginner to being proficient in these intricate operations. Even more crazily, he completely broke his promise to be careful, constantly raising his own acceleration to 23 g, and even occasionally reaching the terrifying peak of 23.5 g. As for the hand-to-hand combat skills that everyone was worried about, it was never a problem from the start. He only lacked the experience of combining armor combat with real-life combat, and then he bridged that gap in just 5 minutes. As long as the game does not allow the use of long-range weapons, he would be undefeated, no matter how many opponents he faced. Consequently, this space combat simulation battle became a bloodbath with no suspense at all. Both sides had different G values, making their fighting capabilities on completely different levels. As time went by, when the other players could only withstand up to 6 opponents before being declared losers and kicked out of the room, Harrison Clark had already been evading 12 opponents for quite some time. He skillfully utilized his advantage in speed, and made full use of the terrain on the battleship's surface, sometimes retreating like a fish and sometimes striking back like a ghost, then breaking his opponents one by one. Even if the program for simulating opponents had incorporated cooperative attacking techniques, Harrison Clark simply didn't give them any opportunities to work together against him. An hour passed, and the number of opponents in front of him finally maxed out at 15. Upon exiting the simulator, he sighed with regret. There just wasn't enough time. If I had 10 more minutes, I could have taken down all 15 of them. The training building became eerily quiet. Everyone had grown numb to Harrison's absurd remarks. "How does it feel?" Though no one else spoke, Professor Owen, as Harrison's operating assistant, had to make some kind of response. Harrison seriously pondered for a while before giving his evaluation. "It's all just database stuff, and the adaptability is not as good as real people. As long as you find a pattern, it's easy to take on 10 or even 15 opponents at once. However, I believe real people wouldn't be so easily defeated. If the simulated opponents didn't chase me so relentlessly and instead stuck together more firmly, I would be at a loss. Simply put, it's no big deal." Professor Owen turned his face away, thinking that he shouldn't have asked. As the representative of the Yellowstone Research Institute, Martha Owen laughed uncontrollably in her private chat with Nora Camp. "You've got quite a talent in this subordinate of yours. If anyone else tried to talk like him, they'd be asking for a beating. But when he says it, it seems like it's only natural." Nora Camp chuckled. "Isn't that just like how we used to be?" Martha Owen carefully pondered. "No, there's still a slight difference. He's even more arrogant than we were. But this feeling is familiar to us. It's the loneliness that comes from being at the top." Time passed, and another hour and a half went by. When the sun set on the western horizon, the military-wide T800 group competition came to an end. Unlike previous years, even though the T800 group's competition garnered a lot of attention, participants still constantly entered other competitions in order to maintain the efficiency of the overall game. But this time, on the one hand, it was because Harrison Clark's acceleration was so high that it occupied too much of the central brain computing power, forcing the military to reduce the number of simultaneously running competition divisions. On the other hand, there were too many participants who were eagerly waiting to watch his competition, and thus they were reluctant to enter their own matches. As a result, by this point, less than a quarter of the total military competition had just been completed. In the past, these competitions would have been finished in 2 or 3 days, but this time they might have to be extended to 4 or 5 days. However, no one blamed Harrison Clark for occupying too many social resources. The reason is simple: the significance of genius to an era is that it can raise the limits of people's horizons and further improve the overall performance of the environment. Perhaps it was really due to his stimulation, or it could be that the other contestants had finally reached the crucial point after their arduous training, but the overall performance in this competition was much stronger than in previous years. However, no matter how strong the others were, the top spot in the military competition had already been predestined. To celebrate Harrison Clark's resounding victory, Nora Camp took the lead and invited all military officers with the rank of lieutenant and above at the base to attend the celebration party on the top floor of the cafeteria building. Of course, this included Harrison Clark himself, as well as the newly promoted lieutenants. At the banquet, Harrison Clark wore his newly tailored uniform. He also received his own officer's certificate and epaulets, signifying that he had completely left the ranks of new soldiers. From now on, he would be a true military officer within the military system. To him, titles were just empty and virtual things. What mattered was that he had finally obtained the freedom of time. This was the best benefit he could ever ask for. During this meal, Harrison Clark couldn't really enjoy himself. It was against military regulations to drink alcohol during combat readiness. For the past few years, the military has been in a constant state of combat readiness, and no alcohol was allowed. As time has passed, alcohol has diminished significantly in military camps. Alcohol can impair people's reaction abilities and affect Azure Dragon armor control, so getting used to no alcohol has become second nature to everyone. However, Harrison Clark was from 1,000 years ago, and although he wasn't a heavy drinker, having a few drinks when in the mood was a habit. Today was supposed to be a great day, but he couldn't drink a drop, which left him feeling rather empty. Yet, he couldn't say anything about it. Why do you look so unhappy? Aren't you happy about getting first place? Nora Camp, who was sitting next to him, raised her tall glass of pure natural orange juice and waved it in front of his eyes. Harrison Clark shrugged. It's fine, I guess. Nora Camp suddenly said something unpleasant. Were you influenced by Daniel Thompson? I've seen your file, you're a genetically engineered person. Harrison Clark counter-questioned. General Camp, are you discriminating against me because of my race? I'm not discriminating against anyone because there's no concept of race anymore. Also, no engineered person has ever achieved what you have, and I'm not just talking about the speed of your progress, but your current abilities, which are unprecedented among engineered people. Harrison Clark didn't know how to respond to her words. Well, thank you for the compliment. It may have come a bit late, but perhaps you don't understand the significance of your appearance. You've proven that the potential of an engineered person is as high as an ordinary person, and you've changed not just your own social status, but that of many others. I believe, starting from today, there will be more engineered people like you who will be treated fairly. Harrison Clark wondered, how does that work? His previous social status was too low, and he had never come into contact with or thought about the profound social issues that Nora Camp was discussing. Ever since being silenced for secretly spreading doomsday rumors in the past, he had lost interest in pointing out the flaws of this era. Not all people on welfare are content to be useless, especially the large number of engineered people. It used to be believed that it was difficult for top talents to emerge from the engineered people, and no matter how hard they tried, they could only work in the most basic jobs. You've changed this perception, and countless people will be grateful for your contribution. Wow, that's really touching. Can I get a reward? Allow me access to the Yellowstone Research Institute, or at least access to the Ancient Civilization Research Institute archives. What do you want with those? Nora Camp asked. Thinking the opportunity had come, Harrison Clark said, because I love learning, learning makes me happy. Sorry, no. Every field of knowledge is vast, especially since you've already proven your talent in combat. To protect your talents and make full use of them, the military won't allow you to access redundant information. Harrison Clark remained silent. At this moment, he deeply understood that no matter how hard he tried, his destiny couldn't be changed. I've worked so hard, and my talent is now off the charts, but I've been working in the wrong direction. Damn. And besides, the military competition and the recruitment of the research institutes are two different systems. Isn't any crossover allowed at all? No crossing over. Harrison Clark shrugged. Well, this era is really boring. Even the simulation battles are against humanoid targets, so the lack of imagination is obvious at this point. He wanted to say that it was no wonder they would be defeated, but realizing that it hadn't happened yet, he decided to say no more. However, the thought of the inevitable end also dampened his spirits further. He thought this time would be different, but in the end, there was still no change, which was rather boring. Oh well, he had already mastered the Azure Dragon armor, and his social class seemed to have been raised to its peak. It's probably time to take a break. In Harrison Clark's view, without a real war, he can't accumulate military achievements. Therefore, a second lieutenant's rank and the corresponding first-class citizenship privileges are probably the highest achievements of his time-traveling journey. The real war will have been too short-lived anyway, lasting only a few minutes before all of humanity would go to sleep without a chance of achieving anything. Oh well, he'll just choose a battleship that is more durable and stay towards the center, and then see what happens when the time comes. As for how much he'll be able to see, he can only do his best and leave the rest to fate. After everything, he'll probably just await his death. Bender. Harrison Clark thought carefully and felt that this kind of situation, no matter how hard he tried in the process, was still boring and disheartening if he could see the ending at a glance. But he knew that what he had to do was to try every means to change the outcome. Being downcast doesn't mean giving up easily. He just didn't want to inflame himself too much before seeing the hope of ultimate success. It's pointless to be passionate out of nothing. It's better to try to do your best with peace of mind. After all, to achieve great things, people need perseverance, not just short-term burning passion. Perseverance is more difficult than burning passion. It was Nora Camp's words that truly hit him hard. He had already made such huge progress, breaking through human limits, yet he was still not allowed to cross boundaries. Clearly, the system was deliberately creating difficulties for him, hindering his work. When he was still a welfare bum, he was addicted to this era's high welfare, specialized labor model, thinking it was great for him to just coast along through life. But when he really wanted to climb up, he found the omnipresent restrictions on authority extremely annoying. Gradually, he felt that the current era's system, which seemed to maximize the functionality of every capable person, was too rigid and stifled human creativity. From the moment they were born, people had little chance to choose their own lives. Just as Nora Camp said, engineered people are born into welfare and lack education and guidance. Even if they have talent, they are more likely to end up on welfare in the end. Screws will always be screws, and wisdom born of rubbish will still be buried in rubbish. Ordinary screws don't even have the most basic right to choose which machine they serve. On the surface, it seems that human technology has indeed taken great strides at the expense of generations of self-sacrifice, but Harrison Clark believed that perhaps things could have been done better, and maybe the over 1 million heroes in the predecessor of the Ancient Civilization Research Institute didn't have to sacrifice themselves so brutally. But now, all of this has become a fixed pattern, and he's powerless to change it. All of this has been crushing his enthusiasm since he came to this era. Well, whatever. Having come this far, he'd just watch all the relevant information, then try to make progress step by step, see how far he could go, and then just wait for his death. Nora Camp sized him up, and once again she felt like she couldn't understand this strange, lazy man. It's too unusual. No one who ranks first in the whole army would be this lazy. Is this his true nature, or is it the genetic drawback of a synthetic person? This doubt made Nora change her initial idea a little. Instead of proposing her initial plan, she asked, "So, which battleship are you planning to choose?" Harrison Clark shook his head. "I haven't decided yet. I haven't even seen the information, so I can't make a decision. I'll think about it later. How about joining my giant wave? I forgot to mention that the giant wave named after me is a top 10 escort ship in the whole army. Do you know what the top 10 means?" Harrison Clark nodded. "I know." Not wanting to let the cooked duck fly away, Nora continued to introduce. The full name of the giant wave is the Giant Wave 008, which is one of the few space battle level ships in the entire escort fleet. Its equipment is the most advanced in every aspect. Harrison Clark showed a little interest, but immediately became alert. During the battle, is the giant wave at the front line or lurking in the back? He had already made a decision. If the giant wave's position was at the front of the formation, based on his memory, it would be the first to be blown up, and he definitely couldn't go there. If it was in the far back, he could survive for a few more seconds, which met his selection criteria, and he could sell Nora a favor. I can't tell you too much about the specific military deployment, but I can simply tell you that the giant wave is responsible for the side wings, and it's one of the main flagships of the side wing fleet. Oh, that's impressive. I'll think about it later. All right, no need to rush to reply. Nora didn't press further when they seemed to have talked enough. After the feast, Daniel Thompson and Harrison Clark walked side by side towards the dormitory area. Daniel Thompson said regretfully, "You've changed your dormitory again, moving to a higher level. We won't be neighbors anymore." Harrison Clark asked, "Can I not move?" "No. So, I don't even have the right to choose where I live." Daniel Thompson thought for a moment. "Well, not exactly. You've shown your ability and potential, so you deserve better treatment. A better living environment can make you more engaged in the following training and tap into more of your potential." Harrison Clark smirked. "To become a better soldier and kill more potential enemies on the battlefield, right?" "Yes. What a considerate policy." "Of course." Harrison Clark suddenly asked, "So, what kind of enemy are we going to fight? Can you tell me, Lion?" Daniel Thompson hesitated. "According to regulations, I can't tell you until you're outfitted with Azure Dragon armor. But I can only tell you that we don't have much time left. That's why we need to train harder. As long as we can survive this crisis, humanity can be reborn like in the movie The Fire and truly be free in the universe." A great ideal." Harrison Clark smiled and returned to his room. He couldn't decide if he should admire Lion's great sentiments or grieve for Lion's meaningless spirit of sacrifice. "There's no hope, Lion. We haven't even seen the real enemy, and everyone's just playing around. Even if the Azure Dragon armor is used to its full potential, it'll just be a firework display." The next day, Harrison Clark was taken to the Black Bear Training Base's equipment department, where his Azure Dragon armor was already on display. "Yesterday, right after your match ended, the General Assembly Department began customizing this Azure Dragon armor based on your body data. It was delivered here at 7 o'clock this morning, and I hope you like it." Professor Owen proudly introduced him. After finishing his introduction, he quickly pulled away the curtain, revealing the streamlined, beautiful metallic object about 2.8 meters tall inside. Harrison Clark asked with confusion, "Isn't the inner structure supposed to be adjustable to the user's body shape for automatic adaptation?" Professor Owen proudly said, "That's just the standard mass-produced version, but customization tailored for a specific individual will always be better than mass production. A great horse needs a great saddle, and the Azure Dragon armor that perfectly coordinates with your body will help you perform better. On the battlefield, even the smallest mistake could cost you your life." Harrison Clark looked around, sizing up the metal beast with satisfaction. "Looks like winning the whole army competition was worth it." "Yes, special armor is the champion's reward. Alas, the customization is only for the support parts, and the maximum acceleration performance of this armor is still only 20 g. Harrison Clark frowned and asked, "Why? Can't the limit be removed? You can withstand greater acceleration, but the material of the machine doesn't allow it." With this limit, even forcibly increasing the acceleration ability of mass-produced models just a little bit will cause immense stress on the material structure and greatly increase the failure rate. You wouldn't want to be stranded in space, would you? Harrison Clark didn't ask the obvious question of why they didn't just strengthen the material. By this point, the reason they hadn't used enhanced materials was clear: they simply didn't have them. This was already the pinnacle of current technological capabilities. Moreover, adjusting the mechanical structure would affect the overall system. Even a slight increase in the upper limit would involve improving every aspect of the armor. Professor Owen handed over a box. "Take this, it's your serum. 1 box for each use, with 10 vials in each box. Regular Azure Dragon armor operators only have a quota of 1 box per month, but you have 3. However, you probably won't use them all up, so keep them safe for now." Harrison Clark opened the box and saw that it contained 10 neatly arranged syringes, each filled with a pale yellow liquid. The volume of each syringe was quite large, with 50 ml of serum. The sound of footsteps approaching echoed, and it turned out to be Daniel Thompson running over in his Azure Dragon armor. Daniel Thompson said, "Harrison, you go on the machine first. I'll brief you on the weapon configuration on the actual machine, so you don't have to repeat the basics." Harrison Clark nodded. "All right." The weapon configuration of the Azure Dragon armor was not complex, and Harrison Clark learned it quickly, taking less than 20 minutes. The weapons were shields, knives, guns, and some high-explosive bombs. The shield was made of alloy, the same material as the Azure Dragon armor itself, but thicker and with a better structure. The knife was an electromagnetic oscillating kinetic knife, which used high-frequency electromagnetic oscillation for cutting. It could slice through over a meter-thick alloy like tofu, and even the Azure Dragon armor's own armor couldn't resist it. This weapon was not initially designed with internal Azure Dragon armor combat in mind. Because the imaginary enemies the Azure Dragon armor had to face were never humans, the more powerful the weapon, the better. The gun was a high-energy compressed ion beam rifle. Although the ion beam rifle seemed similar to the laser guns in science fiction movies that shoot out a long beam of light with a biosound, the underlying principle was fundamentally different. Beam rifles had no bullets; what they fired was highly compressed ionic energy. Upon impact with a solid or liquid, the energy would cause a huge explosion due to a chain reaction of collisions. The explosive force of each shot from the beam rifle was equivalent to about 30 kilograms of TNT. The ion beam traveled at nearly the speed of light but did not reach it. The recoil from the gun was also considerable. Even the most elite soldiers had to wear the Azure Dragon armor to withstand it. Otherwise, they would be thrown back, and their shoulders would be dislocated. As for the high-explosive bombs, they were a type of weapon that completely baffled Harrison Clark just by reading the manual. He had no idea what principle they used, only that their small-scale explosive power was even higher than nuclear fusion. Luckily, he didn't have to learn how to make them, just use them. The destructive power of the high-explosive bombs was astonishing. Each bomb was only the size of a fingernail, but the ensuing explosion could easily level a skyscraper. This was the most terrifying explosive technology humanity had mastered so far. If the bombs were made large enough, it wouldn't be impossible to shatter the entire Earth. The conventional weapons equipped on the Azure Dragon armor were all very powerful, quite astonishing. All right, now remember the locations of our standard weapons. The knife is on your back, the gun is under the right arm, and the bombs are stored in the compartments on the inner side of your thighs. Daniel Thompson instructed. Harrison Clark raised his hand to ask a question. Lion, having the bombs placed there is a bit unsettling, right? Can we change the location? No. According to technical statistics, this is the spot where the human body has the strongest self-protection awareness, and it is least likely to be hit by external forces. So it's the safest place. Daniel Thompson's explanation was very strong, leaving no room for rebuttal. Of course, don't worry needlessly. As long as the safety is not switched off, the high-explosive bomb has a very high safety factor. Even if you break it with your hand, there won't be any problems at all. All right, I understand. Next, I'll talk about the most important precautions when using the Azure Dragon armor. Harrison Clark nodded. I'm all ears. The energy source of the Azure Dragon armor comes from a small nuclear fission reactor below the breastplate. With our current technology, in order to precisely control nuclear fission within this small box and prevent radiation and heat from leaking and harming the human body, we can only sacrifice overall energy supply. So, this integrated reactor can only support the continuous high-intensity consumption of an ordinary soldier for 3 hours. Once the power consumption exceeds the red line, the reactor will automatically cut off power supply and enter a dormant state, with only a high-energy battery to maintain minimum mobility. Harrison Clark thought for a moment. The serum also lasts for 3 hours, so the timing is just right. That's right. Of course, even if the serum loses its effect and the operator loses consciousness while the Azure Dragon armor is still outside, the intelligence system will activate autopilot to return the operator and the Azure Dragon armor to the nearest base. So regardless of how much serum we have left, we should always replace the integrated reactor in time. We usually carry a spare reactor with us on each mission, just in case. Remember that. I remember. Oh, by the way, there are no enemies now, right? What kind of mission? We'll talk about the mission later. We have 2 hours and 40 minutes left. Now change to the training grade equipment. Daniel Thompson pointed to the equipment next to him. In our daily real machine training, we won't use conventional equipment. I understand, it's to avoid accidentally killing our own people. That's right, once hit, even if it doesn't result in death, the damage would be significant, and even a slight scratch would result in costly repairs. During our regular missions inside the Earth, we also use less powerful training grade equipment. Now, start equipping yourself. You have 3 minutes. 30 seconds later, Harrison Clark had fitted the training grade alloy knife, battle shield, thermomagnetic gun, and conventional grenades into the reserved slots in the Azure Dragon armor. Meanwhile, Daniel Thompson was only halfway through. Lion didn't want to talk. It's just that he's faster, so what? It's not good for a man to rush, nothing to brag about. Just then, a whistle sounded in their ears. Daniel Thompson was overjoyed. Good news. Harrison Clark asked, what do you mean? There's a temporary mission? It's been assigned to us at the Black Bear training base. Since only the 2 of us are currently in real machine training and we have enough time left, let's go. I'll show you the taste of real combat. As the captain, Daniel Thompson responded to the temporary order, summoning a spindle-shaped rapid shuttle transport, which took off and landed inside. Harrison Clark followed with curiosity. He felt something was off. Though there were no enemies now and the world government completely ruled, could soldiers still have missions? Was it a drill? After leaving the base, Harrison Clark finally looked up the information on the intelligence system. The situation was different than he expected. He and Daniel Thompson were going to deal with a small-scale march. The incident took place at a settlement 1,300 kilometers away from the Black Bear training base, approximately the size of a provincial city in the past. At this moment, more than 500 people were gathered together, holding a silent sit-in protest in front of a research institute at the center of the settlement. Harrison Clark was puzzled. Why not just send ordinary forces to deal with this? Why deploy the Azure Dragon armor? Daniel Thompson shook his head. This research institute is under the jurisdiction of the Azure Dragon Training Center, and its main research direction is battleship power systems. A prototype equipped with a new power system is preparing to launch into space. It's a big deal, and we can't take any chances. Deploying the Azure Dragon armor directly is the safest way. Harrison Clark nodded. Makes sense. What exactly do we need to do? He didn't really want to be ruthless. Daniel Thompson saw his reluctance and said, don't worry. Based on past experience, once the Azure Dragon armor arrives, these people will run away faster than monkeys. We just need to intimidate them a little. These so-called escapists are always cowardly and won't cause much trouble. I see. Harrison Clark secretly sighed in relief. Of course, we don't blame them. After all, they don't know the full situation, and it can only be said that the ideological conflict is due to information bias. So, as long as there are no major issues, we are not allowed to open fire in the first place, as stipulated in the military code. Now everything was clear to Harrison Clark. He had learned about these so-called escapists when reviewing historical materials. Strictly speaking, these people shouldn't be called escapists. Their ultimate goal is not to escape. They have no knowledge about the impending doomsday, so there is no question of escaping. They simply believe, based on their own knowledge system, and seeing the massive space fleet developed by the world government, that humanity can already venture outside the solar system and explore the vast universe. They never refer to themselves as escapists but rather see themselves as explorers, thinking that venturing beyond the solar system is the future humanity must face. As cryogenic technology and automatic navigation have matured and there have been breakthroughs in energy technology, all preconditions have been met. In theory, they could undergo a long sleep and successfully arrive at another star system after setting the route. Of course, they might also die from unknown dangers in the universe.Bender. But they're not afraid of death and are willing to sleep for 1,000 years, both for themselves and to expand humanity's territory. With their lofty goals and ambitions, they just couldn't understand why, with conditions so ripe, the world government still hadn't taken that first step. Among those holding this ideology were descendants of the extremely wealthy who were even willing to build spaceships out of their own pockets, just wanting to go out and see the world within their lifetime. But the world government put a stop to this behavior, leaving everyone helpless. The escape faction had its own scientific ideology, and thus a mass base. Supported by various companies, both openly and secretly, they now had an economic foundation, so they occasionally created small, harmless incidents. Well, Lion, I think if the escape faction wants to leave, just let them go. It's not a big deal. Everyone has the right to choose freely, right? Daniel Thompson's face suddenly became very solemn. No, they can't leave. Why? Harrison Clark asked again. Daniel Thompson thought for a moment. You wait, there are still 7 minutes until we reach our destination. I'll report to the higher UPS, and it's time for you to know some information. Harrison Clark immediately perked up. Although he had already guessed many answers based on his own deductions, and had heard the leader's desperate speech at the last moment, he had never received a comprehensive explanation about the matter from an official perspective. Well, the higher UPS have approved. I'm listening. Harrison Clark, humanity has no future. Daniel Thompson's tone suddenly became somewhat choked. Harrison Clark, oh, I know. Daniel Thompson's storytelling mindset almost collapsed instantly. Damn it, why is he so calm? Acting like he already knew. What the hell? Forget it, maybe he's just naturally thick-skinned. Do you know why? 500 years ago, the countries of the world suddenly put down their disputes and established the world government? Harrison Clark asked back, because they knew of the enemy's imminent arrival? Daniel Thompson suddenly lost interest in talking, finding no sense of achievement in telling the story to him. Yes, and the day of destruction is precisely 1 year away. Why so precise? I'm not qualified to know the specific reason, but this is beyond doubt. Because the evidence is right there. Daniel Thompson pointed at the sky. Harrison Clark turned his head, looked through the time machine's circular window, and stared at the sky. There's nothing in the sky, just blue sky and white clouds. No, it's further. Outer space? Yes. Since 500 years ago, our entire solar system has been sealed off by alien civilizations, using technology we can't comprehend, or maybe magic, to construct a barrier. Harrison Clark was genuinely surprised this time. According to the scope of the solar gravity, the radius of the solar system is 2 light-years. This meant that an unknown alien civilization had created a barrier with a radius of 2 light-years, completely sealing off the entire solar system? No wonder, under the starry sky 1,000 years later, the edges of most stars appeared to have a faint blue halo. At first, he thought that the air quality on Earth had improved in 1,000 years, altering the appearance of the starry sky. Now it turns out that the entire solar system has been enveloped. The light from distant stars penetrated the barrier, causing diffraction, creating those faint blue light and shadow effects. He suddenly felt utterly hopeless. A barrier with a radius of 2 light-years, what the hell is going on? Does it have to be so extravagant? What level of technological advancement can achieve this? Just what kind of enemy is humanity facing? Harrison Clark's mindset collapsed. For these 500 years, under what kind of desperate emotions had the informed maintained their steadfast determination and made such resolute efforts? Harrison Clark took about 3 minutes to calm himself down, regaining his ability to think. The 8 planets of the solar system, along with most of the celestial bodies, lie on a plane. So is the barrier that seals us saucer-shaped? Daniel Thompson shook his head. No, it's a sphere, a perfect sphere. A more perfect circle than anything humanity has ever created, a true circle, rounder than a drop of water floating in space. But that defies the principle of gravity. Daniel Thompson sighed. Yes, this completely defies the theoretical foundation we humans have mastered, and the foundation of our physics. That's why our scientists have been trying to self-substantiate but still can't overcome this circle. The escape faction thinks the world government has done nothing, but they don't know that over the past 500 years, we've sent out countless unmanned or manned spaceships, which were disintegrated into nothingness the moment they crossed the barrier. No matter how the escape faction flies out on their own, they'll only die unclear deaths, utterly worthless. Harrison Clark slumped into his chair, looking lost. Kid, what's the matter? Are you already feeling defeated? Daniel Thompson smirked. Yeah, there's no hope in sight. In fact, Harrison Clark knew more about the outcome. Regardless of the sphere that enveloped the solar system or the chain explosion that wiped out a huge fleet when the end came, both were beyond the limits of his imagination. So the situation he faced was genuinely dark and desperate. Because he had already experienced the end of civilization 3 times, he was more desperate than anyone else. Yes, everyone who knows about this matter sees no hope. But even if we give up, nothing will change, and the other party has set a final judgment day, so there's no chance of them sparing us out of compassion. Since we're going to die either way, why not die standing while struggling rather than die kneeling in despair? The universe has a memory, and it will remember that we humans have been fighting until the very last moment and never stopped moving forward, even if that struggle is futile. At this moment, Daniel Thompson finally said what he had always wanted to say to Harrison Clark. Harrison Clark fell silent, pondered for a long time. Lion, what a great literary talent you have. Cough, it's not my original. Whose original? It's from the composer named Harrison Clark from 1,000 years ago, who had the same name as you. On his deathbed, he still wanted to break through and create new music. Of course, he didn't succeed. People didn't understand why he persisted until he died, so they asked the reason for his persistence. That's how he answered. It's his last words. Harrison Clark widened his eyes and smiled bitterly. Really? I must be amazing then, I didn't even know. So, in this timeline, even if I don't have this current understanding, according to the personality I formed at that time, I still struggled to the end as a composer. Even if my mind was filled with thoughts of plagiarizing music, by the time I was about to die, I still refused to give up. A 30-story building, covering an area of about 1 square kilometer and about 150 meters high, stood in the center of Penrith. This building was a subsidiary organization of the Azure Dragon Training Center, a research institute specializing in the study of spaceship and spacecraft propulsion. The main components of the newly developed Voyager 711 spacecraft were stored in the underground warehouse of the building's ground floor. Tomorrow, these semi-finished spacecraft components will be shipped out and assembled at the Heavenly Spring Space Base 200 kilometers away and sent into space. Voyager 711 is equipped with the most advanced energy technology for humanity so far, cyclic controlled nuclear fusion. This new type of controlled nuclear fusion seems similar to the power core of the Azure Dragon armor, but there is an essential difference. In conventional controlled nuclear fusion energy, the deuterium cannot be recycled, and once used up, it must be refilled. On the ground, controlled nuclear fusion theoretically equals infinite energy. However, in space, everything becomes another concept, and each time the energy is replenished, it is an extremely massive and complicated project. The core characteristic of cyclic controlled nuclear fusion lies in the word cyclic. This new type of energy system can rapidly break down heavy core atoms into light core atoms with extremely high efficiency. As for the source of replenishment energy, it comes from the energy conversion of light pressure wings opened near the star at a relatively close distance. The light pressure wings and nuclear fusion cycle had been successfully developed long ago, but successfully combining them and verifying them through theory has made River 711 the first example in the world. In a sense, this is truly infinite energy. If this test flight and charging are successful, the military will prepare to produce over 20 River 711s in the next half year and enter planetary orbits around the solar system for long-lasting early warning. This is probably the last technological breakthrough for humanity before the final moment arrives. The design concept of River 711 is also vast, accommodating nearly 1,000 people and having a highly efficient internal circulation ecosystem, making it self-sufficient in space even if food and water reserves are depleted. After reading this information, Harrison Clark understood why the fugitive faction targeted the research institute in Penrith, as it perfectly met their needs. But he also regretted that if such a spacecraft had been developed earlier, it would have been better to send more of it out. Based on its design concept, the world government's deployment of such large spacecraft probably has another purpose. That is, if they eventually cannot match the enemy, these spacecraft will still be scattered and flee outside the solar system, trying to break through the barrier and strive to retain the last spark of humanity. However, combining Daniel Thompson's description of the barrier and what Harrison Clark himself saw, this plan is still doomed to fail in the end. We're almost there. Daniel Thompson received the notification, stood up from his seat, and quickly rushed to the cargo bay. Harrison Clark followed closely behind. 15 seconds later, the two leaped out of the cargo bay of the decelerating time machine one after the other, falling from 1,000 meters above. Below, just as shown in the intelligence, hundreds of people were gathering in front of the building, the demonstrators in the fugitive faction. Dozens of armed police stood in front of the door, confronting these people. However, the situation was not bad, and both sides seemed to maintain a high degree of restraint. Bender. Some of the demonstrators were holding banners, while others were sitting in protest. There was a blank area of 20 to 30 meters between the two sides. Get ready, we're about to land. Daniel Thompson reminded, we can't land directly in the middle of the crowd, otherwise, the particle flow ejected by the Azure Dragon armor during deceleration will cause massive casualties. Harrison Clark replied, understood. Daniel Thompson sent Harrison Clark a coordinate, and a red dot appeared in the holographic helmet. There's a school playground over there, and we'll land there. When 50 meters above the ground, the particle flow with a strong thrust was ejected from the rear of the two's Azure Dragon armors, slowing their descent and quickly blowing the natural grass on the school playground to a withered yellow. After landing, Daniel Thompson muttered to himself, something feels a bit off. Those demonstrators couldn't have missed us. Usually, when they see the Azure Dragon armor, they'd run away. For Harrison Clark, this was his first mission, and he wasn't familiar with the situation, so he could only respond vaguely, you're right. We should be careful, be careful. As Harrison's words were still hanging in the air, a piercing alarm sounded in his ears, and the Azure Dragon armor's built-in combat assistant quickly simulated the surrounding environment within the holographic helmet. In the blink of an eye, several glaring red dots appeared on it. High-energy attack detected? Evade immediately? Even before the combat assistant had finished its warning, Harrison had instantly pushed the Azure Dragon armor's acceleration to 20G and dodged to one side while also reaching out to grab Daniel, who was still adjusting the armor's power and hadn't had time to make evasive maneuvers. The two differently sized Azure Dragon armors tumbled several times across the field before stabilizing. Smoke rose from where the two had just been standing, the grass had disappeared, and the ground had sunk in, taking on a bright red, molten lava texture. It was a high-temperature heat melt cannon that fired the laser. Gasping for breath, Daniel Thompson looked around. Inside his helmet, there were also exactly 20 red dots representing high-energy reactions hidden in various directions around the stadium. We've been ambushed, Daniel said. They're really ballsy? Harrison also looked up at the sky and said, obviously. But what do we do now? Do we retreat and wait for reinforcements, or do we fight? Our equipment is only training grade. Not a problem, these are just individual weapons, and they haven't received any professional military training. There are no sharpshooters, and they can't aim with their naked eyes, they have to rely on intelligent targeting. Our combat assistant is more advanced and can crack their intelligence systems. As long as we evade their targeting in advance, they can't hit us. Harrison took a deep breath and said, understood. I'll go first. Wait, although they're using outdated laser weapons, which our shields can defend against, if we fail to block them and get hit directly, the Azure Dragon armor won't be damaged, but we inside will probably be cooked. Harrison instantly understood, so their real goal was to wait for the Azure Dragon armor to arrive? They not only want to River 711 but also the Azure Dragon armor? That's right. These escapist faction members are serious this time? Some information must have leaked out. It's a chaotic time, and all kinds of demons are on the loose. While on guard and sighing, Daniel managed to dodge another laser beam. Harrison cursed inwardly, the demons running amok were of no use. They were all going to die anyway. But he couldn't explain it to anyone and had to make temporary evasive maneuvers to avoid the laser beams. At the same time, Harrison was also trying to rush forward in an attempt to get closer to the heat melt cannons that were firing the laser beams. The training-grade live rounds couldn't penetrate the alloy shields of the heat melt cannons like the cluster guns could, so they just had to find a way to get up close. As Harrison dashed forward less than 10 meters, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and jumped back. At the spot where he had just been standing, a huge hammer emerged from the soil, whirled around, and slammed onto the ground with a booming sound. In the next moment, more than 10 old-style, 8 to 9 meters tall single-soldier armors that Harrison had once expertly controlled but were now outdated emerged from the soil of the stadium. Lion, this trap is deep, and we didn't bring the right gear. Let's retreat. Harrison quickly made a decision. Daniel Thompson vetoed it immediately. No, I just tried to send a distress signal, but it was blocked. If we don't hold our position until reinforcements arrive, these well-prepared escapist faction members will definitely seize Tur River 711 on the spot. This is their desperate attempt. With no other choice, Harrison shrugged, took off his battle shield and alloy knife from his back. So we have to fight, huh? Yes. Fight to the death. Harrison coughed lightly, not necessarily that serious, right? Yeah, there hasn't been an armed disturbance in the world for nearly 50 years, and it's amazing that our two brothers could encounter one on our first outing. But we're wearing the Azure Dragon armor, and you're here with me. They would never guess how strong you really are, Harrison. Harrison almost let out a retort. So Lion, you appear so tough, but it turns out it's because you know you have an extraordinarily talented fighter by your side. You're such a leg hugger. Whoosh. Harrison Clark used his battle shield to block a laser attack from the heat-melting cannon for the third time on behalf of Daniel Thompson. 3 minutes had passed since the two sides began their confrontation. Harrison Clark's Azure Dragon armor remained unscathed, while Daniel Thompson's leg was hit once by the heat-melting cannon. Fortunately, Daniel dodged quickly and only suffered a graze. The heat energy did not fully penetrate, otherwise, his leg would have been gone. However, Daniel's mobility had declined, and he was in a dangerous situation for a while. The old individual soldier armors had been destroyed under Harrison Clark's attacks, with 7 units falling. Of the total 19 heat-melting cannons spread around the stadium, only 11 remain, with Harrison Clark being responsible for the destruction of 8. Harrison Clark did even more than that. He rescued Daniel Thompson from danger several times. Without his performance, Daniel would have possibly been finished already. Harrison Clark leaped up once again, firing a bullet with a live ammunition gun at the cracked armor of the old mech's joint in front of him. The bullet penetrated the armor, shattered the cable within, and caused the old mech's right leg to shake due to insufficient power. Simultaneously, Harrison Clark's back ejected particle streams, propelling him forward. The alloy knife was thrust out, piercing through the gap between the old mech's chest armor and ending the life of the driver inside. Then, Harrison Clark grabbed the alloy knife with one arm, circled around the old mech, kicked its head armor, and let it fall beside Daniel Thompson, blocking a round of charged shots from the heat-melting cannons for him. It looks like I've become a burden to you. Wearing such advanced individual soldier armor and performing so poorly, I've really lost face for the instructor and shamed the Azure Dragon armor. Daniel Thompson, holding the shield with one hand, spoke to Harrison Clark, who stood back to back with him. As he spoke, he struggled to raise his shield, blocking another laser from the heat-melting cannon. But unlike Harrison Clark's agile dodges, Daniel's alloy shield had already been used to withstand nearly 10 attacks in a short time. It was now heated and faintly red. At this point, the astonishing heat had already passed through the handle of the alloy shield and exceeded the insulation performance of the Azure Dragon armor, transferring into his hand. He was just gritting his teeth and persisting. Taking advantage of the short gap in the enemy's concentrated fire, Harrison Clark shot down a large spotlight above the stadium stands with a backhanded shot, causing it to fall and destroy a heat-melting cannon, saying, "Lion, don't say that. Our disadvantage is just due to not having the right weapons." "That's true. Damn it, if we had regular weapons, these bastards wouldn't stand a chance against us." "Well, it is what it is. As soldiers, we don't have the right to complain." Gunshots have been heard from the Research Institute building, and they've started attacking. They have individual soldier armors, even older ones, but the conventional forces at the Research Institute can't hold out for long. We need to hurry and join up with them. Don't just focus on protecting me, give it your all. It'll be fine. All right. Lion, be careful. Let me show them the terror of 20G. Harrison Clark no longer protected him. Daniel Thompson fought for his life, and with a low roar, he lunged forward, finally slashing the old armor's central power system, disabling the large individual soldier armor. As Daniel looked back, he saw Harrison Clark had swiftly destroyed 4 old individual soldier armors and 3 heat-melting cannons in an instant. With fewer enemies, the offensive began to slow down, giving Daniel a chance to carefully observe the strength displayed by Harrison Clark. Contrary to his brute force method of cutting through the central power axis, Harrison Clark's every shot, every slash, and even each shield block followed by a shield strike, all hit the weak spots of the old armor. He always managed the most significant gains with minimal movement. This incredible skill was reminiscent of a butcher dissecting an ox, requiring a deep understanding of the old armor. Wait a minute. The old armor had been obsolete for almost 20 years. How could Harrison understand it so well? Daniel Thompson was greatly surprised, even losing focus for a moment and almost falling victim to a sneak attack. Harrison Clark, who effortlessly severed the arm of the last old armor that tried to attack Daniel, shouted, "Lion, what are you doing in a daze?" Daniel Thompson snapped back to reality and hurriedly joined forces with Harrison Clark to deal with the last two heat-melting cannons on either side. There was no time to explain any further. The two men broke through the stadium's main entrance and rushed out. As he watched Harrison Clark's retreating figure, Daniel Thompson sighed inwardly. Earlier, the general said that his battle prowess was rare, and he didn't even believe it. Now, he had to believe it even if he didn't. Harrison Clark, just how terrifying is your observation skills? This is only your first encounter, and you've already completely seen through the weaknesses of the old armor? I'm convinced, I'm really convinced this time. Hearing the heartfelt praise from Lion, Harrison Clark couldn't help but blush. You might not believe me if I told you. I don't have any of the keen observation skills you're talking about. I just used it a long time ago, and last time I was here, your damn scolding lasted for more than a month to remember the weaknesses and flaws of these old armors. Harrison Clark? What the hell are you doing? Don't you know that the elbow joint position must reduce the armor thickness to ensure flexibility? So when you attack with your blade, you must find a way to cover the flaws? Damn it, Harrison Clark, remember this, there are two seams on both sides of the breastplate, so even if you sacrifice the armor on your arms, you must block a frontal attack. Unlike those half-hearted pilots from the fugitive faction, who only knew fierce attacks and fierce fighting, when Harrison Clark came here last time, the main focus of the regular army's training was on how to protect these flaws and weaknesses, and how to play to their strengths and avoid their shortcomings. Last time he came, Lion, who was known as the top instructor, was still a master among masters in Harrison Clark's eyes, with a very impressive appearance. This time, however, he was just a brain-dead fan because of the old armor. It really is fate making fun of people. In just a minute and a half, the two finally appeared at the crossroads facing the entrance of the Research Institute building. They looked at the scene before them and couldn't help but gasp in shock. Daniel Thompson, this is insane. Harrison Clark nodded. Yes, it's a big move. In the large square outside the building, there were densely packed hundreds of old-fashioned armors. There were also nearly 200 armored vehicles, displayed as red dots on the three-dimensional map. Bender. They had completely surrounded the building. On the outside of the encirclement, hundreds of people were sitting in heavily guarded quadruple battlefield devices. The Research Institute's Guardian Army had long been out of ammunition and supplies, and even the defensive cannons sticking out from the ground and the building floors had just been destroyed one by one. Perhaps the fugitive faction was just wary of inadvertently damaging the Voyager 711 within. Otherwise, if they were to launch a full-fledged attack, the Research Institute would have fallen long ago. Harrison Clark wondered, how come there are so many obsolete armors? Don't they recycle the metal? Daniel Thompson pointed to one of several middle-aged men in suits and leather shoes behind the large quadruple battlefield device's top-level glass curtain wall, saying, "One recognize him. He's a senior executive of a monopoly enterprise in the global resource recycling industry. It must be him who secretly hoarded these old armors. Unfortunately, the signals in Penrith are now blocked, and we can't send out this information." Lion, that's not important. The important thing is, can we hold on? Harrison Clark swallowed. The enemy and our numbers were too different. With his own personality, he instinctively wanted to run away. But Daniel Thompson had already rushed out. Lion yelled on the communicator, even if we can't hold on, we have to try. If we retreat against the internal troubles, what can we face the enemy in space? Now Harrison Clark, you are the focus of the whole army. Everyone can retreat, but you can't? Harrison Clark, they've got their core backbone here. Once they break through the defense, these people will surely assemble and launch the Voyager 711 in the Research Institute to escape to space. Such a large-scale warship will cause severe damage to Penrith when it takes off, and at least one-third of Penrith's population will be killed by the jet-propelled heat energy particle stream. Harrison Clark was really sweating bullets, as Daniel Thompson had put him on the spot with just a few words. He gritted his teeth and rushed out to, "Fuck it, if I can't hold out this time, it'll just go back to the end of the world earlier. It's not like I'm really dead, it's not a big deal." He heard Daniel Thompson's shout again in his ear, "Don't worry, IT what? How did these two Azure Dragon armors get here?" Over there, the commander of the renegade army surrounding the Research Institute heard the report of something happening behind him, and turned his head to see Harrison Clark's small Azure Dragon armor darting back and forth like a descended celestial being among the tall, old-fashioned mecha array. Although the Azure Dragon armor was small, its material hardness far exceeded that of the old-fashioned armor, and its power system was even more superior. Nimbler, faster, more agile, and more powerful. This is the essential difference in performance between the Azure Dragon armor and the old-fashioned mecha. But even so, without equipping conventional weapons on the Azure Dragon armor, the old-fashioned armor still had a chance to overwhelm the former due to sheer numbers. The commander knew that Azure Dragon armors deployed for regular missions within Earth would only carry training-grade weapons, and he even saw through the pilot's mentality, knowing that they would try to land in the stadium to avoid harming civilians. He set up a tight ambush early on, believing that with the ability of those half-baked operators in the new recruit training base around Penrith, it would be impossible to escape unscathed. Even if all were instructors, it would still make no difference. That way, they could snatch 2 complete Azure Dragon armors before they left. In space, their technicians would then further crack the core technology, thus enhancing their own technological level. Despite all the well-laid plans, the situation now was completely unfathomable. What the hell is going on? What's happening at the stadium? Is Team 7 eating shit? Go! All of you, go! Teams 1, 2, 3, and 4. All of you, surround these 2 Azure Dragon armors? The commander cursed loudly and issued the order. The next moment, the commander received the answer. He learned why Team 7 had no achievements. The small figure of the Azure Dragon armor controlled by Harrison Clark dashed nimbly within the iron forest formed by hundreds of tall, old-fashioned armors. His movements were lightning fast. Although he wasn't large, every swing of his alloy sword would cause severe damage to the old-fashioned armor before him. He perfectly utilized the numerous jet nozzles that provided motive power around the Azure Dragon armor, leaping effortlessly to heights of 7 or 8 meters. When his opponent saw him floating in the air, thinking that the opportunity had come, abandoning defense and trying to swipe him in two with a giant sword, he would dodge skillfully in the air, making extreme changes in direction. Bender. With current technology, one could indeed capture his movements, but the neuro-response speed of the old-fashioned armor operators was not fast enough to respond at all. Boss, we can't hold him. What do we do? What do we do? The captain of Team 1 cried out in despair over the communicator as his teammates kept falling. Team 2's captain shouted as well, he's too fast? I never imagined anyone could pilot an Azure Dragon armor that fast. No. The captain of Team 2's words were cut short as his cockpit was pierced by Harrison Clark's sword. He died. Killing was, in fact, something that Harrison Clark was experiencing for the first time today. During the battle in the stadium, he wasn't used to it at first, and he even spared a few people out of kindness, nearly causing Daniel Thompson to lose his life on the spot. The shot that hit Daniel Thompson's leg armor was fired by a renegade soldier who had been saved by Harrison Clark and had crawled back to the turret. Such situations made Harrison Clark quickly realize a truth. Being merciful to the enemy in a battlefield is cruelty to one's own people. So, despite the compassion in his heart, Harrison Clark's actions were worthy of a war machine. On the other side, the high-ranking renegades watching the scene from their large combat vehicles were equally shocked by Harrison Clark's god of death-like demeanor. When did an ordinary new recruit base start turning out ace-level Azure Dragon armor pilots like this? The resource recycling company executive was extremely puzzled. A nearby technician showed the analysis data. Well, bosses, this guy is probably not just an ordinary ace. What do you mean? According to our calculations, he's been maintaining a 20g acceleration rate for a long time, thus enabling him to easily cut through our armor formations with just his training equipment. He's the ace among aces? We're really unlucky this time. No wonder, such incredible continuous directional changes, his physical endurance is beyond imagination. If we don't think of something, our armors will be destroyed by him alone at this rate. Just then, a young man at the rear of the crowd disdainfully said, "What ace, he's just relying on that serum, not even his own ability. Let me have a go at him, Needham, don't act impulsively, you are our last trump card. If you lose too, we..." The young man said discontentedly, "So, we just watch our people die at his hands? Are you expecting me to break the defense of the Research Institute alone after you're all dead?" Having said that, the young man turned and left the command room, heading to the rear. In the center of the crowd in the command room, a middle-aged man with glasses said, "Let Needham go." Although this man is powerful, Needham's strength is even greater. The performance of the Azure Dragon armor is better, but it has significant drawbacks. Its endurance is not as good as our modified type. Moreover, this man has been maintaining full load for a long time, and his energy is about to run out. Unconsciously, with Harrison Clark leading the way and Daniel Thompson following, the two broke through layers of encirclements and entered the Research Institute gate. The defense forces of the Research Institute were already at the end of their strength, and the morale was on the verge of collapse. The appearance of two Azure Dragon armors greatly boosted their spirits. "Lion, you go inside and rest for a while. I'll stay at the door. They won't get in." Daniel Thompson was silent for a few seconds before saying, "All right, I will listen to you. But don't be careless, we were in their armor pile earlier, so they didn't dare to use remote heavy weapons. Now that we're inside the gate, there's nothing holding them back. If you get targeted, remember to jump out in time." Harrison Clark nodded, and at the same time slightly turned his body to quickly and discreetly change the nuclear fusion energy pack under his chest armor. Daniel Thompson exclaimed, "How are you changing your backup energy source already? It's been less than an hour since we started using it." Harrison Clark shrugged. The previous test data was wrong. The 3-hour energy consumption only considered the usage state of the regular operator, which is at 20g, and the energy consumption is quite high. "Oh?" Harrison Clark looked back again, "But, don't worry, there are only about 50 of them left. This backup energy source is more than enough." Having said that, Harrison Clark stepped out of the door, holding his alloy knife, pointing at the front. Everyone, retreat. You are no match for me, and I don't want to kill anymore. He had half a sentence left unsaid. Although they will all die sooner or later, they could still live for more than half a year. They should go and enjoy the remaining life, not come here to die unnecessarily. However, these people did not retreat, only making a puzzled move. In the tightly packed array of old-fashioned armors, the formation was scattered. A huge armor, about 20 meters tall, slowly walked out. Unlike other similar silver-white old-fashioned armors, this giant had a natural, deep black metallic luster all over its body. It had significantly thicker armor and a larger torso than ordinary old-fashioned armors. Daniel Thompson exclaimed in the back, "What model is this? I've never seen it, and it's not in the database." "Be careful." Harrison Clark raised an eyebrow. "Something new. It'll be your opponent next." "Military dog, are you mentally prepared?" A deep voice came from inside the machine across the room. Harrison Clark, wearing the Azure Dragon armor, shrugged. "You've got lines, and you're quite a tough character. Tell me your name." "You're not worthy of knowing my name. I admit that you're stronger than most Azure Dragon armor soldiers, and perhaps you're a genius. But you, who rely on drugs, you're not real geniuses. I, Needham Brown, am different from you. Not only am I a genius, but I also have faith." With a loud roar, the giant armor charged like a mammoth elephant with heavy but fierce steps. Harrison Clark confronted him. "Needham? It's a good name. My name is Harrison Clark. Let me see how much of a genius you are." Needham Brown was shocked. "How do you know my name?" "Harrison Clark." "Fool, you've been duped." Needham's armor suddenly swung its right arm, revealing a giant sword approximately 4 meters wide and 15 meters long from behind. With the swing of the armor, the sword extended another 15 meters forward, reaching an astonishing 30 meters. The giant sword swung horizontally from top to bottom, heading straight toward the direction where Harrison Clark was standing. To further accelerate the sword swing, the huge armor began to spin around at an impressive speed on the spot. Harrison Clark immediately read the instantaneous acceleration of the opponent's spin from the data monitor on his helmet. 15G? The guy across, driving a giant armor with far worse control than the Azure Dragon armor, had accelerated to 15G? Moreover, from what he said, it seemed that he hadn't even used the serum. Just looking at their physique, it seemed the man across was even more of a genius than himself. As the smoke clears, Harrison Clark still stands at the entrance of the research institute. The alloy gates behind him, which were cast as a single piece, have been split in half and have loudly fallen to the ground. "Oh, impressive, you actually dodged it." Needham Brown's gaze focuses on the projection screen, staring intently at the seemingly unharmed Harrison Clark, slightly intrigued. His gaze shifts to the upper right corner, where the numbers displayed represent the Azure Dragon armor's instantaneous acceleration in the previous moment. 21G. Although Needham Brown doesn't know how Harrison Clark managed to do it, machines don't lie, this is fact. With the development of technology in this era, machines have achieved unprecedented precision. The Azure Dragon armor's design limit should be 20G, with no reason to exceed it by 1G. However, it's precisely this tiny extra acceleration that caused him to miss his confident slash. Meanwhile, Harrison Clark is also staring nervously ahead, drenched in sweat. This modified old-style mech is quite something. Whether it's the operator inside who can withstand 15G on their body or the armor itself, both are beyond his expectations. Although the modified mech's control system and precision are far behind the Azure Dragon armor, its primary material is much stronger than that of ordinary old-style mechs, greatly increasing its strength. Its larger size means thicker armor, and many old-style mechs' weak points don't exist on this modified one. Its weapon system is even more peculiar and diverse. If it weren't for using gravity in the critical moment and momentarily disabling the safety mechanism to increase its acceleration to 21G, his head would have been shaved off by a hair's breadth. Making such a non-standard maneuver was not without cost for Harrison Clark. The moment he landed, he couldn't reactivate the safety mechanism in time, and the acceleration reached an astonishing 23G. Although his body can withstand it, it has already exceeded the Azure Dragon armor's design limit. Currently, the monitoring equipment shows the status color of the leg armor changing from a healthy green to a pale yellow. Damage level, 17.8%. Numerous cracks have appeared at several joint positions, and they would need to be sent back for repairs if the damage level continues to rise. Although his situation is precarious, Harrison Clark won't reveal his weakness to his opponents. "You're not bad either, slightly better than those useless opponents I usually face." Harrison Clark placed the alloy knife on his shoulder, speaking in a slightly teasing tone. "Interesting, you seem different from ordinary Guardian Army soldiers. You actually seem to have your own thoughts." At this moment, Daniel Thompson, who was responsible for holding the line, interrupted. "Have you encountered the Azure Dragon armor before?" Needham Brown laughed. "Of course, otherwise how would I know that I've got you wrapped around my finger? A year ago, you attacked 2 Azure Dragon armor operators on a mission at the Black Forest base, right?" A puzzled voice came from Needham Brown. "Let me think. Oh, I remember now, those 2 useless fools. Yes, it was me. What about it? Bastard? One of the men who died at your hands was called James Thompson, and he was my brother." Daniel Thompson roared in anger, wanting to charge past Harrison Clark and kill their enemy. Harrison Clark raised his hand to stop him. Lion, you're my instructor, you have to stay calm. If you go out there, you won't last 5 seconds. If I were to fight alone, the research institute couldn't be defended. Daniel Thompson looked back and reluctantly returned inside. He didn't say anything superfluous about asking Harrison Clark to avenge him. He remembered his mission, putting the greater good above personal feelings. However, Lion, don't worry. I didn't know about this before, but now that I do, I won't let him leave here alive. Harrison Clark chuckled and once again discreetly deactivated the safety mechanism. Since the Azure Dragon armor was already damaged and not suitable for a prolonged battle, he planned to decide the outcome in the next 3 moves. As long as he can score one decisive blow against this modified mech, the others would naturally hesitate to act recklessly. Then, using the remaining firepower of the Guardian army stationed at the Research Institute as cover, he and Lion could fall back inside and hold out until reinforcements arrive and their mission would be a success. Alright, enough chit-chat. Let's get down to business. Harrison Clark took another step forward. It's time to end this. Needham Brown, right. Last time your reinforcements arrived too quickly, so I returned empty-handed, unable to seize the Azure Dragon armor. But this time, I won't let any accidents happen. Harrison Clark leaped into the air. It only takes me 3 moves to kill you. Absurd. Needham Brown's hands moved rapidly in the cockpit. The modified armor on the back, shoulders, abdomen, and front of the thighs opened up, revealing layers of heavy weaponry. Let's see how you dodge this. Boom, boom, boom. More than a dozen high-speed tracking missiles whistled out, while 5 thermal melt guns formed a crossfire net, locking onto Harrison Clark from all directions. At this point, the modified armor revealed its dreadful fangs. One suit of armor was equivalent to a small military fortress. Needham Brown stared ahead, his barrage locked in at the 21G limit that Harrison just slightly exposed. He wondered how. What? Right before his eyes, Harrison Clark's Azure Dragon armor disappeared from the crossfire net. The next instant, Harrison appeared right in front of his chest armor, the alloy knife already slashing down fiercely. Needham Brown maneuvered the modified armor to quickly retreat, while keeping an eye on the monitoring data. 23G? This is impossible. Didn't the professor say that the military's drugs could only support up to 20G? How could he keep surpassing the limit? Wasn't he afraid to die? Boom! Harrison's alloy knife still struck the side slits of the chest armor. Needham Brown's cockpit shook violently, but he didn't die. He screamed manically, "Idiot! This is not my weak spot." Really? Harrison grinned, feigning a kick at the modified armor's head. Needham Brown's modified armor's right fist flipped over, revealing a sharp rotating knife inside, thrusting straight forward. But Harrison didn't dodge or evade. The thigh compartment of his raised leg opened up, and a total of 10 shock bombs fired out, landing right in the opening of the modified armor's chest armor. The power of these shock bombs was nowhere near conventional high-explosive bombs, but their combined strength was enough to make their opponent feel the heat. Harrison continued to charge forward, his left arm gripping the alloy shield, blocking the opening, while his right hand held the alloy knife to collide head-on with the opponent's rotating knife, nearly the same size as the entire Azure Dragon armor. That's right, he planned to use the shield to compress the shock bomb's power into the modified armor's chest armor. If the mass alone couldn't break through, add the cumulative effect of the bombs. Moreover, this alloy shield was standard equipment, made of astonishingly strong material, fully capable of withstanding the force of the explosion. A series of explosions echoed in succession. Needham Brown's cockpit finally lost control of the modified armor as several cables broke during the intense shaking, and the modified armor fell backward. The pressure on Harrison's alloy knife suddenly dropped. He put the knife away and held a handgun to the gap in the chest armor. Madly firing, after more than 10 seconds, he leaped back. The bullets were empty. However, he successfully blew up the modified armor's cockpit defense with precise point-blank shooting, destroying every inch below Needham Brown's head. The grand entrance to the square was silent. Daniel Thompson felt incredulous. The elite of the renegade faction were dumbstruck. Everything happened too quickly. Daniel Thompson walked behind Harrison Clark. "Are you okay?" Harrison whispered back, "I'm fine, but my Azure Dragon armor isn't. All my control moves just now were at 23G. The armor feels like it's going to fall apart." The monitoring device in front of him showed that almost all components of the Azure Dragon armor were dark red, with a damage rate exceeding 80%. Daniel Thompson pondered for 2 seconds and made up his mind. "While they still haven't reacted, I'll immediately release control. You get on my Azure Dragon armor." 3 seconds later, Daniel Thompson jumped out of his Azure Dragon armor and hid back in the array inside the Research Institute, while Harrison Clark almost simultaneously jumped into Daniel's Azure Dragon armor. Although this would render Daniel powerless, it was obviously the best choice under the current circumstances. Why is this happening? An incredible thing happened. Needham Brown was clearly down, but his voice still came from the smoking. Modified armor. Harrison Clark was immediately on guard, urging the Azure Dragon armor to adapt to his body as quickly as possible while being prepared for battle. He tried to stall for time, saying, "I don't understand what you mean." He was indeed baffled. The man's body had been shattered, yet he wasn't dead. "I'm not satisfied. You brainwashed soldiers have no faith and are merely pathetic tools, yet why did I lose to you?" Needham Brown continued to mumble. The rescue team from the runaways had rushed out and were trying to cut through the chest plate of the modified armor to pull Needham Brown out from inside. Harrison Clark wore a bitter smile. Brainwashed? He wasn't quite sure how Daniel Thompson and the others had received military training. As for himself, there was no need for brainwashing, nor was it possible for him to be brainwashed. That's because Harrison Clark knew better than anyone else what the final predicament looked like. He had already experienced it 3 times in its entirety. I know what it's like outside. I also know the reason why the government forbids us to act. But why do you have to make decisions for us? Why can't we try once? Why can't we have our own choice? Rather than staying on Earth like shrinking turtles, waiting for death meaninglessly, or do you rather die in the universe? With such vitality, why do you think I can't break out with the hope of our race's survival? Do you know, what we want to take into space is not just the 1,000 people here, but the perfect 200,000 embryos that we have collected with great difficulty. Why do you stop us? Can't you let us walk our own path? Over there, the modified armor was finally cut open. The voice grew weaker and weaker. Harrison Clark watched as several medical personnel from the other side lifted out a furious, wide-eyed head. The part below the neck was indeed shattered. It was a face that belonged to someone as young as himself, staring intently at the entrance of the research institute. In his eyes were madness and obsession, as well as incomprehension. Everyone, don't save me. I can't hold on. But my death is not meaningless. I have already destroyed 1 Azure Dragon armor. The rest is up to you. Everyone, go on. For our faith, for our ideals. No one is smarter or nobler than anyone else. We don't recognize the world government's path. Go on. Don't let me die in vain. Needham Brown let out his final roar. The remaining dozens of old-fashioned armor operators roared furiously and rushed forward. Harrison, what are you dazing at? Attack! Daniel Thompson shouted from behind. Harrison Clark took a deep breath and revealed a bitter smile in his helmet. At this moment, his impression of the runaways had improved considerably. It turned out that they were not despicable, just different in their ideals. He took a deep breath, quickly raised the parameters of the Azure Dragon armor that originally belonged to Daniel Thompson, and swiftly moved forward to attack with lightning-like steps. My friends, I admire your ideals and courage, but this time I can only apologize. The fierce battle erupted violently after 5 seconds. With the stimulation of emotions on both sides, the restarted battle quickly entered a heated stage. Harrison Clark held 3 points of respect for these people in his heart, but his attacks were even more merciless and lethal. Perhaps it was because he had become numb, or perhaps it was because he didn't want others to suffer more pain before death like Needham Brown. When there were only 5 single-armored escapees left, the escapees finally launched a desperate attack regardless of the cost. Heavy weapons on armored vehicles and large combat equipment began to charge. Even if such an attack could potentially destroy the River 711 in the Research Institute, they would spare no effort. Seeing this, Harrison Clark hurriedly retreated to the entrance, holding a shield in front of him. Lion, you guys retreat to the underground bunker quickly. Daniel Thompson, who had switched to a heavy sniper rifle, shook his head. There's no time. The dazzling red light lit up in front of him, like the rising sun. The light from over 20 melting cannons gathered on Harrison Clark's shield at the entrance. Only by threatening Harrison Clark with the lives of his teammates would he obediently stand in place to be hit. Harrison Clark supported his arms with his shoulders and held the inside of the shield, but in just an instant, he noticed that the shield had become hot and unbearable to hold. But despite the severe pain in his hands, he looked back and saw that a large number had fallen behind him. The alloy shield had temporarily blocked the frontal bombardment for him, but the splashing fire on both sides had inflicted heavy casualties on the Guardian Army in the Research Institute. With a heavy sniper rifle in hand, Daniel Thompson had already stood up from the bunker below. There was a palm-sized round hole on the bunker under his waist, with white smoke billowing and red light gleaming from the dark hole. The molten fluid of gravel slowly flowed out of it, solidifying into orange-yellow glaze before it even touched the ground. Propping the gun with his left hand and resting the rifle stock against his waist, Daniel wore a slight smile and waved to Harrison Clark. His lips trembled slightly. From the movement of his lips, he was saying, I've kept my promise, I died before you. Harrison Clark, live on for my sake. The fugitives don't understand anything. Only you stand at the pinnacle of human combat skills? If this world is destined to be destroyed, so be it. If the world needs a savior, it must be you. It can only be you. There was a round hole in the middle of his chest. No blood gushed out. The inside of the hole was pitch black and completely carbonized. Harrison Clark? Go, it's enough. Live until the end of civilization. As Daniel collapsed, he roared hoarsely. Harrison Clark's eyes suddenly reddened. There were no tears. He had seen the endpoint, experienced the endpoint. In this age, he sympathized with no one. Yet, inexplicably, he seemed to faintly see the soul of Daniel Thompson soaring into the sky from his own back. So towering, darkening the sky. Finally, it turned into a brand and settled on the Azure Dragon armor that originally belonged to Daniel Thompson, now worn by Clark himself. Beyond, the armored vehicles and combat machines had begun their second round of energy accumulation. The alloy shield in Harrison Clark's hand had already melted and dripped at his feet. The droplets enveloped him in white smoke. The sky. A beam of light emerged. An azure radiance descended from the sky and exploded on the vast square in front of him. This radiance seemed to carry an unimaginable weight, sinking the ground of the square. When the light dissipated, the whole world was shrouded in a fairy tale-like white mist. A flying vehicle, dozens of times larger than an aircraft carrier, descended from the sky. Propulsion particle winds scattered the white mist. The armored vehicles and remaining old-fashioned armor on the square in front of Harrison Clark disappeared without a trace, leaving only black marks on the ground. The ground had sunk nearly 10 meters from before, the cement structure on the surface had vanished, leaving only a dry, cracked surface that resembled the ashes left after a fire. The wind grew stronger and stronger, yet the white mist seemed to never disperse. Harrison Clark looked up at the sky. Reinforcements were finally here. 10 seconds too late. The power of such an ion energy stream cannon was astonishing, but still 10 seconds late. He looked towards the direction of the fugitives' combat machines. That large metal object was now reduced to just half of its original size. A few medical staff stood in a daze inside the remaining half of the medical cabin. In front of these medical staff, there was a frozen transparent box containing Needham Brown's severed head. Strong winds roared in the sky. Almost 100 black spots appeared in the air and quickly approached. They were all Azure Dragon armor fighters from the main ship. Harrison Clark sighed. However strong, the reinforcements were useless if they came late. Damn, this is no fun at all. When he returned to the Black Bear training base with Daniel Thompson's ashes, Harrison Clark's first words to Professor Owen, Nora Camp, and Marthas were these: Harrison Clark, please accept my condolences. Wearing a neatly pressed military uniform, Nora Camp took the urn containing Daniel Thompson's ashes from Harrison Clark's hand and placed it on the memorial tower beside her. Harrison Clark nodded expressionlessly. Grief, however, didn't quite describe his feelings. He simply wasn't used to the sensation of a familiar face dying before his eyes, before the final curtain. He hated this feeling, which was why he had always tried to maintain a distance from others during his time in the military. But one can't always control the circumstances. This time, he had unintentionally spent an extensive amount of time with Lion, and before he knew it, the square-faced man had left a mark on his heart with a chisel. He leaped up, his hand gripping a golden knife, and carved another name into the massive memorial tower. Daniel Thompson. Salute. At ease? Nora Camp stepped forward and shouted loudly. Below the stage, tens of thousands of instructors and new recruits from the Black Bear training base saluted in unison. The military song "The Fire" resounded through the air once more. Everyone stood at attention and paid their respects. The strong wind whipped the bright red flags, making them flutter and rustle. The atmosphere was solemn, desolate, and somber. Accompanied by the stirring military song, Nora Camp used her clear and crisp voice to shout powerfully. A general dies 100 times in battle, yet his body remains wrapped in horsehide. Instructor Hill has gone ahead of us, and we will not let his blood be shed in vain. Return to the training base and continue training. A massive, dark crowd silently dispersed to their respective training locations. Harrison Clark immersed himself in training once more, with even greater focus and dedication than before. He even forgot the original intention of his trip to copy songs. His motivation was simple. Every time he allowed his heart to be idle, he couldn't help but recall Lion's last words. Although the hope was slim, almost non-existent, he decided to follow Lion's wish and try to fight on the front lines once. To try and taste the sensation of striving towards the distant goal of becoming a savior. After all, he had to live on Lion's behalf and strive to survive until the end of civilization. Harrison Clark's dedication caused problems for the base's technicians responsible for equipment maintenance and logistics. He could always easily operate at over 23G acceleration, but the Azure Dragon armor couldn't withstand it. The failure and damage rate of his training equipment was too high. Almost every training session would cause large-scale cracks in the vital components and joint areas of the Azure Dragon armor. Can you please take it easy? You break a set every day, and the General Assembly has tailored 7 sets for you according to your size. It's not enough to keep up with your consumption. Do you know how much it costs to completely repair the Azure Dragon armor once? Not to mention that many of your components are irreversibly damaged? You bum through millions of credits daily, which is enough for the annual consumption of tens of thousands of ordinary households? Looking at the Azure Dragon armor that was constantly shedding metal fragments, Professor Owen couldn't bear the heartache and said this. It was unbearable. Only half an hour had passed since Harrison Clark used the serum, and he had already ruined another set. Harrison Clark did some mental calculations in his mind, comparing it to the era he lived in, equivalent to spending several 100 million RMB a day. That was not too bad. He asked back, Professor Owen, according to the military's usual philosophy, isn't this what should be expected? Good steel should be used on the cutting edge, and my purpose is to test the limits of human combat prowess, isn't it? Did I do anything against the rules? Professor Owen's mouth twitched. That's true, I don't mean to blame you, it's just that I feel sorry for these excellent equipment. Sigh. Harrison Clark retorted, I've been training for so long, and I still haven't reached my limit. It's these things that are holding me back. How can this be considered good equipment? If the operator has to suppress their abilities to adapt to the equipment, what's the point of the training? If I don't improve, what's the meaning of practice? Professor Owen actually wanted to say that there was indeed no need to train anymore. Harrison Clark had already raised the limit of human operation skills to an unprecedented level. The military had long utilized the data collected from his daily training to compile a new Azure Dragon armor training program. This new program had brought human piloting skills of the Azure Dragon armor to an almost unattainable level for nearly all operators. Up to now, even the second fastest learner in the military had only completed less than a quarter of the new program, and the program only got more challenging towards the end. According to the Central Intelligence Data Simulation, no one would be able to complete half of the newly compiled program within the remaining year. So, in a sense, humanity no longer needed Harrison Clark to train so hard. As Harrison Clark had once observed, even if an individual's strength soared to break through the sky, it was still just a drop in the ocean in the grand scheme of things. Harrison Clark might become the tallest, strongest plank in the barrel effect, but it wouldn't help the barrel hold even a single extra drop of water. The reason why the top military officials in today's world still indulged Harrison Clark's extravagant waste of resources was, on the one hand, their extravagant hope that through his progress, they would be able to see the ultimate peak of human combat ability, and, on the other hand, it served as compensation for Harrison Clark's contributions. There was even a faint idea circulating among the military high-ranking officials. The human body, as a carbon-based mammal, limited Harrison Clark's potential. Although humanity had already stepped out of Earth and established bases with manufacturing capabilities on Mercury, Venus, and Mars, the sum of the energy that humans have dominated so far had barely exceeded the total amount of solar radiation that Earth could receive each year. Thus, humanity had just barely crossed the threshold of Type I civilization, the homeworld civilization. It was like an infant making its way towards a Type II civilization, planetary civilization, still at the very bottom of the Kardashev civilization scale. The human brain and nervous systems had not yet evolved and were not yet adapted to the new interstellar era. The low level of the homeworld civilization limited the heights that someone with extraordinary potential, such as Harrison Clark, could ultimately reach, and the universe did not afford humanity and Harrison much more time to advance. If it weren't for the current disaster, if Harrison had been born a few thousand years later when the human race had completed its next stage of evolution, possessing a more formidable brain, better cosmic observation capabilities, and a more stable and efficient nervous system, then perhaps he would have been able to unleash his true potential. It could even be said that Harrison might represent the next stage of humanity, regarded as a superhuman or perhaps post-human. However, it was all too late, and there was no more time. It was the human homeworld civilization that owed Harrison Clark. So, although his current training method was a bit resource-intensive, it was still acceptable, and the military higher UPS did not call a stop to it with some expectations in mind. All right, I couldn't convince you otherwise, but take it easy on yourself and don't train so hard that you cause stress injuries. MHM. Professor Owen left. Harrison swapped back to the simulator, experiencing the false sensation of 28G. Bender. Unfortunately, the real machine could simply not withstand this level of intensity and would fall apart instantly. He could only indulge in fantasies about what it would feel like while using the training simulator. Once he had experienced the real machine, even the most realistic simulators could not satisfy his needs. Not long after, a notification came through Harrison's helmet. Lieutenant Harrison Clark, please pause your training and report to Major General Nora Camp's office. Harrison, with a puzzled heart, went to the command center. After the military competition, General Nora Camp had disappeared for a while, and he had no idea what the general had been busy with. Why did she summon him as soon as she returned? He knocked on the door. Please, come in. Harrison entered the room. Nora Camp was standing with her back to him, looking up at a three-dimensional star map based on the solar system, seemingly lost in thought. Just as Harrison was about to ask her what she wanted to see him for, she turned around, scrutinizing him for a few seconds before walking to the side, picking up a cup from the shelf, and pouring a glass of orange juice for Harrison. Would you like some? Harrison took the glass and sipped it lightly. So, General Camp, why did you call for me? Nora Camp sat down beside him and nodded. Yes, have you decided which spaceship to choose? Harrison was at a loss. I sent you reports recently, wanting to see the information about the various spaceships in the fleet, but you were away from the base, and I couldn't make a decision without the data. Nora Camp smiled. I deliberately didn't let you see it. Harrison was not surprised. It was expected, but that's the right of the Army Games champion. If you won't let me see it now, once it's time to board next month, I would naturally be able to see. Why don't you just simply choose the giant wave? General Camp asked unwillingly. Harrison shook his head. That would be unfair to me and the other captains. Nora Camp seemed to see through him. Excuses, that's not your real intention. It doesn't matter, does it? Harrison smiled calmly. General Camp took a deep breath. I guess you don't know much about me yet. You may be considered a cross-era genius in the field of Azure Dragon armor control. And I, Nora Camp, the youngest battleship commander in history, am a genius in the field of combat command? Only on my battleship could you truly become the cutting-edge weapon humanity needs. Harrison couldn't help but laugh. Is that so? Then can you tell me what kind of enemy we are facing? How do you plan on using me in battle? What stance should I take when facing what kind of enemy? Who exactly should I be stabbing with this sharp blade? Nora Camp's expression froze. Harrison's question had stumped her. So far, as to what type of civilization the enemy was and how the war would break out, the military had spent hundreds of years calculating billions of possibilities, but none had reached a definite conclusion. Forget it, let's not talk about that. I'll let you access the data tomorrow. Thank you, General. I will also ask researchers from the Yellowstone Research Institute to design and modify the Azure Dragon armor specifically for you, in order to produce a higher performing model. I have been running around dealing with this matter recently. Harrison's face lit up with joy. Thank you, General. But you have to promise me one condition. Please, go on. Nora Camp took a deep breath, locking eyes with Harrison. You have to have a child with me. Harrison Clark was taken aback. What? Seeing his shocked expression, Nora Camp was already mentally prepared for it. Actually, it wasn't an impulsive idea for her, but something she had thought about for a long time. Back when Harrison Clark took part in the military competition, she suspected that the evolutionary stage he represented had already surpassed that of the current human beings and was the post-human of the next era. The all-round analysis of his training data and personal gene samples by the Ancient Civilization Research Institute further confirmed this possibility. Humans have mastered the genetic technology for thousands of years and have tried and refined it in many ways. Even some unethical dark research has never stopped. But so far, no one's genetic makeup had ever been as perfect as Harrison Clark's in terms of physical abilities. Even if there were some that came close, they still couldn't cross that line as he did. Without serum injection, the fighting genius Needham Brown, raised by the runaway faction, could withstand a sudden acceleration of 15G but not for long. Now, after serum injection, Harrison Clark could withstand an acceleration of at least 25G. And, it seemed that his daily serum injections had led to mutations in his blood and physical abilities. Even without injections, he could usually withstand an acceleration of around 15G, and his endurance was even longer than Needham Brown's. The Ancient Civilization Research Institute tried to fuse Harrison Clark's muscle cells with those of ordinary humans at the genetic level, but these mutated cells died quickly without exception. Of course, they also sent beautiful medical staff nurses to sample Harrison Clark and tried to cultivate embryonic cells, but even with billions of samples, they still failed. Scholars at the Ancient Civilization Research Institute didn't know where the problem lied and could only speculate that post-human Harrison Clark was gradually becoming reproductively isolated from ordinary people. After a comprehensive system match, 10 genes were finally screened out from the existing people worldwide and trillions of stored genes that may not be reproductively isolated from him. One of them was the genius commander, Nora Camp. When the senior leaders discussed this matter with Nora Camp, she didn't feel embarrassed or uncomfortable, and generously reported that her intuition had already told her this answer even before the series of rigorous research and verification had been completed. At that time, she almost volunteered to say it. But back then, she hadn't made up her mind completely yet, as it was ultimately her personal decision. Then Harrison Clark and Daniel Thompson went out on a mission and encountered an accident. Daniel Thompson was killed in action, and Harrison Clark was trapped in a dangerous situation. It seemed that she did nothing, but in fact, as soon as she got the complete combat report the next day, she submitted an equipment improvement proposal to the military brass, hoping that they would develop a better Azure Dragon armor based on Harrison Clark's personal abilities. But her proposal was rejected. The high-level reasons were also sufficient. There was only one sentence in the approval reply. The improvement tailored for individuals is not significant and not worth a lot of time and effort to tackle. The current technology of the Azure Dragon armor from production to use is extremely mature and can hardly be changed. Time does not allow, nor do the conditions. This reply settled the matter. So she went to Martha Owen and persuaded her to sacrifice her personal time and work overtime for the targeted improvement of the Azure Dragon armor. She also paid out of her own pocket, spent all her savings, and contacted the ordnance factory in advance to complete the use of the improved materials and components. In order to accomplish this, she went through many processes. Now, even though she was talking about conditions with Harrison Clark, she had actually completed all the preparatory work in advance. Well, General Camp, I don't quite understand your intentions. After calming down, Harrison Clark looked at her. He had to admit that, putting aside her status, Nora Camp was a stunning beauty. But he didn't let it go to his head and think she was in love with him. There's no particular intention, just wanting a child like this. As I said earlier, your fighting talent is exceptional, and my commanding ability is also top-notch. So, I have reason to believe that a child born from the combination of our genes will bring a surprise to this era. Harrison Clark was speechless at first. Is that realistic? But your theory may not hold water. Nora Camp still saw through his thoughts and said, I know that the success rate is not 100%, and perhaps the combination of genius can still give birth to mediocre offspring, but it's worth a shot. Harrison Clark couldn't accept her bizarre post-human view of love. Well, shouldn't there be some emotional basis for this kind of thing? It's too sudden. Nora Camp thought for a moment. You mean dating? Harrison Clark nodded. In a sense, yes. Dating is a luxury that only low-income earners are eligible for. Neither you, nor I, none of the first-class citizens like us outstanding soldiers and creative workers in all walks of life have the right to date. I've read many ancient love novels, but such unions are too inefficient and not conducive to the evolution of the race's genetic makeup. Excellent genes should merge with each other and fight for that infinite possibility. It's all for the sake of humanity. Harrison Clark swallowed his saliva, feeling that he was about to be convinced. But there's less than a year left before the war. Isn't it too late to raise our offspring to adulthood? Nora Camp asked confidently. How do you know we'll definitely lose? Even if we lose, can't we at least hold on for a few years? Ancient wars lasted for decades, and this time humans have no other way out, so they won't give up easily. Harrison Clark was shocked by her confident appearance. He thought to himself, perhaps this is the fearlessness that comes from ignorance? Sorry, I refuse. But in the end, he shook his head. Because of Daniel Thompson, he had already experienced the torment born from an early death once before. He didn't want to have more entanglements with this era, especially not wanting to start a relationship with anyone. Because he knew Nora Camp would die, and how she would die. Although he would die as well, he could be resurrected, so his mindset was different. He was afraid of growing real feelings. Compared to Nora Camp's blind confidence, Harrison Clark's attitude toward the future was one of blind despair. I've known you would refuse all along. Nora Camp smiled, so please take a look at this document. My previous actions were just because I didn't want to force you, but it seems there's no choice now. Harrison Clark took the document and glanced at it. New proposal on the genetic combination of 2nd Lieutenant Harrison Clark and Major General Nora Camp. 2nd Lieutenant Harrison Clark, please tell me loudly, what is the first rule of the World Army? Harrison Clark replied weakly, subordinates absolutely obey superiors? Louder, subordinates absolutely obey superiors? So, what is your decision? Harrison Clark shrugged, sorry, I won't buy into this. Yes, I'm disobeying an order. Go ahead and kick me out? Nora Camp was taken aback. She didn't expect Harrison Clark to be so stubborn and couldn't understand his mindset at all. Just then, Nora Camp's communicator rang. She turned around with a gloomy expression, and a projection of a white-haired woman appeared on the table. The woman had a chubby, round face and dazzling silver hair covering her head. With dark circles under her eyes, she spoke weakly, Sis, I've completed your task. Thanks to the new black alloy extracted from the modified armors of the fleeing faction, I've completely overhauled the Azure Dragon armor, doubling its performance on its current basis. Nora Camp covered her mouth in surprise. Martha Owen, what happened to your hair? Martha Owen let out an annoyed sigh. I was afraid I wouldn't make it in time, and the weapon factory needed time too. So, I injected myself with 24 bottles of stimulant in a month. Now my head is a mess, and my hair turned white. How come no one told me that using stimulants continuously would turn your hair white? I guess I have to take a break. I've sent you a copy of the design. I'm going to sleep. After that, Martha Owen cut off the communication. Harrison, did you see that? To upgrade your Azure Dragon armor, Martha did all this fine. Even if you refuse to execute the order, no one would be willing to kick you out of the army. I'll still find a way to get you the modified version. But can you bear to let Martha's efforts go in vain? Harrison Clark thought for a long time. All right. Nora Camp was overjoyed. Harrison Clark looked at her expression and was speechless. For the sake of a better Azure Dragon armor and to survive a few seconds longer, he'd sacrifice a bit of his dignity. After a long time had passed, he wondered, aren't you taking anything off, Bender? Nora Camp asked back, take off what? Take off your clothes? Oh no, you'll go back to your dormitory and play holo chess. Your genetic essence will be sent to the lab through a pipe, and the subsequent synthesis will be completed in the lab. Harrison Clark. He didn't know whether to feel relieved or regretful. The wonders of genetic essence all right. But let me sleep first, at least. My serum hasn't worn off yet, and my body isn't in the right condition, especially fatigue-wise. I can't produce anything. It took Harrison Clark a full 5 minutes to recover from the heavy blow of the genetic liquid. It was too uncomfortable. After finally convincing himself to be mentally prepared for a fierce battle, it turned out that he still had to obediently return to playing games. Although the gaming experience was also very realistic and convincing, once people see something better, their eyes will naturally wander, and they may become discontented. Furthermore, even though he had initially resisted the idea, once his mental preparations were complete, he held a go-for-broke attitude, thinking along the lines of if I don't go to hell, who will, and considering anyone who didn't take advantage of the situation a fool. His thinking shifted. However, the course of events was completely different from what he had both hoped for and feared, and it did not bend to his will. Naturally, he felt somewhat twisted. He had never imagined that high-end talent would interact in this way, and their concept of love was entirely dead and buried. How sad. Why haven't you left yet? Do you still have something to do? Nora Camp looked at him, puzzled. Harrison Clark squeezed his fists with both hands, his thumbs constantly colliding with each other. He pouted, no, nothing to do. Sigh. Oh, you wait a second. He had just turned around when Nora Camp's voice came from behind him again. He excitedly turned back, thinking General Camp had changed her mind, but she was just opening the refrigerator and taking out a few boxes. Nora Camp looked at her watch and handed him the boxes. It seems I delayed your mealtime. You have only 10 minutes before you fall into a deep sleep. You can sleep in the rest area behind my office. These are some snacks I usually eat to replenish consumed calories. Hurry up. Harrison Clark took the boxes, still not fully comprehending. Then Nora Camp received a call. There were matters in the base that required her attention. She hurriedly left in a rush. Harrison Clark sat down on the sofa, placed the boxes on the coffee table, and quickly unfolded them. After unpacking the boxes, his face suddenly soured. Unless he remembered incorrectly, Nora Camp's refrigerator was full of these small boxes. That meant there was only one kind of snack available to her. But why was it all strawberry cheesecake? Could a sweet dessert like cake serve as a meal? He tried a bite and shuddered violently, even feeling as if his solid teeth had instantly melted. Harrison Clark squinted his eyes and sighed in his heart. What kind of divine dessert was this? It was way too sweet? Did they put too much sugar in it when they made it? He really didn't want to eat any more, but he looked at the nutritional breakdown on the side of the box and saw it was an excellent meal, scientifically formulated though perhaps customized with an ultra-sweet taste for their preference. His upcoming sleep would last for 10 hours, and his body's self-repair during this period would consume a lot of energy. As long as conditions allowed, he needed to replenish energy after each serum injection and training sessions. Eventually, Harrison Clark gritted his teeth and quickly finished off the cheesecake, then darted into the resting room inside Nora Kemp's office, fell onto the soft bed, and instantly fell asleep. Just before drifting off, he could hardly feel the presence of his teeth. He never expected Nora Kemp, a formidable hero, would have such a soft spot for desserts behind her tough exterior. That night, he even had a nightmare in which he fell into a swamp made of honey and nearly drowned. Then he struggled out, and the honey congealed, turning into a graceful woman. It was beyond words, stunningly beautiful, like a celestial paradise. When he woke up the next morning, Harrison Clark rubbed his head. Nora Kemp was sitting cross-legged on her office chair, repeatedly clicking on the holographic image. This was not the star map from yesterday, but a chess game that Harrison Clark found extremely familiar. Chess. Harrison Clark was slightly surprised, not expecting someone to still enjoy chess after 1,000 years had already passed. Hadn't chess already been defeated by artificial intelligence back then? Given the current level of artificial intelligence, wasn't playing chess a fruitless endeavor for humans? Sensing his presence, she paused the game and turned around. Awake already? I've sent you information on the major battleships in the fleet to your personal neural device. You can review it when you return to your dormitory. But the information is confidential, so be careful not to show it to anyone else. Also, the database is massive, so I suggest you only review the top 1,000 battleships and not waste time on the lower-ranking ones. Harrison Clark nodded. All right, thank you. I'll go back and get that essence. Genetic liquid. Nora Kemp shook her head. No need. Last night, while you were sleeping on my bed, some fluid leaked out, and my AL assistant has already taken a sample. Harrison Clark widened his eyes. Huh. So embarrassing. He just wanted to find a crack in the floor to crawl into. Oh, I'll go back first. General, you can continue your game of chess. With that, he was about to leave. Wait. Nora Kemp stopped him. Huh, you know chess. Harrison Clark nodded blankly. Yeah, is that so strange? He was screaming internally. Your priorities are so weird, General. Being on your bed and having your AL extract my genetic material should be the focus here. This calmness on your face, what gives? As someone who grew up 1,000 years ago, with morals and values founded in another era, he couldn't adapt to Nora's perception of love. No, it shouldn't even be called love, more like the concept of reproduction. Now interested, Nora inquired, do you play? Harrison honestly replied, a bit. He did play because he had learned it before. When he was in high school, his foster parents kicked him out during his final year, leaving him without fees and support. Fortunately, a nearby elderly chess club was hiring a cleaner, so he tried his luck there. Later, he used his lunch breaks to clean the chess club and earn a meager monthly stipend from the manager, enough to get him through his senior year. Of course, this was one reason he didn't get into a top university and attended one with lower prestige. While others were pouring their energies into preparing for the college entrance exam, he had to fend for himself, and not performing well was expected. But he didn't blame the old man at the chess club. Indeed, he was grateful. If it weren't for those lovely elderly people, Harrison wouldn't have finished high school. After the entrance exams, in addition to working part-time to cover college expenses, he'd occasionally visit the chess club to sweep the floor, and be forcibly dragged onto the chessboard to lose a few rounds by the old men. Unfortunately, during his university days, he couldn't find anyone to play with, so he gradually gave it up. Want a round? Nora enthusiastically pulled open her desk drawer, revealing black and white chess pieces, and lifted the tabletop cloth. It turned out that her tabletop cloth was covering a glass chessboard. Though the chessboard stirred memories and tempted him, he hesitated, remembering the fleet documents. I'm a bit busy right now. How about we do it another day? Nora shook her head. No can do. You have no idea how hard it is for me to find a real person to play chess with. I haven't found a chess enthusiast in nearly 10 years, and I've only had Al to play with. 10 years? You can look at the files anytime, but playing chess greatly depends on one's mood. Come on. If you don't satisfy me today, are you even a man? Huh. Harrison fell for her provocation. Fine, let's do it. Who's afraid? He considered himself quite strong, even managing to play on PAR with the old experts in the chess club when he was in the zone. He wasn't just some lousy chess player. 20 minutes later, under Nora's wild laughter, Harrison left the room, defeated and dejected. Her skills were absolutely terrifying, not human at all. Harrison, with his amateur-level skills, couldn't put up a fight against her, and to make things worse, Nora's chess manners were rather nasty. She mocked him as they played. I'm going to capture your dragon. Surrounded, beaten, time for you to surrender. So naive, stumbling into every pit I dig for you. Do you know who your opponent is? It's the genius among the genius commanders. You're digging your grave. Harrison couldn't be bothered to count the points and threw the chessboard before running off, wanting only to go home and cry in his blankets. No wonder she couldn't find a chess buddy. In addition to few people knowing chess in this era, her terrifying chess skills coupled with her taunts would drive people away after one round, never to return for a second. Hey, don't go. Let's play another game. Nora's voice echoed from behind. Harrison jumped into the time machine without looking back. In your next life, maybe. Even after Harrison returned to his dorm, Nora wouldn't leave him alone, sending a lengthy message through his personal brain communication system. She said, "Chess is profound and intricate, greatly beneficial to mental development. As a commander-type talent, her success at such a young age is closely related to her years of playing chess." She hoped Harrison could aim higher and strive to be a more well-rounded talent, combining combat skills and command abilities. Harrison immediately retorted, "Don't you try to trick me. I'm not that naive. I won't listen to your nonsense." Moreover, he couldn't defeat computers anyway, so why waste energy? Nora continued. Although humans have never defeated Al after Eugene lost to AlphaGo 1,000 years ago, and the defeats keep growing worse, the fact that chess can enhance human logical thinking never changes. Her personal success proves the effectiveness of treating it as a mind-training method. While Al can't fully replace humans in commanding wars, no matter how fast they compute, they cannot completely replace human emotions or intuitive judgment abilities. Harrison would never fall for her tricks. He cut off the communication decisively and focused completely on reviewing the data. Once he started, the day passed in a blink of an eye. Harrison Clark didn't fully follow Nora Kemp's advice. In addition to reviewing the information of the top 1,000 battleships, he also randomly selected at least another 1,000 from the lower-ranking ones to carefully consider and taste. He found some interesting things. Human space fleets are divided into 5 major fleets, namely the Vanguard, Left Wing, Right Wing, Central Army, and Rearguard fleets. 25,000 escort ships are evenly distributed among the 5 fleets. The Giant Wave, commanded by Nora Kemp, is the cutting edge of the Left Wing fleet, a top combat unit. During his last visit, Harrison Clark had learned about the general situation of the human space fleet. The total number of escort ships was 10,000, and he didn't expect it to have doubled to 25,000 this time. Escort ships are mainly divided into battleship class, cruiser class, and destroyer class. Battleships are the highest class, with the largest carrying capacity, the most firepower, and the most equipped with combat machineries and Azure Dragon armor. They also have the formidable fusion compressed energy particle cannon and long-range large-scale nuclear missiles. Battleship-class escort ships also have internal repair equipment, making them crucial combat units only second to the gigantic main ship. Cruiser-class escort ships are second in rank and have relatively small carrying capacity, carrying only a few combat machineries and Azure Dragon armors. They have basic precision equipment repair capabilities but have longer voyage capabilities and are good at long-distance patrols. Destroyer-class escort ships are the smallest and have no onboard external combat units, but they are equipped with the fusion compressed energy particle cannon and a large number of short-range impulse particle guns, with extremely strong mobility, suitable for close combat. In military exercises over the years, a destroyer-class escort ship often works with several small and medium-sized battlecruisers to form a small-scale cluster-style tactical attack. Except for the personal special requirements of the battleship commanders, the basic equipment of escort ships is only divided according to classifications, with essentially similar configurations. Nora Kemp's the Giant Wave, although a battleship-class escort ship ranking in the top 10 in the Army's annual exercises, only achieves significant results with smaller costs due to her command style and level. In the entire fleet, there are at least 100 battleship-class escort ships with equipment levels comparable to the Giant Wave. For top operators like Harrison Clark who have achieved excellent results in the Army's competitions, choosing which escort ships to join is not determined by equipment configuration but by the captain. So after briefly checking the equipment list, Harrison Clark focused his attention on the personal introductions of the captains. As expected of the reference materials provided by the military for top operators, the introduction of each ship's captain is very detailed, covering comprehensive personality analysis from a psychological perspective, descriptions of combat styles, etc. There are also some recruitment manifestos written by the captains themselves, providing self-introductions hoping to attract more outstanding Azure Dragon armor operators. What truly interested Harrison Clark, however, were the introductions to the captain's hobbies. At first, he was slightly surprised to see Nora Kemp like to play chess but found it reasonable, as her set of thinking development theories had a solid foundation. Later, he discovered that almost all captains, including the main ship captains and those of smaller combat ships, also had their own hobbies. These hobbies were varied and strange. Examples include Diabolo, yo-yo, rolling iron rings, table tennis, Rubik's Cube, Chinese puzzle, Warongdeo, tarot cards, Texas Hold'em poker, mahjong, Gwent cards, Lego, ping pong, and various types of chess such as drafts, Go, chess, shogi, etc. There are countless types, and it's common for several people to like the same thing. For example, chess has not only one enthusiast in Nora Kemp but at least dozens of others in the 5 major fleets who are fond of it. Nora Camp has trouble finding chess partners and can only be abused by Al opponents because her level is awkward, neither high nor low. She is no rival for Al, while others are no match for her, and her chess skills are poor. Harrison Clark thought this was quite amusing. Previously, he treated everyone in the future world as NPCs. This time, due to Azure Dragon Armor and Daniel Thompson, he established a deeper connection with the army and learned more about these officers, who were only code names to him before. They were all living, breathing people. A picture involuntarily came to his mind in which a mature and cautious battleship captain was rolling an iron ring in his office like a 7-year-old child, which was quite amusing. With the information query interface closed, Harrison Clark began to seriously think about which battleship to choose. Currently, he had selected a total of 8 potential targets for himself apart from the giant wave. The other 7 battleship-class escort ships all belonged to the rearguard fleet. Despite some twists and turns this time, his initial intention of trying to survive a few seconds longer never wavered. Are you done yet? Nora Camp's voice came through the brainwave resonance communication, close to him, as if she were whispering in his ear. Harrison Clark, fully focused, was startled. He really wanted to swear. He had turned off all external communications so he wouldn't be disturbed. The only reason Nora Camp could forcibly contact him was that she had used the base commander's authority to occupy public resources and forcibly open the emergency communication channel. General Camp, can't you give me a heads up when you're looking for me? It's frightening when you suddenly talk right next to my ear, Harrison Clark complained. At the same time, he thought to himself that if this woman wanted to play chess with him again, he would immediately block her, at least mentally. Sorry, there has been an unexpected situation, and I need to discuss it with you. Harrison Clark suddenly got nervous and stood up quickly. Is there an emergency mission at the base? Nora Camp shook her head. No, it's both official business and a private matter. After she finished speaking, a spherical object was projected into Harrison Clark's living room. What is this? Harrison Clark looked at it with a frown and asked. Nora Camp said, it's the offspring of our combined genes. Harrison Clark suddenly realized, oh, it turned out to be a fertilized ovum embryo enlarged countless times. When he looked at the sphere again, he suddenly felt that his emotions became very complicated. Although the process was bizarre and completely different from what he expected, the feeling of being connected by blood in the dark came over him when he learned the truth. He was both expectant and regretful. How nice. Too bad I can't wait for Ta to grow up. Sigh, it can't survive. Nora Camp said in a heavy tone. Harrison Clark's heart tightened all of a sudden. What do you mean? This cell has already died. The conclusion from the Ancient Civilization Research Institute is that the embryo born from the combination of your genes and mine cannot mature through artificial cultivation. It is still unknown which link has caused the problem, and despite considering all the factors, the final result is not satisfactory. Harrison Clark was lost for a long time before he exhaled a turbid breath. Is that so? What a pity. Anyway, this has no practical significance. Yes, the government's support for this project has already stopped. Harrison Clark nodded. It's good that it's over. But I don't plan to give up yet. What do you mean? Nora Camp said, I want to try again. Since artificial synthesis doesn't work, let's use the method of ancient people. Ancient method? What do you mean? Come to my office. Half an hour later. Harrison Clark swallowed. Are you serious? As Nora Camp took off her coat, she nodded. Yes. Harrison Clark rubbed his hands. Don't you have any other ideas? Other ideas? Nora Camp looked puzzled. I don't understand what you mean. I'm not interested in these things and have never studied them. However, I did some research on historical materials before you came here, and I think it's not difficult. Harrison Clark looked at the historical materials in front of her with mixed emotions. Hasn't anyone ever talked to you about these things before? My parents are both military officers, but they never interfered with my affairs. No one has ever talked to me about these things since I was a kid, and I don't care. Harrison Clark looked at Nora Camp's calm expression and was genuinely impressed. Are you also a synthetic person? Nora Camp shook her head. No. My father's genes and mother's genes are both their optimal choices. I'm different from a synthetic person combined by artificial intelligence. But you were also artificially cultivated, right? Nora Camp said without hesitation, of course. According to historical records, most women's work ability will decline dramatically during pregnancy, and they will not be able to perform high-intensity work for at least half a year. This inefficient and harmful traditional method of reproduction has long been eliminated. Then what about this? Don't worry, I have completed a self-assessment, and my physique is far superior to ordinary people. Under the condition of high progesterone secretion, my thinking ability will further improve. Even if I'm pregnant, I'm still an excellent captain. Harrison Clark gave a thumbs up. You are really a talented person. Thank you for the compliment. So, let's do it. 2 hours passed. Harrison Clark still sat blankly on the side of the bed with mixed feelings. He regretted it so much in his heart. How could I? Thanks for your cooperation, Lieutenant Harrison Clark. I have researched the cycle, and if we miss these 2 days, we'll have to wait another month. In the next 2 days, we need to intensify our efforts. We'll continue after you rest for 3 hours. Nora Camp said as she tidied up her clothes. Harrison Clark covered his face. This feeling was too weird. General Camp still had the attitude of doing research towards everything. Not only did she do things, but she also talked to herself and kept data records. My adrenaline secretion has increased, tripled. It's strange that my immune system would actually produce a rejection reaction. So, in this competition and struggle, the ultimate gene carrier is the strongest, right? This ancient way of conception indeed has its reasons. The mystery of life is truly incredible. Harrison Clark turned to look at her and sighed, General Camp, don't you have the slightest feeling of difference in your heart? Nora Camp was puzzled. What's different? Are you talking about the heartbeat? My heartbeat was indeed faster than usual at that time, but the intelligence system said it was a normal physiological reaction. Harrison Clark gave in. Can we not keep data records next time? Nora Camp shook her head. No, since we decided to do a project, we must do our best. Although the authorities don't support me, if I can produce results and find the cause of the failure of the artificial embryo, it may have popular significance. Popular significance? What do you mean? As long as we can succeed, it will prove that you have not completely produced reproductive isolation from modern humans, so you should take on more responsibility and leave more excellent gene combinations for humanity. Harrison Clark fell back, rolling his eyes. Come on, it's just a waste of time and energy. Nora Camp suddenly smiled mysteriously. Is it? Judging from your micro-expressions earlier, I can tell that you're actually very enthusiastic about this ancient mating ritual. You can't fool me. Harrison Clark was afraid. I don't have any enthusiasm. You're talking to the best commander here. Lying is useless. Come on, let's play another game of chess. Harrison Clark shrank back. No thanks. Playing another game would feel weird. But in the end, he couldn't resist Nora Camp's temptation. She used Harrison Clark's eagerness for the production of the Azure Dragon armor as leverage. At the production base, some components couldn't be mass-produced and had to be customized by technicians using metal printing programs, which also took up the technician's personal time. Simply put, it meant paying more money and extra charge for credit points. With Harrison Clark's current salary, he couldn't afford the fee and still needed Nora Camp, the Major General, to dip into her own personal savings. Being indebted to someone softens one's pride. For the sake of obtaining the modified Azure Dragon armor and the future of mankind, Harrison Clark sacrificed himself on the chessboard, only to suffer defeat once again. Another 3 hours passed. After all the commotion, it wasn't until evening that Harrison Clark managed to escape under the pretext of recovery training, injecting the serum and putting on the Azure Dragon armor. Professor Owen, unaware of the situation, asked, Why do you look so tired? Your complexion is pale. You look even more exhausted than after your training without the serum in the Azure Dragon armor. Harrison Clark clenched his teeth. Shut up, old man. I'm just here to rest. A voice resounded in both of their helmets. Professor Owen, be sure to remind Harrison Clark to replenish his nutrients later. He's really drained a lot of energy. Professor Owen suddenly realized. I see. After a while, when Harrison Clark felt that Nora Camp was no longer eavesdropping on their conversation, he carefully asked Professor Owen, Old man, I want to ask you something. Do all female employees who aren't on welfare feel indifferent about, procreation? Professor Owen replied, Not exactly. It varies from person to person. But generally, the more talented they are, the less personal desires and emotional fluctuations they have. Harrison Clark asked again, That doesn't make sense. Isn't it instinctual? Professor Owen, when I was young, I also researched the differences between ancient and modern humans. I think it's like this. Since the 20th century, with the acceleration of the information age and society becoming more complex, to maintain high levels of learning efficiency and master a more comprehensive knowledge system, we have been evolving. Although this level of evolution isn't as drastic as it was in prehistoric times, human neural systems and brains have undergone significant changes. We've discarded some low-efficiency emotions, all to keep up with the fast pace of society. Harrison Clark, puzzled, said, But people on welfare still have those needs, right? Exactly, that's why they are on welfare. They can only indulge in their base instincts, unable to keep up with the times, which is why they end up relying on welfare. All right, I guess. Unbeknownst to them, another 7 days had passed. Harrison Clark finally received the modified Azure Dragon armor, which was black, had better performance, and cost more to manufacture. But due to its self-healing capabilities, the repair costs were much lower. At the same time, Nora Camp and Harrison Clark's attempt at procreation this month failed. Harrison Clark wasn't surprised by this. In fact, he was quietly relieved. But he made another decision. He would board Nora Camp's ship, the Giant Wave. On the surface, his reason was that when the time came, Martha Owen, the designer of the Azure Dragon armor, would be on the Giant Wave as a technical consultant. In secret, his reason was that he wanted to play chess. How about it? Are you satisfied with your new equipment? Martha Owen combed her silver hair back and put on a proud face. Harrison Clark was looking at the Azure Dragon armor modified equipment manual, nodding slightly. Not bad. Just not bad. Harrison Clark smiled. It's good. Good? Are you trying to kill me? Do you know to what extent I've raised the maximum acceleration limit on this modified version? Martha Owen put her hands on her hips, furious. Harrison Clark pointed to the data. It says 50G here. And you still say it's just good? I've improved the traditional Azure Dragon armor's 20G by 1.5 times. And even if you use the maximum acceleration and damage the machine, it can repair itself? I've even used up all the iridium isotopes in the escape party inventory for this modification and its spare parts. At the current technology level, this is almost a non-renewable resource, do you understand? Seeing Martha Owen getting more and more agitated, Nora Camp handed her a box from the side. Have some snacks, don't be too worked up. When he says it's good, it means it's very good. It's a unique way he and his instructors express themselves. Harrison Clark smiled slightly, nodding, that's right. I'll know how powerful it is once I get up there. 3 minutes later, accompanied by a loud roar, the Azure Dragon armor modified version rushed forward with unprecedented acceleration capability. Martha Owen yelled, hey, slow down, it's a hassle to fix it if you break it, Bender. Break? Do you know who you're talking to? Leaving a single comment, Harrison Clark disappeared in an instant. Martha Owen fiercely bit into a piece of strawberry cheesecake in front of her and shuddered all over, complaining to Nora Camp, it's so sweet, I'm about to get sick of it. What taste is this? Nora Camp shrugged, desserts help me concentrate. Before long, Harrison Clark returned. He jumped off the Azure Dragon armor, sweating profusely and gasping for breath. Having been limited by equipment in the past, he hadn't experienced this exhilarating feeling in a long time. Being able to push oneself to the limit once again was a great feeling. He looked at the peak acceleration of this high-intensity training and nodded with satisfaction. The peak record was 31 g, a significant improvement on his personal best. 31 g, meaning he had to bear 31 times his own weight at each instant maneuver. A millennia-old human physique, no matter how well-trained, would never have been able to withstand such pressure. But after using coagulation serum, 100% adaptive Harrison Clark not only strengthened his heart and blood functions, but his body tissue strength also underwent a qualitative change. This time, the combat assistant reminded him to stop as his body had reached its limit. But he was sure that when he wakes up after a good sleep, this limit could be further improved. He gave Martha Owen a big thumbs up, very satisfied. Not bad, thank you very much. Of course, Harrison Clark sighed, it's a pity it can't be mass-produced. Dream on? Not everyone can use this level of equipment. True. In the following months, Harrison Clark painstakingly increased the G-force he could withstand bit by bit. He reached 38 G, but his training had to continue in space. According to military regulations, all new soldiers who passed the annual selection would be enlisted to go to space. Nora Camp, who also served as the commander of the training base, had to return to her position in the spaceship. Previously, there were nearly mature old soldiers in the base. After completing half a year of training, these soldiers reached the standard to board the ship. As for Harrison Clark's fellow new soldiers, the qualification rate was as high as 30%, making it one of the best performing bases among many new soldier bases worldwide. Daniel Thompson's squad had an even higher qualification rate, at 70%. This was partly due to Harrison Clark's exemplary role and teaching by example and partly due to Daniel Thompson's sacrifice which ignited the fighting spirit of the other new soldiers. Of course, Harrison Clark himself, as the leader of the new soldiers, didn't hesitate to personally give his comrades small courses and teach the training guidelines of the Azure Dragon armor in private. However, it was a pity that in the entire Black Bear training base, only Marthas was qualified to board the Giant Wave with Harrison Clark. The Giant Wave originally had a top-level personnel lineup. Adding new soldiers was something lower-ranked warships did. To join the Giant Wave, someone else had to be eliminated, making it extremely competitive. Nora Camp hosted the graduation ceremony for the new soldiers at the base and after a series of mobilization commands, everyone went their separate ways. Inside the time machine to space, Marthas had his hands on his knees, staring straight ahead, very serious. Harrison Clark had his hands in his pockets, his eyes scanning the projection in front. You're actually interested in history, how boring. Martha, sitting nearby, leaned her head over and started a conversation. Harrison Clark nodded, borrowing a famous quote, remember the past to envision the future. I don't see it that way. The enemy we're facing has nothing to do with history, and it's all our own business. Our ancestors won't help us. Harrison Clark laughed but remained silent. He thought to himself, as an ancient person, I'm sorry, but I did indeed help you a great deal. If it weren't for me, there wouldn't even be your Yellowstone Research Institute now, or the Azure Dragon armor, or the current large spindle-shaped spaceship. By the way, apart from small battlecruisers, almost all main ships and escort ships have spindle shapes nowadays. The main activity area for the onboard crew is located in the middle part of the spindle-shaped spaceship. Usually, the battleships will continuously rotate, and the purpose of the rotation is to maintain a nearly constant G-value to simulate a ground environment. This was not achievable with past cone-shaped and bar-shaped battleships. They could only maintain balance with the assistance of magnetic boots. However, staying in a completely weightless state for a long time would lead to a decrease in bone density and physical fitness. The new spindle-shaped battleship has solved this problem. Moreover, when accelerating at high speed, a spindle-shaped battleship encounters fewer collisions with space dust in the near-vacuum state of the universe, thus it experiences less resistance. When facing a massive obstacle that cannot be avoided, the battleship only needs to concentrate the main force field shield energy at the front part of the ship to protect the cone-shaped head. It is undoubtedly better than bar-shaped or cone-shaped battleships. As early as the initial design of space battleships, researchers had such a plan in mind. Unfortunately, the materials available at the time could not meet the requirements, and the failure and damage rate of components was too high. They couldn't maintain constant rotation until material science made breakthroughs in recent decades, allowing the military to quickly update their battleships. Even now, with the Azure Dragon armor and even its upgraded version, Harrison Clark has made a significant contribution in a certain sense. So, who says the ancients were useless? However, he didn't bother to rebut Martha Owen, as she had already exhausted herself in a month due to working on his equipment. Dr. Owen, I have an unreasonable request. Say it. Harrison Clark tentatively said, can I borrow your researcher's intelligent account? I'm tired of studying these historical materials, and I want to access more knowledge, such as researching material science and energy science. But it's not realistic for me, a complete beginner, to take the Yellowstone Research Institute's assessment. This idea came to his mind when he first met Martha Owen. He had been waiting until now when they were about to board the ship together, thinking it was the right time to mention it. Bender. First of all, such an operation would undoubtedly be a serious violation of the rules. But once everyone is on the giant wave, as long as they keep it secret, he thinks it would not be a big problem to cross the line slightly. However, he didn't expect Martha Owen to jump up and say, are you crazy? Harrison Clark didn't anticipate her reaction to be so strong. Don't be so agitated. It's not a big deal. It's impossible. I've never seen a crazy person like you. Your talent is in combat, so you should devote yourself to developing your talents. Now you're telling me you want to switch to research? Then you're being irresponsible to yourself? Harrison Clark cleared his throat. It's fine, I'll take responsibility for my actions. It won't affect my training with the Azure Dragon armor. No impact is just the result of your wishful thinking. But as for the value of diversified development, the research results at Flamingo Institute prove that specialization is the way to adapt to the needs of the times. If you can't make the best use of your talents and resources, it's a crime and a danger to humanity? I'm not joking with you. Harrison Clark swallowed, looked around, and whispered, we're all on the same side here. As long as we don't talk about it, won't it be fine? Martha Owen rolled her eyes. You're wrong. There, and there. Throughout the entire time machine and even on the giant wave we're about to board, our every move is monitored by the central AL system. You'll enter the manual review process for any criminal behavior, and it's not just you who'll get in trouble, but also me and your captain, Nora Camp. Harrison Clark was lost in thought for a moment, then shook his head with a bitter smile. This was the legendary omnipresent surveillance that could fundamentally eliminate the possibility of most criminal activities being committed, except for the deeply rooted and powerful escape faction, which was able to exploit the loopholes under the surveillance. Normal people could hardly get away with anything under the watchful eye of the powerful AL. Of course, once the military decided to take it seriously, clearing out the escape faction would merely take a single strike from the main ship, followed by a massive manhunt. This was the inevitable development of the social system after the military party took absolute dominance. Human beings indeed have some unavoidable negative traits, so the utopian society in idealism can never emerge. However, the omnipresent surveillance constructed by military power can make the outward appearance of the social structure infinitely close to a utopia. Harrison Clark didn't know if the result was good or bad, but this was the path humanity had chosen after continuous self-exploration and evolution throughout the dark history. All right, forget it. He shook his head dispiritedly. Before playing chess, he mentioned it quietly to Nora Camp, and her answer was quite similar. As a captain, Nora Camp actually had ways to bypass the surveillance. However, the unfortunate thing was that Nora Camp's belief was even stronger than Martha Owen's, and she was completely unmoved. When boarding the spaceship, Harrison Clark, as the captain of the Giant Waves Azure Dragon Special Battle Squadron, was promoted to the rank of lieutenant. His living conditions improved further, and his training environment also shifted from the ground to space. After experiencing the initial fascination with the vast universe when ordinary people first entered space, Harrison Clark began to improve and advance rapidly once again. His daily training was compressed into 5 hours, 3 hours of Azure Dragon armor, improved armor training, 2 hours of strength training, minus the required 10 hours of sleep each day, and 2 hours of chess and pre-game exercise, allowing him 4 to 5 hours of personal time each day. He really wanted to spend this time learning about future technology knowledge, even forcibly attempting to learn primary and middle school materials from scratch. He only managed to persist for a week before giving up. It was too difficult. He simply couldn't understand it. Even with remote teachers giving lectures, he still couldn't learn. Even if Martha Owen insisted on tutoring him one-on-one, it was still in vain. Harrison Clark had to admit the gap in intelligence, but the real problem still isn't there. Compared with researchers like Martha Owen or Professor Owen, who were trained in the scientific field, Harrison Clark's biggest difference was that he had richer personal emotions, which made his thinking more divergent and harder to concentrate. A millennium later, after the evolution of the human brain and nervous system, they possess terrifying self-control. Even when faced with extremely dull knowledge which they have no interest in, they can maintain 100% concentration. It was as if they didn't need willpower, they were born with this skill. Not only mature researchers like Martha Owen, but also children who are still in school possess this trait. Harrison Clark could never hope to achieve this. Since he couldn't learn, and couldn't cram some finished technology patents from past materials, Harrison Clark simply spent his additional time listening to and transcribing songs, as he had time to spare. Time flew by, and before he knew it, several months had passed. One morning, Harrison Clark got up and looked at the wall clock. It was October 26, 3020, 8 a.m. Only one day left before the end of human civilization. He reorganized more than 10 songs firmly engraved in his memory. He summarized the small accomplishments he had made. During his time here, he had changed a few things, perhaps not enough, but he had done his best. Under his leadership, the average level of all Azure Dragon armor operators was now able to handle 18.7 G. Apart from himself, with an astonishing index of 47.9 G, more than 100 people successfully broke through the 20 G limit. He didn't cower as a blind and dying waste but instead rushed to the front line to confront the impending enemy firsthand. He was promoted to the rank of captain, though he still hadn't joined the command sequence. He had reached the highest level of individual combat power. In addition, he attempted breakthroughs in various aspects, though he didn't succeed. It wasn't for a lack of effort on his part, but rather, the wrong era. He did everything within his capabilities, regardless of the outcome, he would have no regrets. Next, all that's left is to do what he can and leave the rest to fate. He washed, had breakfast, and arrived on time at Nora Camp's command room door as usual. According to the schedule, today should be the first day of a new round of breeding efforts. He knocked on the door. "Please come in, Captain Clark." Harrison Clark entered the room. Nora Camp was still carefully arranging the chessboard by herself. Her expression was very focused, showing neither joy nor sadness, nor even any tension. In fact, she knew what day tomorrow was, but she wasn't as tense or excited as Harrison Clark had anticipated, seemingly no different from usual. It was said that some captains of other battleships started needing medication to sleep 1 or 2 weeks ago. Once the door to the command room was closed, Nora Camp put down her chess piece, pressed the reset button, and the pieces on the glass chessboard returned to their original positions. She smiled sweetly. "I have some good news for you. From today on, we don't have to try to mate anymore." Harrison Clark was taken aback and then asked with relief, "Really? The decisive battle is tomorrow, right? Have you given up?" Nora Camp shook her head, her smile growing broader. "No, I've successfully conceived. I'm pregnant." It was rare for him to see her smile so brilliantly. He couldn't help but feel a wave of sadness from within. Everyone had been fighting until the very last day, never giving up. Nora Camp wore a gentle smile on her face, slightly lowering her head to gently caress her abdomen. Harrison Clark thought for a long time and said, "Congratulations." "Thanks." Nora Camp gently patted the chessboard. "Now there's no need for us to mate, so just come and play a game of chess with me directly." Harrison Clark sat down. Halfway through the game, the black pieces he held were completely defeated, with no chance of victory. This scene had been replayed countless times in the past 6 months. He lost every time, the process was always different, but the result remained the same. In the past, Harrison Clark felt that this kind of failure made him feel bored, barely persevering for the sake of engaging in the interesting chess warm UPS. But Nora Camp seemed to never get tired of it, as if she could never get enough. "I say, you always win against me like this, why don't you play with Al instead? That would at least have some challenge. Playing against me, a lousy chess player, you don't seem to be fully involved, right?" Harrison Clark casually threw the chess piece on the table and raised both hands to concede defeat. Nora Camp smiled and pointed at the chessboard. "Playing against Al, I'd always lose, and playing against you, I'd always win. Both outcomes are always the same. Of course playing against you is more interesting." Harrison Clark asked, "Interesting? You mean the act of winning makes you feel happy?" Nora Camp nodded. "Winning is, of course, better than losing. And playing chess with people, you can feel more diversity than Al. Even the most perfect artificial intelligence can't perfectly simulate the uncertainty of human thinking, like your fourth move's mistake. Al can never simulate that." She pointed and the replay started on the screen behind her. Harrison Clark looked up. "Or even if Al made such a move, by the middle game, you would find that it wasn't a mistake, but a trap." "Yes. Then, I have a question." Harrison Clark leaned slightly forward, asking with a slightly oppressive tone, "Since you can perceive the emotional changes when losing and winning, you should have feelings. So how do you view our experiences over the past 6 months?" Nora Camp quickly answered, "The logic I've learned tells me when it's appropriate to feel happy, what kind of emotions are necessary, and what kind of emotions aren't significant." Harrison Clark got the answer he wanted and nodded to leave. "All right, I know." Including Nora Camp, Martha Owen, and even all the people Harrison Clark has known so far, they were all the same. Everyone chose a core theme for themselves and, based on that, established their own logical framework, placing this logical framework above their own emotional instincts. This is both a necessity demanded by the current crisis and the result of humanity's self-evolutionary choices. Harrison Clark returned to the battle readiness cabin where the Azure Dragon armor operators gathered. Marthas and many squad members were lined up waiting for him. As required by regulations, he, as a lieutenant captain, was supposed to give a brief pre-battle mobilization. This was not something Harrison Clark was good at. He's always been a role model by his actions, not by lofty words. Moreover, his personal pessimism made him doubt whether his words would have any positive mobilization effect. He just paced back and forth with his hands behind his back, remaining silent for a full 10 minutes. When the atmosphere had become solemn enough, he said, "Everyone, it takes 1,000 days to train troops, but only a moment to use them. We've consumed a lot of social resources and prepared countless contingency plans for potential enemies. When the enemy appears, our central brain will select the best overall response plan within 0.1 seconds. Our captain will complete all instructions and arrangements within 5 seconds, and we, as Azure Dragon Armor soldiers, should do our part. We should figure out our role in this war within 1 second, and execute our tasks without hesitation. That's all I have to say." At ease, announcing the dissolution of the formation, Harrison Clark returned to his room. As for the other Azure Dragon Armor warriors, they each went to assist their operators in the final checks, ensuring that their equipment was in perfect battle-ready condition. Martha Owen was personally in charge of Harrison Clark's equipment, and after 6 months of running in, the two now had a seamless collaboration. "Harrison Clark, your equipment is fine, stand by at any time." Martha Owen knocked on the door of his resting room and walked in. Harrison Clark nodded. "Thank you." Looking at Martha Owen's now irrecoverable full head of silver hair and slightly chubby round face, he thought for a moment and asked, "Dr. Owen, I heard you also studied anthropology in your spare time." "Right. Yes, what's up? Do you think that the direction of modern human evolution chosen is as expected? Is the deliberate shedding of rich emotions that distinguish humans from ordinary animals really helpful in facing unknown enemies?" Martha Owen raised her eyebrows. "Are you confused?" "Of course. Actually, there is no answer to your question. Neither the Ancient Civilization Research Institute, which specializes in biotechnology, nor the Flamingo Institute, which specializes in humanities and technology, has a definitive answer. This issue runs through the entire history of human evolution, from ancient to contemporary times. Every war, every plague, every process that causes a major change in society, is an exploration. We can't judge whether it's right or wrong before we see the results. Only by looking at the final answer, can we infer whether the problem-solving process is accurate. Fortunately, human civilization still exists so far, which means that our path is not wrong." Harrison Clark countered, "Or is it just that the crises we faced in the past were not big enough?" 1. Perhaps. The cost of trial and error in this exploration is immense, too great to bear, but we must bear it. With a dazzling explosion at its peak, Harrison's world returned to silence. He floated quietly in a dark void, waiting for his soul to return, waiting to awaken once more. Before that, his thoughts froze on the moment when Nora Camp's eyes widened and stared at the chess piece in her hand in astonishment. Harrison Clark made a mistake that all human commanders also made. Bender. After completing pre-war mobilization, from 12 p.m. on October 26, 3020 AD, the entire space fleet and all ground forces entered a state of high alert, waiting for disaster to strike. Harrison Clark remained relaxed until 8 a.m. on October 27, 3020 AD, and then he was dispatched to lead the special operations team flying out of the battleship, dropped into space 10 kilometers away from the battleship. They were not placed on the outer perimeter of the line as human shields, but interwoven in the gaps between the many battleships in the left-wing fleet. The Azure Dragon Armor soldiers were not suicide squads sent to die in vain. The early deployment was to prevent the situation from changing too quickly, to make sure they had a chance to leave the cabin in case of a boarding battle. On October 27, 3020 AD, at 9:43 a.m., Harrison gave the order to use the coagulation serum. He was the last of all the Special Operations Squadron leaders to issue the command, but nobody questioned his delay. He was more nervous than anyone. Not only did he turn the power of the detection instruments up to the maximum, but he also adjusted his mental state to be highly sensitive. He could swear, no matter what form or direction the enemy approached, he would be the first to react. Yet at this moment, the universe was still quiet and silent, and the stars remained brilliant. Vanguard Fleet reports no sightings of the enemy. Left-wing fleet. Right-wing fleet. At 9:45 a.m., reports from various fleets arrived in his ear through the quantum network. Harrison stared into the pitch-black night sky, eyes unblinking. A glimmer of hope surfaced in the depths of his mind. Could it be that I have successfully changed the future, and the hidden enemy has chosen to abandon or hibernate upon seeing the technological advances of mankind today? Buzz. Just as this thought emerged, a startling flash exploded near the Vanguard fleet cluster in his peripheral vision. Intensity of the light increased. Still no audible sound, only the continuous flickering of the explosion's light. The massive explosion happened once more without any warning. Compared to being a poor recipient of assistance on the ground watching television, as a member of the space fleet, the impact he experienced was 1,000 times stronger. Harrison's body broke out into a cold sweat, goosebumps all over. It has begun. But where is the enemy? Enemy attack. Finally, a clear scream came through his ear, then abruptly cut off. He glanced at the bottom right corner of his helmet where the source of the signal was displayed. It came from the Vanguard fleet. Then the Vanguard fleet went completely dark. An uncountable number of battleships and an even greater number of Azure Dragon Armor soldiers scattered around the outer perimeter were engulfed by the aftermath of the massive explosion without any resistance. Harrison Clark's mind went blank, leaving only endless confusion. Where is the enemy? Where exactly are they? How could they have wiped them all out? Lucia, open all channel information access. Can someone tell me how this explosion happened? Captain, be careful. Tiny. A scream resounded in his helmet, and Harrison looked over to see Martha in the Azure Dragon armor being bisected by the debris that shot out at an alarming speed from an exploding spaceship nearby. Automated casualty reports were quickly generated and projected onto his helmet. Just now, Martha's brain calculated in 0.01 seconds that the debris passing by her would hit Harrison Clark. She then took another 0.1 seconds to make a decision, pulling her acceleration to 20 g, completing a minor maneuver, and blocking the debris for Harrison, causing it to change its direction. There was no time to grieve. Harrison gritted his teeth and yelled to the others, "Everyone, disperse and maneuver. Stay away from the battleships. Watch your own safety." There wasn't any time to think. Everyone scattered as he ordered. As for Harrison himself, he didn't know where to flee. Instinct told him he should continue to move far away from the giant wave. This would align with his original goal, to live a few seconds longer. But emotion told him he wanted to return to the giant wave at a time like this. The Vanguard fleet had completely exploded. The next would be the Central or Wing fleets. No one could escape. Eventually, he decided to push his power to 50 g and rushed towards the giant wave like a shell. Halfway there, he finally received information sorted by the artificial intelligence assistant, Lucia. According to Dr. Martha Owen's latest developed energy detection equipment, all explosions occurred inside the battleships. Some originated from the command centers, and some from Captain's personal quarters. This message has been broadcast to the entire army. Harrison persisted in rushing back. Received command from Captain Nora Camp, ordering Captain Clark to stay away from the giant wave. The prompt echoed in his ears again. Harrison ignored it, forcing the giant wave to open its loading bay or he would crash right into it. 3 seconds later, the giant wave's loading bay opened, and Harrison rushed in. Afterward, he didn't wait for the air to fully fill up but instead rushed towards the command center by slicing through the internal structure of the battleship with an alloy knife, all while being assisted by the Azure Dragon armor Modi. Then, he saw Nora Camp holding a white chess piece, standing still in place. A mad alarm went off in his ear. Warning! Violent energy fluctuations detected ahead. Warning! In front of you, Bender. In the helmet, the blazing red light signifying extreme danger almost blinded him for a moment, and the shrill alarm pierced his eardrum. The seemingly ordinary chess piece in Nora Camp's hand cast a vague, undulating shimmer in the command center like it had been submerged in water. This was due to a brief release of intense energy in such a confined space that it distorted the speed of light, creating the illusion of underwater diffusion. In the next instant, the chess piece exploded. Once again, Harrison Clark's millennium-spanning journey through time and space came to a disastrous end. Similarly, humanity was once again defeated. In the vast universe, human civilization is like a stumbling cub on a vast plain. Perhaps one day it can become a wolf king, but unfortunately, it encounters a starving cheetah in its infancy. Humans are exterminated. Again. Like the lost cub on the plains being torn to pieces by the cheetah. It seemed cruel, and it was a devastating disaster for the entire race. But the grand process and the miserable death of the cub were not fundamentally different from the bacteria on its body. When the sample is magnified, there is essentially no difference between individual death and group extinction in the vast universe. It is the law of nature, only that the space has been enlarged from the grasslands to the universe. Unfortunately, human civilization in its infancy has been hunted down. In the vast and boundless universe, it is insignificant and didn't even leave a monument. Only Harrison Clark will continue to carry this painful memory back to reality. In the past, he had secretly been pleased with himself for acquiring the Golden Finger, but now he only wanted to complain in pain. Why me? Why didn't the Golden Finger choose a more powerful host and let him bear such a responsibility? I would rather be an ordinary person, even if it's poor, bitter, and humble, just to live a simple life, can't I? Harrison Clark asked himself this question over and over again, and then more doubts emerged. Harrison Clark didn't know whether he was dreaming at this moment or whether his soul was wandering in the river of time and space, searching for a place to settle thousands of years ago. His thoughts were very clear, and he even remembered everything he saw before the explosion engulfed him. He even remembered the tear in Nora Camp's eyes, representing regret and self-blame. Harrison Clark thought, what exactly was Nora Camp regretting and blaming herself for? She didn't do anything wrong. Wasn't she used to putting logic above her emotions? In that case, she should face failure more indifferently. Why cry? If it were his past habit, when faced with a problem he couldn't figure out, he would decisively put it out of his mind without hesitation. But this time, he couldn't do it. On one hand, it was obsession. On the other hand, he found that even though his body was dead, the effect of increased mental excitation and enhanced logical thinking from the coagulation serum injection seemed to remain in him. After a long time, Harrison Clark suddenly opened his eyes and sat up again. He looked at the time on his phone beside his pillow. He was back. Some previous unclear thoughts were slowly intertwining in his mind, forming a clear memory. He figured out some things. It was a huge conspiracy that made his hair stand on end just thinking about it. Humanity hadn't perished at its own hands. The enemy still existed, only more sinister and despicable than the many straightforward, foolish aliens he had seen in countless science fiction works before.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.